Hey, hi there. So welcome back on our new video. So this is a complete playlist of hands-on project. We're gonna tackle here a new project which we call as blockchain-based charity donation tracking system using Hyperledger Fabric. So it's like a complete altogether set of donation tracking systems. Like as you know, we used to get a lot of donation tracking platforms. We have to give the charity, but we don't know the genuinity of that platforms because it's completely centralized, right? And we don't know how they are tracking their funds and who is withdrawing that fund and whatever funds as a donor I'm giving there, is it making a real use of it or not, right? So this is a very serious concern, and so many people do a lot of scam in terms of donations and NGO. They collect the funds from the normal peoples in terms of faith or in terms of sympathy. They'll gain the money and they'll enjoy it, but they won't benefit the actual beneficiaries what they must need to do, right? So to avoid all these situations and to handle the fraud in the ecosystem, to make sure that we are doing the complete transparent transaction of any funds whatever donors are donating, to create a complete transparency and make sure that they are using the complete benefit of it. To tackle these problems, I've come up with a solution called blockchain system, right? So we have the blockchain system, so we'll use our blockchain technology in a perfect way to fit in a use case where we have to increase the transparency, increase the trust for the end user, and at the same time we have to make sure that my end customer will get benefited 100%, and whatever the transaction as a donor, whatever money I'm putting into that particular fund, it should get properly used and I can track where exactly they are using it, right? So guys, so this is all about the application front, but here what I did very interesting part as well in terms of development part. So we explored different things like adding new organizations, and I'll run this complete project in GCP cloud, so to get the real experience how these actual projects run in the cloud, right? That's the one thing we did. We are not using here directly WSL Ubuntu. We are using the actual GCP instance, and then I'm trying to add now multiple organization in my default network. If you have gone through my previous playlist called EHR1, where we are talking about complete local setup in WSL and doing the complete project using default setup. But now here we are using the default setup, but on top of that we are adding a more complexity, adding new organization in my existing network, how it works, what are the complexity involved, and then creating smart contract in Node.js itself, but with multi-level smart contract. Let's say I'm not creating a one single smart contract, I'm creating multiple smart contracts. And how can I am deploying it as a bulk, as a one single smart contract, right? So how can we link that Chaincode concept, multi-file smart contract, you can say, or we can say the multiple smart contract deployment in the single instance, how that will gonna work, and what is the changes, how it is different than the one single smart contract and multiple smart contracts, how what are the complexity over there. All those things I have tackled in this playlist. And along with that, how to deploy the smart contract, of course, and how to deploy the smart contract in the newly added organization. Yes, whenever we will add the new organization, we have to make sure that my smart contract is up and running for each and every organization. We have to remember that, right? So how to do that as well, we have tackled here. And then how to upgrade the smart contract. So there is a very common use case to upgrade the smart contract without breaking your existing network, or without changing the name of your smart contract. How can you upgrade the logic of your smart contract? That particular piece also we have tackled here, which is very important, and I love this part. And of course, we have tackled the Node SDK part. When I say Node SDK part, I mean to say that the SDK layer, the communication layer with my blockchain, the APIs, of course, all the business logic APIs, along with the APIs for registering the different organization, registering the donor, or in the ecosystem, we have the donor, NGOs, the one who is creating the funds. We have a bank in the ecosystem. We have the government in the ecosystem, and we have the most important, the platform provider organization in the ecosystem. So I'll give you the complete brief, detailed dive with the proper diagrammatic explanation how it looks like. But this is all overall things we're gonna cover in this particular playlist, or in this complete you can say the short course content. So thank you so much. If you like this video playlist, please spread the awareness, guys. Share with your friends, share with your faculties, share with your college friends, whatever, or share with your friends who want to build such amazing platforms. And happy to connect, happy to collaborate, happy learning. See you in next video. Bye bye. Jai Hind. Here we are, as I mentioned, we are creating here blockchain powered charity donation tracking system. Okay, so using Hyperledger Fabric. So what are the use case? Let's try to understand the use case. What exactly we are trying to uh, create? Which type of platform will we are trying to create here? So there are the stakeholders. There will be the platform owner who will create the complete network that we called as platform organization. There will be the government body. Government body is responsible for onboarding the banks, onboarding the NGOs, onboarding the private fund creators. All this will be get created with the government. Okay, but for easy operations, what I did initially, there will be the two organization. Okay, so we have beneficiary, donor, private fund creator, NGOs. Private fund creators and NGOs, I'm creating as a treating as a one entity as of now. Bank is a separate entity, government is a separate entity. So this will get a better explanation if we look into this particular diagram. So very simple diagram is here. So here what we are doing, see, this is my network. Okay, this will be my network where I have total three organization. So I have basically here organization one, organization two. So this is my default organization, let's assume. So organization one I am treating as a platform org. Using organization one, I can add a new organization in my system, that is organization three. That I am treating it as NGO. Okay, so this is the steps what we have did in my implementation as well. That's why I'm explaining in this structure. So by default, there will be two organization. Then later we'll add one more organization called organization three, and I will treat that organization three as NGOs. Okay, NGO organization. Then NGO organization can add multiple NGOs in their organization. Okay, so this is a admin of organization, you can say, and they can add multiple NGOs. Cool. Then we have here organization two will be acting as my government. So we can call it as government body or government affiliated any independent body, which is important to onboard my bank. Using government can add their bank. Then why bank will come into the picture and where it is will be useful, that I'll explain later. But as of now, we have to understand there will be the bank for managing the funds and to make sure that all the operations with respect to money is happening in my ecosystem is regulated and compliant with the any government whatever we are trying to deal. Maybe we are implementing this in USA, Australia, or America, or in India, right, or in any other country. So to make sure that money related stuff is monitored properly, that's why we are adding government and bank in the ecosystem. So at the same time, using government only, the donor will get added. Why with the government? Because donors are mostly the citizens of any country, and citizens are always linked with their government, be it through their PAN card, through their Aadhaar card, voter ID, whatever it should be, right? So to make sure that this is a valid donor, so we have to make sure that who is putting fund in my ecosystem. So that's how this will work. And then how it is get benefited to the end consumer, that will be decided through NGO can redeem the fund directly, or they can transfer. And there will be the more complexity we can add going further. We can add the concept called vendors to buy the groceries or buy the assets from my another partner itself. So we can add another collaboration partners. We can add one more organization that is for future scope as a org 4, and we can call it as vendors, and vendors would be a separate organization. Then we can add multiple vendors, like the shopkeeper who sells the groceries, or some inventory partner who just provide the logistics or inventory for books, notebooks, or whatever, or for clothing partners, the one who sells the clothes only, or the another partner, the farmer who just sell the crops, maybe the grains or rice, right? This could be the another edge cases as a real implementation that we can do here as a futuristic goal. Cool. So here are some keynotes we need to know. So this is like something I considered while implementation of smart contract. All banks will get onboarded in bank organization. So it will get onboarded by the government, and then all NGOs and private funds will get onboarded through NGO organization, and with the NGO admin permissions, donor, beneficiaries, vendors, if we added, will get onboarded through government body, right? So that's how we consider this key point. And with this, for smart contract purpose, we have considered it as a ERC20 smart contract token for issuing the tokens, and then managing that tokens within the ecosystem. But here is a one quick keynote again. This is a private network, right? So when we are saying ERC20 token, so does it really mean I gonna use my Open Zeppelin ERC20 smart contract here? No, absolutely no, because that is my public blockchain environment. I cannot use that smart contract code directly here. That's written in Solidity. So we are using the structure. We are using the way it is written, right? The burn concept, the issue concept, issuance of token, the transfer of token, the concept we are using. We are not using the coding, whatever we did in the earlier actual, or we can say the public blockchain smart contract logic. That's implementation wise we are trying to use here. So yeah, this is all about today's video. See you in the next video. Hey everyone. So in today's video, we're gonna see the complete setup of setting up a virtual machine in GCP console, GCP cloud, and then we're gonna install our Node.js, Docker Compose, and we'll try to set up a basic test network as well. So let's get started. Here we can see we have to create any VM instance like EC2 instance for our requirement, right? So what I'll do, just create instance. We have to choose carefully. You can choose any reason. So I'll keep the by default one because those will be mostly the cheapest one. And what I'll do, we have to go to the I'll keep my instance as E2 medium with 2 CPU, 1 core, and 4 GB memory. So this is something a standard one, and the most simpler one. There are one more. It's like one micro one, more lesser than this, and 2 GB memory as well. But I think medium is fine as of now. So otherwise the VM will work so slow. So we don't want that, and because we want to run multiple complete network and organization. So I think this is fine. If it's not didn't work properly, then we'll see how to increase the space and all those things, right? But now most important, we need to change their Ubuntu. We have to set this system to Ubuntu. Now let's check. Yeah, Ubuntu I can see, and we'll set it to 24, the latest one. Okay, X2086. We'll use this one. Okay, persistent disk is like balanced persistent disk. That's fine. Memory size is 10 GB as of now, but let's try to give at least 50. Okay, because we are going to download the images and so on and so forth. So it's better to keep little bit space over there. Now let's see how much it's gonna charge us for this configuration. So it's going to be 29. That is something fine. $5 they charge for 50 GB balanced persistent disk. Okay, cool. So now this is most important thing, guys. Here, this is what I'm doing for demo. But if you want to set up VMs for production grade, that it should not be this simpler one. It should be high-end configurations. You have minimum recommended is 8 GB, 8 CPU plus 16 GB RAM, right, to run your network smoothly. But this is our demo purpose, and this I'm creating only for the course purpose. So once this course is recorded, done, everything is demonstrated, I'm gonna delete it straightforward. So yeah, that's how thing is. But if you have any questions for real deployment, then feel free to reach out. Now one more thing, you can give networking tag like allow this one, host name, it's fine, and security purpose, allow default access. Okay, advanced options, nothing. Okay, other things looks good. So and yeah, we can just create it. We don't need IP forwarding and all those stuffs. Oh shy, one point we missed, to rename this VM properly, but that's completely fine, I think. Now so what we need to do once we are done with the setting up things, first we will try to connect this VM with our VS Code to do SSH. So I'll try to connect this VM with my local system. Okay, so that first we're gonna see that. Okay, cool, I can see these things. But to connect these things, first what I will do, we'll check how things works here in GCP console directly doing SSH from here itself. We can click on this connect button, SSH button, and then it will pop up a terminal. You have to authorize this. Once it's authorized, it's my account only, and I'm logging from the same account, same user, so they'll authenticate it immediately. Now you can see, yeah, this Akshay Kurhekar already user is there. So it's empty now. What I gonna do now, most important thing, so straightforward, I gonna create one user over here. Okay, or let's do one thing. First we'll try to first I'll try to use this particular VM with this user itself. So how to do that? There are certain steps. What we need to do, we need to add our SSH key here. So let's first go inside that VM. Remember the steps, go inside VM. You can add a new SSH key, or if you have any already existing SSH key in your system, then you can use that. So do edit, scroll little bit down, and then look for SSH section. Yeah, I can see SSH section and there are two keys already added. So add your fourth key, which is from your local system. So how to get key from your local system? Simply let me give you, it's clear, and first redirect to your SSH folder and then do ls over there. You might see if already existing keys. If it's not there, you can create it easily. And then I gonna pick up my VM key. These are private, and with .pub is the public key. So simply cat your VM key .pub. Now this is what I gonna use. I'll copy this, I'll grab it over here and add it here. Cool. And just simply save it. Now, what do you need to do? You need to add these details in your VS Code config. So there is a one section called connect with host, then config SSH host, then config SSH. Here I gonna do configuration. So if it might be this file might be empty, or you might not have this file, so feel free to create the file. And I'm creating the fourth one. So I have already had few. So what I will do, I'll name this as blockchain project. Yeah, blockchain VM maybe. And then how to get this public IP? Let's go here and grab the public IP of our instance. So you can see here network interface section. I can see primary internal IP and there is external IP. External IP is nothing but your public IP. Okay, always remember external IP is your public IP. Or else simply you can go back. Once you click on VM instance, you can see your external IP here itself directly, right? Internal IP and external IP. External IP is your public IP. You have to grab that IP and paste it over here. Paste it here. Sorry, something here and here. So this is nothing but my VM name, instance name. You can give it anything, but I used to give some prefix for known and then the IP. So quickly identify my stuff. And then user. So we need to give user which is there inside my VM. So you have to grab this username, okay, because this VM has this user, and then we'll add this user here. Cool. And then you have to check the path. Yes, I have used the VM key only, but here you have to give the private keys path, not as the public key path. You have to give private key path, and it seems good. And I have autosave, so it's already saved. Now what you need to do, simply click on this again, connect to host, and now click on this. You can see you will populate this blockchain VM. Click on that. So now they will do the SSH from their side, and hopefully it should connect. They're asking for Linux. Okay, cool. Continue. It will take a minute to process and could not establish connection with this, permission denied. Okay, public keys permission is denied. That's completely fine. Now we'll try another method to do so. So what we're gonna do now, we'll create one more user within our system. Okay, so we have created a VM, right? So now we're gonna create a new user. Sorry, so to create a new user, where is my readme? Yeah, here is my readme file. So inside my readme, I have given a steps to create the new user. What we need to do, first we'll go inside VM and then we'll simply add new user, and then we'll change the permission to that user. So first we'll add new user with sudo permissions. They'll ask for the password. We'll give some unique password for this. I'm giving some password, you have to give it, and then just re-enter that password. Oh, might be I'm forgot. Try again. Yes, might be I put it something wrong. Okay, so you have to enter name. So let's give a user called Akshay, right? It's fine. Just some dummy data. Not required. Not required. Yeah, correct. So now user is added. So now you can check, just change that permission to this one. Cool. Now just switch the user. Yeah, we switched it. Okay. And now just create one folder called SSH. So what we gonna do? We gonna add our key over here. We'll add our, so we need to give we need to create, so this command inside this is my public key what I'm trying to add, right? That's, you can use it, and I think we are good with this. So what change I need to do? So we can go back in our configuration file. Instead of Akshay Kurhekar, that by default username, I'll give here simply Akshay, and I'll save it, and I'll try to open this again, and let's see. Now I'm trying to connect with the specific user in that VM. Let's see. Hopefully this should work. Yeah, I think it's working. Now I can see this windows got populated. Okay. Now let's wait for a minute to set things up. Yeah, I can see Akshay with the instance name. Cool. Yeah, good. Now we are inside the VM. Now what's our primary job? To install and to set up things here inside VM. Okay. So what we gonna do? We need to set up Node. Now just check, do we have Node -v here? No, we don't have. Do we have Docker? Docker hyphen version? No, we don't have. So we're gonna set those things one by one. So now first we'll set up Node.js, but with NVM package. Now let's do that. So this is a document which I have already created with the steps. Now they are asking for the password, of course, because we set this user as one password, right? But please remember that password. If you forgot that password, you're gonna you might need to create another user. Cool. Let's wait for to download all this stuff. Cool, download it. Now we don't need to do that. Just grab this, install nvm. Now we need to export the paths. Cool, exported. Now verify the nvm. Just simply do nvm list. Oh, sorry, not npm. It's nvm. Node version manager. We got it. Now do one thing. NVM install. Now we will install some Node.js. So we'll install 22 Node version, or we can install the latest with LST tag. Now we got the Node version with 22. Now we can see the list again. We might see the lengthy list and the default one set up as 22.0 to 22.20. Now if you check node -v, yeah, I can see that node is already installed. And then just check npm as well, npm -v. So yeah, npm is also there. Cool, good news. Now let's do the Docker installation. So Docker installation is also just below this. So what we need to do, just follow a few commands to install the Docker and Docker Compose. Remember, these commands is to install only on Ubuntu. So if you want to use Docker desktop or something like that. So in our previous playlist with EHR, there we have already seen how to set up things on WSL, right? If you want to do this setup in local, correct? But this is what we are doing inside in VM. So we don't need Docker desktop, right? Because we are not using Windows. Windows is for Docker desktop. Here we are using the VM, pure VM. There is no GUI. So that's how this works. Now let's see for the best. And now install. This is the last command to install. Update and install. Let's wait for a minute. Cool. After that, what we need to do, we just need to manage user Docker Compose. Okay, systemctl enable Docker, start Docker. We'll try to do this as well. Systemctl enable Docker, start Docker. Yeah, I think everything's look good. Now let's try to enable Docker. Yeah, synchronous. And just check Docker PS. Sorry. Docker PS is a command to list all the containers. Permission denied. So let me do this as well to start the Docker. Then now let's check Docker PS. Okay, so Docker is set up with sudo permissions. only. So we have to do like sudo docker ps. So now it's working. Okay. So this is how it works. So docker ps is working. You can check the version. So we have to do sudo docker hyphen version to check version, and then similarly we can check the version for docker compose as well. Docker compose, yeah. So I can see the version is not like that, but yeah, I can see the commands for the docker version as well. So now we are good with the setup, right? So things looks good. Now let's do one thing. We'll create a folder called here mkdir, our blockchain project, right? We have to set up network here. PROJCT project. Inside blockchain project, we'll clone our front end and other stuff later. But actually, one more thing, I'm using this virtual machine VM only for blockchain and backend stuff. Front end we're gonna run in our local system itself. Yeah. So in this project we're gonna connect our each and everything with the front end and Explorer as well. So all those things we'll do in the our Explorer. Might be I can do in backend, but yeah, I will see. But depend. But most of the front end work I'm gonna do in a local to optimize my VM usage, and the backend stuff where I required the complete Ubuntu. That's task only we're gonna do it on Ubuntu. Now let's move to this blockchain project folder, and let's create here one more script called installation script, right? So if you have followed earlier playlist, we have here install fabric script which I have already created as a script to for easy setup, where I don't need to VI. I don't have VI here. Okay, so maybe I have done nano. Okay, let it be. What I'll do, I'll just create things from here. Now I have Akshay here, open this one, say okay, and open our this folder in VS Code. Let's take the time to set it up. Okay, I think good. Yeah, I trusted this, man. It's my only. Now let's create install fabric sh. So here I'm trying to install all the required images and fabric sample repo for my project, right? So from my GitHub account, we can grab that script. So where it is, okay, where was it? It should be here. Yeah. So you can see Hyperledger Fabric base setup. Here is the install fabric script. So simply we can grab this complete script and paste it over here. Cool. Now open the terminal. As we have Docker and Node already installed, so it's good to run my script. But before running it, make sure to change the permission, because it's sh. We have to give the executable permissions over here. So simply chmod 777 simpler. Yeah. All right. So let's do like this. Install fabric.sh. Cool. Now let's wait to install, to clone all the images from the Hyperledger community. And then we got the permission issue. Yes. Why we got permission issue? Cool. I know, because it's trying to connect with the Docker, but Docker needs sudo permission to access, right? So what we need to do, always remember this thing. Parallelly, let's create readme as well here. We have to give sudo command and then install fabric to run, then it should work. If you have to give sudo, I need to give my password as well. Cool. Now hopefully it should work. Fabric network. First one is to install binaries. To do so, simple is this one. Cool. Now I can see we got the images over here, right? Pretty good output. So let's grab these output as well for our future references, right? Or just we can say here output. This is good to document stuff for our audience, right? So output it will give something like this, and you can check that even though in Docker as well, like here sudo docker images, because we downloaded the images. So now you can see whatever we stuff downloaded, each and everything should go here. So that's, you can cross verify is things properly set up here or not. Cool. Things looks good. Now what we need to do, you can see your fabric samples also got generated. If you can check it, we have all the default repositories over here, right? So ABC, basis, event, ledger, all those things. And most important for us is test network, right? Inside test network, there are network.sh file, right? This file is important to run network. These are basically a script to up your network and down your network, run the containers and all those things. Multiple things will be taken care over here, right? So what we'll do, we'll try to simply go into the fabric samples, test network work, and then ls, and let's try to simply run the test network called sudo sh up. Okay, let's see if we can able to run our basic network. Yes, immediately it got up, and I can see the uh, peer 0 org 2, peer 0 org 1, and orderer. Perfect, because my network is set up with two organization in by default, right? That we exactly know. In compose we can check uh how many organization it has set up over here, right? You can see ca org 2. We have not triggered the ca yet, and there are one more command to now we can check with sudo docker ps as well. If you do sudo docker ps hyphen a or a, you can see here this. Sorry for the disturbance. So this Diwali festive is going on, so people are cracking the crackers. Okay, sorry for that. Sudo docker ps hyphen a, you can see here. Yeah, network is running and up, so we can check few more things as well along with that. So we can try to run, or we can say I can create my network as well, and we can try to deploy the test chain code as well to make sure that everything is up and running, right? So you can refer to these slides, or I'll give you the updated slides, not an issue. So let me grab this command over here. Yeah, we have up the network. We can see run test network. These are the run test network commands. So now let's grab this command to create channel with CA using CouchDB as their storage database. Okay, first let me do clear. Let me little bit zoom in this one, and I'll paste my command. But remember to use sudo before this, otherwise it's not gonna work, because our Docker required sudo permissions to use, and all these things require Docker. Okay, now network is up already, and now this command is creating a channel. So that's what I did actually here. Create channel, called my channel name as my channel with CA as a certificate authority. Cool, cool, cool. Logs looks good. Logs looks good. Okay, okay, okay. Cool. Channel got created, and everyone org1 and org2 got joined to my channel. So if you clear this and do sudo docker again psa, you can see more containers. Now for CouchDB, you can see CouchDB, two more containers got created over here. And yeah, previously it was only one network orderer, but I can see now two more container over here. Okay, all are in up state. I hope so. Yes, all are in up. That is important. Now let's do one thing. We have our container ready. We have our network and orderer up. So let's check the deployment of Chaincode as well. So here is a command to deploy stuff on Chaincode. Don't worry, I'm as of now referring some other PPT, but we'll refer our ideal one. So let's give all this command in our README as well. So this is to up network. Up network is simply sudo network dot sh up. Damn. And then the second command is this one, dot sudo. And we did this command also to run create my channel, right? That is my second command. Cool. Now here is a catch. We can give any name called test01 or test09 something, and we are going inside Chaincode. So first we have to check the path whatever we are trying to do, is it correct? Okay, let's go there. So now currently I'm inside network token. Sorry, inside test network. Yeah, inside test network, if I came one directory out, I should see asset transfer basics. Yes, I can see that. Inside that, I should see chain code JavaScript. Chain code JavaScript. Yes, I can see it. Inside that, there should be a index directly, and this index should be pointing to the ideal chain code logic of lib. So here we are writing a chain code called asset transfer. So this is a basic functions over here, like init ledger samples to create operation, create asset, read asset, update assets, and all those things. Okay, so now that what exactly we gonna try over here to deploy the chain code. So this command we are running from sudo register one mismatch over here. This we are running from our test network directory. We have to remember that, otherwise that can be a challenging. Make sure to run the command from the correct path. I run it from the trust test network. Sorry, I ran it from the test network. Now, what exactly it will happen? It will first create a package inside test network of that chain code. Yeah, test 01, and this it's gonna install on the network. Install on the network. Install on organization 1 and organization 2. Now let's see, that's the peer lifecycle chain code install. This on organization command is going on. Let's see, hope for the best. Like 90% we are good. We are set with the network, and network is up and running. Now just I'm trying to test the end-to-end life cycle of my infrastructure. So I don't need to worry about any other configuration if this works. If even though this doesn't work, we need to check there might be the problem with the CA certificate authority or something like that. But let's first wait to complete this process. And in this process, as I've already covered, we're gonna check how to add multiple organization as well. In EHR playlist, we have only 2 organization. Here we're gonna use 3 organization, and here we're gonna use multi-level, or we can say multi-file smart contract instead of single file smart contract based chain code based things. So we will try to increase our complexity a little bit over here, and yeah, to get more understanding of our core concepts. Cool. Let's get this sorted first. Yeah, sometimes it takes little time, and it depends on the performance as well, as we have already taken the basic one. So it's taking a little longer. It's taking a little longer time than the expectations. Let's check the Docker. Sudo docker ps. Can see the Docker node env 2.5. Okay. Chain code stuff is not ready. Yeah, cool. No, I think it's there. Installing chain code on peer 0 org1 using org1, organization 1. We can check logs as well. So let's try to check log of any one of the organization. So it's trying to install it on org1, right? So let's check the org1's log. This is org2, this is org1, this is their container IDs. We can grab that container ID. We can do sudo docker logs and then container ID. So we can check the logs. Failed to invoke chain code. I can see the error inside this. There are some issue inside. Yeah, simulate proposal, failed to invoke chain code lifecycle, error, timeout expired while executing transactions. So as I expected, wait for exit. So there might be some issue with the chain code, or might be the way they are setting the proposal. Okay, so we can debug this later, but the good part is chain code is getting an added inside. At least we are getting some logs to make sure that simulation is failing. Failed to execute transaction. This error, sending timeout expired while executing transaction. Not to worry much. So we're gonna solve this error in the next class. Thank you. Okay, perfect. Hi guys. So in this video, we're gonna see how to install the chain code. In previous video, we got some errors, right? So we're gonna solve all those things, like what was the issue and let's get start to set up our network. So what I did after that video, just we shut down our network, and this is a simple command to close our network. Like you have to be in Fabric sample test network directory, and then you have to do sudo network as such down. Cool. So this will down our network. So what it will do, it will close first, it will stop your containers, it will stop, and then it will remove your containers, and it if any volumes are there or any network created, these all are Docker components. Okay, volume is the data they will store for running those containers. They'll erase everything. Okay, cool. So my network is down now, so I'll show you with sudo docker ps command as well. Sorry, sudo docker ps, nothing is running here. Okay, now let's try to run a network. So this might be the repetitive step, but it's good to follow these commands. You should also understand what are the steps to set up our network. Cool. Our network is up. I can see the containers. Now let's create the channel. We're gonna create a channel and onboard our organization. Organization got created. Orderer got created. We'll onboard this organization on our channel. The channel name is my channel. Cool. Now the channel is getting onboarded. Okay, my channel one got joined the channel. You can see, I can see the logs over here. Parallelly, when we see these logs, they'll generate their cryptogens as well. If you want to see that, I can show you. It's inside. I hope you can check this sidebar. If you go inside test network and inside test network organization, order org and peer org. So these all things, order organization, peer organizations got generated now in runtime. You can see org1, org2. When we down this network, it will get removed. Or these are mostly the auto generated and cryptogens as well. They'll generate not this one. I think some other artifacts also get generated in runtime in channel artifacts. Yeah, these all channel artifacts. You can see the MSP block. These are block config and all those things. Membership service provider stuff will get generated dynamically. This is important to understand. Now, cool. Our script is done. Now it's good time to uh, start our command. So first, what we'll do, let me just go a little bit up, clear this, and show you again the Docker containers. We'll use a hyphen A to show all the containers to check if there are any containers getting into exit state or not. It's up, 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 up. Okay, cool. So now I have my couch GB as well as my ledger got generated when we onboard the channel. So our ledger will also get added into the network. Now what we need to do, we need to deploy our chain code on organization, on both the organization, on peer 0 and peer 0 of org1 and peer 0 of org2. On both the channel will get deployed. Okay, so let's do this way. I'll run this command, and parallelly I'll show you the Docker as well. So this is a command to run the install the chain code, right? So what we need to do, this command is pretty simple. We are triggering the deploy cc's deploy chain code script, and then from there I'm passing the chain code name as test chain code. Then the path where that chain code is stored, it's asset transfer basics slash chain code javascript. So let's check that. That's what I already showed in last video. So here it is exactly. Okay, assets transfers basic inside that chain code JavaScript, and then here should we have package.json and index.js. Previously, I was facing some dependency issues with respect to Node.js, but it got resolved. Okay, now let's see. And then C-CCAL is nothing but the which chain code language you are using. I'm using JavaScript. Feel free to use another one. We have we have four options here: Go, Java, JavaScript, and TypeScript. TypeScript is also one of the language we have here separately for writing chain code. So I'm using JavaScript as of now. Cool. So now let's go and hit this command. Now what it will do, it will first create a package, right? It will create a package, and that package we can see inside network. You can see install lifecycle, installation, submit install proposal. Yeah, installation happens successfully on org1 peer 0, and approval is going on, right? So these all are endorsement policies. They need to approve the chain code. They will simulation in nothing but they'll run that smart contract, each and every method inside the simulation environment, and they'll just check, is it a correct smart contract or not? Is there any malicious use case or something going syntactically, semantically wrong? And they'll validate it and they'll approve it. Now we are good. We got our approvals and our chain code is deployed. Perfect. Now let's check our logs again. Let's check the containers. Now you can see more containers over here. See, I have a lot of containers now. So very first is this is a long name. You can see two containers. It's up 23 seconds ago. It's recently got up. So this is my test chain code container. You can see test chain code example appear to org2. This test chain code is related to org2 chain code, and this one is related to org1 test network, right? So we have here two different containers. Now let's quickly check the log of our chain code. So I'll grab the chain container ID. We'll do sudo docker logs and then paste container ID. Now I can see here the logs. See, peer address, and then generate all data, creating new chain code support client for the peer communication. Successfully it's got registered and it's ready to use. Establish communication with peer node, state transfer to ready, right? Established, now it's ready. So now it's ready to use. So on next video on, so most important thing, these all we are talking about setup as of now. We have not did any development. This is the sample thing what we got. We are trying to use it. So because it's very important to have the infra and setup ready. If we don't, we will struggle in setup. In development, when we design the new smart contract logic or we onboard multiple organization in our setup, it's gonna cause a lot of problem, right? So it's always good to have the basic infra completely smoothly running ready. Now let's quickly check the log of one more container, which is peer video. So yeah, so see, if you observe these peer logs properly, you will get to understand each and every step what is happening under the hood. gRPC server is communicating, and on that we are talking about, they are communicating with the gossip protocol on with the another organization. Validate transaction, anchor peer transaction, join channel, channel joining transaction, gossip stream, sending the gossips to the another peer, right? With this committing the transaction and committing to the ledger, waiting for exit, all the install the chain code. You can see installation chain code, call chain code, call chain code, create database if not exist. So this all if you read these logs one by one, you will understand what exactly happening under the hood. So whatever theoretically we always used to say, the chain code life cycle is first it will going to package, then it will going to install, it will going to get approved, it will create a transaction, that transaction get validated by the peers, and then it get committed into the ledger. All those things you can observe here very properly, right? So this is all in today's video. Excited for more deeper dive. Cool. See you in next video. Okay, cool. So in this video, we're gonna see how to add new organization in our existing network, right? So we have already seen setting up our network and installing chain code as well. Now we're gonna see how to add third organization. Initially, we have two organizations in our compose file, right? If you check our compose file, we can check docker compose. There is a network.sh we have here, right? Which is docker compose files from compose, and there are multiple docker and other docker YAML files as well. So we can check, if you check any file called testnet, you can see here services is nothing but the containers. There is peer 0, org1, org2. we can see only two organizations here, right? So this is my default setup. That's what we use. So our use case is what is trying to demonstrate today here. We have network setup ready with two organization. Now we will add third organization in my running network. The network is in my running state, so I'll onboard the new third organization. So that is something very important use case for our project. Okay, so now let's try to do that. So here, let me go to the README file. The steps will be similar. Now, previously we used to do called my channel, and then they will join that channel as well. They, in the sense, the organization 1 and organization 2. So what we're gonna do, we will first up our network. That's what we usually do. And then after that, once my network is up successfully, then I'll add a new organization. So in meantime, I'll show you what exactly we are following here. Let me zoom in a little bit more for much better clarity and visual. So in my sidebar, I'll show you the, if we go inside test network itself, there is one folder called add org3. So this is what we're gonna use for our adding organization. So you can see here add org. So there are scripts, it's already mentioned. There is one readme file as well. So if you check readme file, they have mentioned what commands you have to use to add the organization. Yes, I can see so many containers. Let me zoom out a little bit so you can see all the containers. So see, checking container is a very key important task. This will give us confidence and clarity. Is our setup going in the right direction or not? So see, you can see peer 0 org1, peer 0 org2, then orderer, then couch db1. This is for peer 0, for org2, and couch db0 is for org1. And then I can see ca org2 and ca orderer and ca org1. We use a flag ca -ca and then couchdb. So this is the certificate authority which got spin up with that. So when and how this certificate authority is coming into picture, that we gonna see in later stage. But as of now, understand certificate authority is something which is managing the certificates and outside world access with respect to my peers. Okay, so that is something as of now you need to know. Now what we need to do, we need to switch to the another terminal. Let me just clear my terminal. So this is my whole terminal itself. I have changed the directory to add org3. I just went into add org3. Here I need to run some commands. So let me check my readme. So these commands already there in our repo in readme file, you can check. So first we have mentioned here some keynotes. If you want to add a new organization, you have to do cd add org3, and then here we have to grab this command to run our network. Now let's see what happened. Okay, sometime happens. Cool. Now organization 3 creation got started. You can see network compose default created container org3. Yeah. Now I can see the logs. It's creating. Good, good, good. Now first they'll create org3, create artifacts, generate the artifacts, and then join the channel. So all things have happened properly. Now first check, immediately checks our Docker container again. Let's do Docker ps-a, and now see our Docker containers. Cool. Now I can see peer 0 org3 is there, couch db4 I can see, and then ca org3 also I can see. Perfectly fine. This is what I'm expecting. These 3 new containers will spin up. You can see 23 seconds ago, 24 seconds ago, we got new 3 containers. So each organization is connected with 3 containers. Okay, this is ca, couchdb, and organization. This comes in a single entity or single organization. Okay, so this is now we can check the logs as well. If you go and check the log, so previously also we have did the same thing, sudo docker logs, then we have to paste our container id, check the logs. Cool, I can see gossip stream, all those things. Okay, 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 cool. There is no error, all looks good. Now what is our important task is we onboarded the organization 3 in our channel, but now important is to install Chaincode as well, right? So what I did, previously we used to deploy Chaincode on only 2 organization, right, in default setup. So before moving ahead, just one quick thing with respect to adding organization. So most important is please go through these scripts. Very important, add org3.sh, where it will give understanding what exactly happening. See, we have these three commands: up, down, generate. So we did add organization up with -ca and couchdb flag, right? So what exactly it's doing, they will trigger this add organization function, and uh, they'll do a lot of operations. They'll first generate the cryptogens, then let me show you here. So please go through the scripts. This is very important. Got it, this one. If you read this particular function, you'll going to understand what exactly happening. They'll check the artifacts if this is network already created, if network is up. If network is not up, they'll generate the cryptogens, peers, all those stuff, good stuff, right? And then they'll define the that organization, and they'll join that organization as well. So we can check here in organizations, there is a peer organization. Read the folders here. So I don't have permission to look into it directly here, but if you go inside sudo mode and if you do ls over here, you can see all the three folders inside peer organizations. Okay, so now let's move to our chain code deployment, right? You know that this is again for testing purpose. I want to make sure that our infra is not breaking after adding the new organization as well. So what we need to do when we deploy chain code, first we are actually triggering deploy cc script over here. So let's move to the inside test network. There is a folder called scripts. Inside scripts there is a folder called deploy cc. For reference, I have kept the old one. So if I show you the old deploy cc is deploy chain code. So just a quick observation. I know it's little technical, but you don't need to understand it completely. So see, just from the observation point of view, we can see that I can see the scripts only for install chain code on peer 0 org1 or peer 0 org2. There is nothing called org3. And again, this is for 1.1. And then with respect to policies, right, endorsement policy and approvals, recommitness, it's only for org1 msp and org2 msp, right? So this is a strict script. Actually, these all things we can do from CLI container or from terminal as well. But to optimize our process and to speed up the things, we have generated the scripts, that the Hyperledger community itself generated the scripts in a proper way. So we need to update this if we are adding new organization. That's what I'm trying to show here. And this is a long script with one and using organization 1 and organization 2, but I made your life easy with updated this script with respect to organization 3 as well. I've added the things which needs to be there. Let's say when we are talking about policy, we need to approve the policy one by one. Here we are taking approvals from all the org1 org2 org1 org2 org1 org2. Then later we are taking approvals from org1 org2 org3, like that, right? So that's how what we are doing here one by one. Cool. So now it's time to install our chain code, correct? So I've updated the script, so feel free to look into the scripts as well. So there is a few steps involved in deployment of chain code. That's what I already mentioned in the previous video, that what we called as chain code lifecycle. First we have to package the chain code, then install the chain code, right? Then we have to approve the chain code, then we have to check commit the readiness. Check commit readiness will be there, so which will be again the part of approval itself. We'll check their readiness, is it ready or not. Once it's approved, we'll commit that particular chain code, and then we'll invoke that chain code. Okay, so these are the three steps. Sorry, these are the few steps with respect to chain code lifecycle. That's what we're gonna do over here. Now let's do that. Everything is up and running, so let's grab our script again. Where is the command to install? This is my same command. There is no change in deployment script of chain code. It will be same. Now let's go up. Let's wait for to create the cool. It will take a few seconds. Yeah, I can see few things are coming up. Cool. Now you can see this is important part. We have already did the lifecycle query installed part. It's got triggered, and then checking the approval part. This is pretty important one. Okay, it's taking the policies. Cool. True, false. Perfect. So it's reached organization 3 as well. Everything is getting true. Nice. Now here we are talking about readiness. Yeah, hitting the transaction. Perfect. Now this is almost done. Chain code definition got approved and then query committed as well. Okay, cool. Perfect. So everything is fine, I think. Now we all good. Uh our chain code, my chain code name is test chain code on channel my channel with version 1.0 and sequence as 1. So sequence and version is also something which is very important. That again we'll look in some other video, the importance of this. But please remember that we have chain code name, my channel is the common layer where we have deployed chain code, all the organization inside my channel itself. And these are the approvals we got. Org1 MSP. MSP is membership service provider, which is represented for Org1, Org2, and Org3. Now, again, we have to do same jobs. We have to check our Docker containers. Now we have here should we have more three containers. Why more three containers? Because each chain code is going to deploy on each organization. They have their own ledger in the sense their own couchdb is nothing but the ledger storage. So this is, you can see, I have dev0 peer0 org1 example.com test chain code, and 1.0 is my version, and here is my hash of that particular blockchain particular chain code. So this is what I can see now. Org1, org3. Perfect. I can see three containers over running here perfectly fine, which is spring just 50 ago. Cool. So now we have everything up and running properly. So now it's we need to check how to invoke these chain codes and all those things. We're gonna see that in our next video. Thank you so much. If you have any doubts, feel free to comment. Hey, hi there. Welcome back on our playlist. So in this video, what we're gonna do, we'll understand our use case properly. Although I have given the overview in the very first, but I think this is a good time to understand our use case in detail and figure out the complete stakeholders in our system and who is doing what. That's very important. So I have jotted down here total three organization, as I mentioned, right? First organization will be my platform. We will call, I have list in terms of MSP. MSP is like simple membership service provider. So MSP is responsible for managing my overall organization level credential, role based, access based management, roles assigning, generating credentials, and allowing the new users in the platform. So this is bind with the respective organization. Each organization will have their own MSP, membership service providers. Okay. They will manage the all overall members and peers in the network within the organization. So what we're gonna do, we have here overall three organization. First one will be my platform MSP. Why platform MSP? It's like I've set up my whole network. So one organization is specifically for platform related task. Let's say I want to add new organization, or if I want to remove any organization, or any chain code level operation I have to do, or any some configurations I have to do at network level. So that where my this primary organization will come into the picture. Okay, so that's how I'm calling it as platform MSP. But we can give a real naming convention as well with respect to use case. Maybe the government MSP could be this one, or the bank MSP. Anyone. It can be anyone, right? Just for the clear understanding, that's why I'm given as a platform MSP for or Guan. So see, I'm not changing the name of default setup. So we're gonna use the same Fabric sample setup here itself, okay? But with the proper structured way, where we are aligning the things with our use case, whatever the stuff we want in the network, right? Let's say now I want my platform, my overall stakeholder is here: platform MSP, government MSP, and NGO MSP. Okay, so three organization will be there: uh, platform, government, and NGOs. What is the role of platform? To add new organization, right? So basically by default, there will be only two organizations. So what I'm doing extra here, I want to add org3 as well. So to add org3, what I'm gonna do, we'll use org1 to add org3, right? That's why I'm calling it as platform. So the responsibility of platform org1 is to add new organization. Now I have added org3, but we can add org4, 5, 6, 7, and number based on our requirement. Cool. So this is what we need to understand here. Now my second organization. Second organization is my government. So what government is going to do? Government can create the admin, of course, to access any organization. The primary task is we need to create the admin certificate. Cool. So we'll create a admin certificate for government. Now government can onboard the bank and the government user. Okay. So here we created the government admin. Using government admin, we are onboarding the banks completely or bank users, or and then we can say that government user. In our case, we are assuming there will be only one bank. So let me now explain you the little deeper the use case, what exactly I'm trying to achieve here. Uh, as you have understand so far, we are building the blockchain based donation tracking system, or we can say charity tracking system, something like that. So here our ultimate agenda is to uh, onboard the NGOs to create the funds. So NGO can create the fund, donors can donate the money, whatever they want to donate. Then beneficiary will get benefited with that money. That is the how traditional works, right? So what we are adding complexity and how we are simplifying the process. Using blockchain, we are adding two important key roles here. First one is the governance body that we called it as government, and the second one is the bank who is taking care of my all the compliance part, and all the money related transaction will be taken care of by the bank. So what is exactly happening here? There will be one organization as government will be get onboarded in the platform, so they can onboard the bank, maybe SBI bank or any private bank or public bank they can onboard. Now the bank responsibility is to make sure that they are issuing the token against whatever the donation is happening, right? So we have onboarded the NGO as well. What NGOs do? NGO will create the, this is the NGO admin, right? Org 3 is like NGO admin. They can register the multiple NGOs. Then respect to NGO, what they will do, they will create a fund, and based on that fund, uh, creating fund is like they will create with the target key, this is the amount what I required, or this is something help I've required, right? So we are not directly doing the direct money transaction here. What we are doing, we are using the concept of tokenomics here. So whenever someone is donating, so let's say as a donor, I registered as a donor as well. So admin user can do that. So basically for registering donor is open, but it will get added through org2 admin users permission. They can onboard themselves as a end user, as a donor. When I onboarded donor in my ecosystem, so first I can see the overall funds available there, or where I want to give the charity, or we have to donate. So specifically if I click on any fund, then I'll put my money, and then the bank transaction will happen here. Okay, so we are not directly doing my crypto transaction. Cool. This is very important because we are talking about closed environment, and in private blockchain, crypto transaction doesn't work directly. Very important point. Crypto transaction doesn't work directly in the private blockchain or Hyperledger Fabric. Cool. They have their own infrastructure. If you want to use public crypto transaction directly, you need to use the public blockchain for that. So what we have alternatively doing here, because we want everything regulated and compliant, at the same time transparency as well. So we have did here little smarter move. Whenever donor is donating, so that donation, when they are transferring any money, that money will go to the bank, right? It's a compliant one, RBI governed one. So it will go, that fund will go inside bank will issue the token against the fund. So we have donated for uh let's say school, for education purpose. If I donated, if someone in NGO is promoting and helping the regional students for better education for them, we are giving the money. I have given the 10,000 rupees. That against 10,000 rupees, that token will get issued to that fund provider or fund creator. That's how I have mapped it. So it will get issued against that, but issued from the donor. It will have the timestamp ki kisne kiya, like who has created that and for whom it is created. Okay, then that fund got created and issued that token to that particular individual. Now they can remit that token and issue the fund from the bank itself directly. So that is how we are trying to map it. If you have not understood properly, don't worry. We're gonna spend a lot of time on drafting our smart contract and all those things. You'll get things clear very soon. Let's understand the overall users in our use case as well. So as I mentioned, we have org1, org2. So org1 will act as an admin, pure admin. Then org2 will act as a government admin. And government admin can onboard the government user, and government admin can onboard the bank user. That's what I mentioned over here. And government admin itself can onboard the donor. But government admin don't need to onboard donor directly from their scripting side. So this is like government user cannot onboard themselves. Only government admin can onboard government user, and government user can do only login part. They cannot sign up themselves. Same, bank cannot sign up themselves. They can only sign in. But donor can sign up or sign in. Matlab they can register over there and they can log in into that after register. Similarly, here is my NGO admin. NGO admin is someone, org3 admin, where they can onboard multiple NGOs. So here, with the NGO permission only, you can get multiple NGOs onboarded. Now, this is I created based on my understanding purely. I have not did much market research over here, how it fits with the real use case. But this is what I understood as per my knowledge. I have created and assigned this. I have created this chronology or user base, right? But feel free to modify it. Feel free to tweak it with respect to your use case. That's completely fine. Just you have to make sure that when we are designing a smart contract, you have to map all these users accordingly. Cool. So what operations org1 can do? Let's quickly try to understand that. Org1 can add new organization, example 3 4, right? And org2, government MSP, or org2 can register the donor, get the donor, register bank, get all bank, or get bank specifically, get all banks, get all NGOs. Yes, government, we are trying onboarding the regulatory body, right? So whatever the NGOs got onboarded, we can fetch all that NGOs as well, and then get all donors and get all donor donations by donor as well. Whatever the donations did by donor, that also we can track. So these all the functionality we can track, and what much we can do. So with respect to bank user, now org2 has a bank user as well. Then what a bank user can do? Bank user can issue the token, transfer the token, okay? And at the time of remedy, when they want to remit that token, or when we want to burn that token, they'll get the money directly. That is also one operations we can do, but that is not I have added as of now in my logic, okay? Because that's, I'm assuming it will be more like uh, in person going into the bank and then that hitting that transaction part. So that is I have kept as of now as open. Then org2 MSP is like again a donor. What donors can do? Donor can donate and get all funds. So this is a basic operation. They can check all the funds and then whatever they like they can donate into it. So org3 operations. So NGO one, that is very important one. So what NGO can do? Okay, so very first we have to register the NGO. So register NGO part and get the NGO details. So admin user. NGO has two part, right? Admin user and normal NGO user. So admin user can register the different users and get their NGO details. And the NGO users, the ones after registering as a XYZ NGO, then I can create a fund, get the funds, close fund, and add the expenses as well. Whatever the expenses is happening when I'm spending it. So what are the expenses making it? Then this particular NGO can remit the token, because the action should perform from his or her side, from the NGO, instead of doing that same thing from bank. But this is something contradictory. You can say that, yeah, bank, if issuing this token is issued by a bank, so redeem can be happened by the bank, or burning of that token can be happened by bank. But actually we are not burning token. We are just making sure that whatever the token this NGO user has or fund creator has, they are using it. So this token can be used either in bank, and in my future scope I'm thinking to add the vendors capability as well as, or a different service providers, right? Let's say few people might require some IT service, so we can act those as a vendor here. Few people needs within the NGOs, this concept, they need a food, they need a groceries, they need inventory management, they need another transport facilities. So many things, operational things we might require. This all can be categorized as a vendors, right? And this token, instead of getting token from bank as a real money, they can transfer that token, because everyone in a same system. So they also have a same equal value, whatever the token they are issuing. Let's say if I issue 10,000 as a donation money, I can get a 10,000 token against as one token rupee equivalent to 1 rupee, something like that. That's what I'm assuming. So that's why that token can be get transferred or remit to the individual vendor and all those things. That's a complex logic, and that's a good thing. So this was getting lot of complexity. So I thought to limit it little bit and just give a hands-on, right? So it has endless use cases, but this is what we are doing with respect to NGO. So yeah, This is all about today's video, and we'll see more complex logic in next video. Thank you so much. Jai Hind. Hey, hi there. So in this video, we're gonna see first smart contract logic, and then we'll set up our stuff in GCP instance, whatever we have created earlier, right? So in last video, we saw we three organization, how many stakeholders in our complete project and what they are doing, right? As we know, we are using uh, government organization, platform organization, and then third one is my NGO organization to manage all the NGO stuff and all those things, correct? So similarly, let me explain you the first smart contract logic as well. Although I have already explained in the previous video, but just explaining things in a pretty little detailed with respect to endpoint or with respect to the functions. That's what exactly we're gonna create here. The smart contract logic is like we have a donor, right? Donor in the ecosystem who is going to donate the fund. NGO is NGO we can call it as NGO or private fund creator, the one who can create the fund in my ecosystem, right? And then we have a bank to maintain my money and then issue the token against that money and then remit that token money once we remit that token and give back money to the fund creator who had that tokens, whoever has that token, right? So all these operations we have to segregate it properly with respect to their use case, correct? So what I did actually, I've created the user persona. Let's say user, what user operation is happening here, then fund. So this is my actually smart contract name. As I mentioned in the beginning of this playlist, we gonna create multi-level smart contract. Okay, when I say we gonna create multi-level smart contract, is like I gonna write different logic in my different smart contract. So I have here overall 3 smart contracts. So first is my users. Users is my smart contract name, that what we gonna define. So inside users, what we gonna do, we will give a generic functions. Okay, we'll create a function to register NGO, but who can call it? Only NGO MSP or NGO organization can use this register NGO function. Specifically, NGO admins can call that function. Okay. Then get NGO, anyone can call that function based on the NGO ID. Register donor. So who can call this register donor? Only the okay, yeah, registered donor can be called by anyone. As I defined, like registered donor is nothing but signing up in my portal as a donor. So donor is my end user, and it can be done by anyone, right? So get donor is also can be anyone. Register bank. Now this is something sensitive operation. How you are registering bank. So this can be done only by government MSP. Okay. So I have defined here all these things in README. You can check it out here. No, inside this is inside test network where I have defined it. Is this the one? Oh, I defined it. I think it's inside Node SDK, and then here readme. Yeah, it's inside Node SDK. So, uh, what else we are doing here? We are registering donor, get all donors, register bank. Only government can register it. Get bank by ID. Then this is the very important functions what we are doing as a admin operation. These all are government operation. As a government user can perform certain operations. Let's say get all banks. How many banks I have onboarded? Get all NGOs and get all donors. Right. So this will give us a complete statistics like how my dashboards or how my system is performing and how many user different persona we have in my system. So this is these all are the operation of one contract called users. Okay, then we gonna create a second smart contract called fund contract. So where we are creating the fund, and this is for NGO operations mostly. So what operations we gonna do here, I'll go in detail in a minute, but here what we are doing, create fund by NGO MSP. Then second thing is they can donate, don't, and this operation can be called by anyone in the sense actually the donor one can call. But here we have thought through banks can be also donor bank users, because ultimately those are end client, they have emotions, they can be sensitive, right? So donor can be anyone. It could be a government employee, it could be a bank employee, it could be a normal citizen. So just they have to register itself as a donor and then they can act as a donor, right? So I have not given much permission for donor to perform any task. Ad expenses. So ad expenses is something which only NGO org can do. So what exactly they are doing, they are adding their spender ID, and spender is nothing but my vendor, the against. So don't worry about as of now, we'll explain while writing the smart contract. Get fund, so get the fund, the list of funds, and then they can uh, subscribe to it, or they can donate on that particular fund, right? So close fund, this is very important function. So once we reach the target to that fund, maybe 90% we collected the amount, or maybe 100%, or maybe 80% we collected the amount, and the duration is gone, now we don't need it, so they can close it. And that closing operation can be done from government MSP or maybe NGO MSP. Okay, based on the observation. Why government? So they will observe, and if some NGO is trying to collect the money unnecessary or without any reason, then they can close the fund, something like that, to maintain the sensitivity and the operational task in the ecosystem. So get all funds by NGOs. What NGOs? How many funds help is needed by this XYZ NGOs? So we can do that particular filtering and sorting part as well. So these are normal operations, and get all donations by particular donor. We can figure out how many donations is given by these individuals, to make sure that there is not happening any scam, or if as a donor we want to give a operation. So on my portal I want to know how many donations I have did in past 1 year, so I can call this API or call this particular function. This is chain code function to get those details, and it's called by the donor from mostly this is gonna used in donor UI. That's what I have already commented here. So this is all about my second smart contract called fund contract. Then we have the token smart contract. Inside token smart contract, we are doing three most important operations. First one is issue token, and this can be done only by the bank. This operation is called by the bank. And then transfer token. Transfer token is again called by the bank. And then remit token can be called by the NGO MSPs. NGOs means NGO organization users. So this remit token they can call, but ideally for later stage when we are exploring this or making this product in a real use case, it could be a NGO, it could be a vendors. As I have mentioned in last video, we can add multiple vendors, service provider, inventory management peoples, and all those things. So they, if they are getting tokens from my fund creator to the vendor, then vendor can also remit that token in bank. So that also we have to consider as a one edge case over here. So this is all about our three smart contracts. So this is a three, you can say three files, different smart contract logic. So that we're gonna deploy it in a single smart contract on my so you can collect it. It's like thing like this is all our individual acting as a smart contract, and using this smart contract we'll build a one chain code, and that chain code we're gonna deploy it in my ledger for each and every organization to make it work. Cool. So now what we'll do, we'll go quickly to my GCP and we'll try to open my instance. So that's what I have shown you now. The repository is found from my local. Now let's go to VMs, that what we have already created. So for time being I was just stopped it. So now let's check how things are working. Just I want to uh to when I was figuring out the project stuff, so I stopped that VM. Now it's good time to restart our VMs. So where are my VMs? Let me check. Let's go to the dashboard itself. If you are not much familiar with the GCP, not to worry, it's not mandatory to use GCP in this particular project. So I just individually want to explore how this complete instance works, and I want to give the you guys as well the flavor, like how you can utilize your resources properly in GCP as well. And I instantly want to understand how much it cost me to build this whole project on basically if I want to deploy it in a real world use case, right? So that's why is again one reason I used here. And of course, but now where is my VM? Let me, I think it's compute engine. So this is the VM instance what I have created earlier, and this instance status is in stopped state. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we'll just simply start it. We'll say start and resume, and yeah, let's start it and let's see what happened now. Failed to start instance, please don't say this. I have my lot of work here. This API method require billing to be enabled. Please enable billing on this project. Okay, this is already enabled, guys. Billing, don't say like this. Okay, let me try refreshing. Billing was already enabled here. Let's start it from here. Yeah, sorry, the server was not available to fulfill your request. Why? Retry. Okay, let me stop our video for a minute and let me check my billing section. What's going wrong there? Hey, hi guys. Welcome back to our YouTube video. So, in last video, we got some issue when we are trying to start our instance. We were getting some billing issue. The issue was like I stopped this VM, right? And I have only one this resource utilization over here. So when I stopped it, I stopped it for a longer time. I didn't get chance to open it and rework on the same VM. So that billing account got closed. It was not in an active stage. So that's why when I'm trying to restart it from here, it was not allowing me to start it again because my billing was stopped. Cool. So what I did, how I fixed it, I tried to verify my account or I tried to pay the bill, but the bill was not that too much to pay me, so that I didn't cross that threshold because I have auto pay set up over here. So once it's crossed that threshold, it's automatically get deducted from my credit card. Okay, so that's how it's maintained, billing here. Maintained in that way, and if it crosses too much bill, then you have to pay it explicitly. So let's say if I have billing limit to 10K or 15K, right? So then if your cloud is billing around 10K or 15K, it will get automatically deducted from your account. But if your cloud bill is more than 10K or 15K, like it's 20K, it won't get deleted. It will mail you and it will generate an invoice for you to pay that bill. Okay. So that's how it works. So, yep. The main problem, how I fixed it, I created new billing account. So there is one billing section over here. If you go, you can simply type billing. You'll get billing section, billing account. So here I created new billing account, and then from there I created that. So I'm not sharing my billing accounts details. So that's pretty important one. So you can create and then it will get started. So this is just I'm giving you. If you ever faces the same issue when you stopped your VM and trying to restart it again, so that could be the one potential reason for it. Okay, so now cool, I can see my VM is started. So what to do you now once you started your one VM after a while? Okay, so very first let's check that if everything is properly running there in VM or not, right? And most important point, now my IP got changed. Previously my IP was different, now my IP is different because when it stopped they removed the external IP because they're gonna charge it for it, and it's for serving the internet. So they'll stop that external IP. Internal IP is for internal communication purpose, to connect the VM, right? So whatever the communication happen internally within the VM, that's where internal IP will come into the picture, and external IP is for VM to cloud and side, so other internet to that cloud they can use, and then where your DNS and routing will come into the picture for external IP as well. So my IP got changed. That's the one thing when I restarted it. And now let's try to do SSH here. Let's try to log in into it. So just click on this SSH connect button. So there are two ways to log in. Just we have already explored this. I'm logging it from my VS Code as well. But before going into the VS Code, I just want to cross check quickly, is everything running properly in my VM or not? So that's how I'll going to click on SSH. First, I'll check my user exists there or not, and is my repo set up there properly. So I have my one user called Akshay over here. So what I will do, su-akshay. This will navigate. Yeah, of course, they're gonna ask me password for that user. So I'll simply type my password. Yep, I'm into inside Akshay user. Now you can see previously it was Akshay-Kurhekar. Now it's simply Akshay. So I've inside that, and I can see after doing ls. I hope my screen is properly visible. After doing ls blockchain-project, I can see if I go inside blockchain-project. Yeah, everything is there. Node SDK, Fabric samples, and install script along with the README. So I can see that, yeah. So for better cross check, you can try any Docker command. So I'll try to check is my Docker image is there or not. Again, they are asking me password. Okay. Yes, my Docker images are also here. So we are using Fabric 2.5, the latest one, and everything is up to date. Okay. So now I confirm that yes, things are in good state. So what I will do, I'll just exit from here and I'll try to log in is this same stuff from my VS Code. So what we'll do, we'll exit, we'll log out from that user and then simply we can close it. That's it. It got exited. Now let's go to our VS Code. So in my VS Code, when I'm trying to log in it, I'm facing some issues. Connection didn't connected. The reason is my IP is changed now, right? So I have to fix this. So how to fix this? Just you have to go to your SSH file, connect to host, just close it. Now we have to go to SSH file. By the way, where is that SSH file? Maybe here we'll get yeah, configure SSH. So we will use this SSH file. We'll configure this, open this one. This is my blockchain VM, right? That's what we are using, the Akshay user. So what I will do now, I'll just grab my current IP, just your copy button here, small one. Just replace this, just replace your IP properly. So this is just my instance name and this is the actual host name, the IP name, and this is the user, what do you want to access from that particular VM. Cool, it's saved now. Now, if I try to connect to host again with this IP, now let's see. Now it should connect to my Akshay user. Yes, it's Linux. Yeah, continue. Perfect. I think hopefully it's connecting and yeah, we are good. It's connected successfully. Okay. Now we can open here terminal. It's open. Now you can see I got this Akshay at the rate instance name. So everything is good. So if I do ls, now I can see my project over here. Just zoom in a little bit. I can see my project. Now inside that, we can open this now in my project directory. So we can open a new instance for it, doing code dot. So this will open up perfectly. Cool. Now we'll test one more thing quickly to run our network, and let's see if my network is in running state or not. Yeah, trust the source. It's my file. Open the terminal. Let's zoom it a little bit. Close this. Zoom it a little bit more. We have our README file where we are talking about the steps. Cool, 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 cool. Just you know what is the step to start our network, right? We have already seen adding organization 3 as well. So this is the command we need to use to up the network with channel and chain code. Okay. Add new org 3 with peer 0 in already running network. Okay, so let's go to the Fabric sample. You know what is a directory here. We need to go to Fabric sample, test network, do ls, we'll search for the network.sh. If yes, it's there. Now we'll run this command. Now again, they'll ask me the password. Yes. Yeah. Now the network is coming up. Cool, 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 cool. Yes, network is getting created. Containers are creating. Application is coming up. So this pop-up will come when some ports are in use. They're using the port. Perfect. My channel, we reached the my channel state where endorsement and successfully submitted a proposal to join the network. Okay. Okay. Channel joined. Both the organization has joined the channel. Now we can check the Docker. So remember, here we are using our VM instances. So we don't need the desktop, Docker desktop. That is only for local purpose. So here we have Docker inside my instance installed already with the CLI. So we'll always use here commands. We cannot see that Docker desktop wala view that what we already saw in my previous playlist in EHR. So here we can see the Docker containers through command itself. So that's one quick thing here. Now, cool. All the Docker containers looks good. You have to read this properly. Peer 0 org 2, peer 0 org 1, there couchdb1, couchdb 0 and 1. This is for 1 and 2. Then we should have CA here. Yeah, CA orderer, CA org 1, CA org 2. Perfect. Perfect. We have all the containers required. So we won't go as of now chain code. So in next video, we're going to see about writing our chain code and moving further. So now happy learning, exciting journey. See you in next video. Bye-bye. Jai Hind. Hey, hi guys. Welcome back to our new video. So in this video, we're going to see our application layer. What exactly we're going to design. I know in the next video, in the previous video, we have already saw uh, how to what is our smart contract logic, what are the different uses we have in our smart contracts, right, with respect to their functions, and we tried to set up our network in GCP as well. We were able to run our network and access that VM successfully. So here, what we're gonna do, as you know, we want to make our project the best use case. So to tackle that, what I have added here, one more extra edge in the complexity, like we're gonna create batches. We're gonna issue the batches for each and every persona. Let's say when I'm saying each and every persona, it means we have NGO. Let me show you our stakeholders in the ecosystem. We have the NGOs, right? We have the government, we have the bank, right? And we have the donor in the ecosystem. So these all people, and in future we might have vendors. All these different type of users will going to get their batch when they are registering in their ecosystem. When they are registering in our ecosystem, we'll issue the batch. We have here register for, let's say if I go to my smart contract users, we have here register NGO function. We have here register donor, register bank, right? So thought process is simple. For all these three users, when they are doing any transaction as a registering user, that first step of recognition or first step of validation, we will issue the token for them. Not token, sorry, my bad. We'll issue the batch for them. Okay. So batch is like, let's say, some circular sort of thing. So I was generating. So inside our code, we will create a batch generator. Okay. So the batch generator is like it gonna create a batches for my persona. Okay. So let me show you the what type of batch I'm talking about. Let's say if I'm a donor and we are giving for donor a special batch whenever they are donating some money. Okay, whenever they are donating any fund. So this is just what I'm preparing for our project. So this is a independent step where I'm trying to generate the image, and I was successfully able to do that. So just I want to show you the glimpse how it will look like, but in ideal case, it might not look like this. So we can use the different image template and we can add a text over there, right? And this you can see here, tiny small QR code is also here. So this QR code is something which we're going to add our transaction proof. We will get a one public transaction, right? So that we're gonna issue over here. And this batch we're gonna issue to the user using IPFS. This batch we will store in our decentralized storage called IPFS. And one more thing, we can and again this is could be a future use case. We can convert this particular batch or this metadata of user into a NFT that we called as a soul-bound NFT or non-transferable NFT, because this NFT is for that particular user, right? So they can use it for any further use case for their future purpose. So that is the whole and sole purpose of this application layer, is to give authenticity and recognition to my end user. Who are those end users? Holders. This particular concept is very important for holder. So let me just not holder, sorry, my bad, for donors, holders, the using my app or using my application, my end users, the donor. So what is the most important flow is here when we are registering the user in my ecosystem. Let's say as a donor I'm registering, first batch I'll get as a title as the donor batch, welcome to the ecosystem, something like that, and the timestamp, and along with the same transaction. And this transaction, when we are generating image, first is like onboarding it into the chain code, generating the image, and then storing that batch again with that chain code, updating the chain code entry. Cool. With the CID, because when we will upload this particular image after generating on my chain on IPFS, I will get the CID in return. CID is my content identifier address. So that is what is typed with my asset. It could be image, JSON, whatever we can store. It's a decentralized storage. So this way we're gonna learn how to set up proper IPFS layer as well in our project. So we're gonna cover that concept as well. So such way this flow will work completely fine, and this flow will repetitively work for different use case. Same flow we're gonna do it for my organization, for my NGOs, for my banks, for private fund creator, for vendors. Whoever is onboarding, we're gonna register that individuals and issue the batch against with respect to their title. So this template, we can change template for each and every persona and each and every user, and for donation purpose we can use another batch. So this will give one authenticity, and we will allow them to share this batch and use whenever wherever they want to use it. They can store it in their mobile wallet, or they can print it out, they can download as a PDF, whatever they want to do, they can do it. Okay, so that is the next level functionality. But these all functionality what I'm talking about, sharing, downloading, all those, it will come into the front end part. Okay, that is a front end layer. As of now we are talking only about the back end layer. So in this video, or maybe in the upcoming videos, what we'll do from backend side, we'll give the we'll generate this image and we'll throw it in some folder. So we'll think and we will give the IPFS link. So where my user can download my image from my IPFS. That's where we are doing, right? So we'll track that CID and we'll give the public IPFS so they can download it. And this is for public purpose, right? That's what our purpose. We have to show them, yeah, you are a valid verified donor in our platform, or verified NGO or fund creator in our platform, or verified bank who is a valid doing something good. So now here we have a n number of edge cases for issuing batch. But the most good part is you can dynamically change the content of each and every user automatically, and then add the QR code against here automatically, upload the IPFS with the flow, and then in return in that API particularly you'll get as a IPFS URL along with the other metadata, and everything will get tracked in my chain code layer. Chain code layer in the sense in my blockchain. Okay, so this is what I was just want to explain you how what extra thing we are doing in the application layer. So this way we're gonna explore completely how to integrate IPFS, and most important, this is more all thing is happening on the my SDK side, Node SDK side. In Node SDK these all things will happen, and then this will help me to understand IPFS properly and use it in a real project. Okay, so this is all about today's video. See you in next video. Bye bye. Jai Hind. Hey, hi guys. Welcome back to our new video. So here we're gonna learn about writing smart contract. So as we have already seen the logic, like we know what kind of smart contract we need, right? So let me give you the complete detailed structure about writing smart contract. So uh, we have to look for chain code section very first. Uh, yeah, asset transfer basics. So again, we're gonna use the same assets transfer basics repository. We can call the folder over here. And one more thing, this is not required to use exactly this same folder. You can create your own new folder called Chaincode, and that inside Chaincode you can give the path. You can create a folder like lib or contracts, anything, and then you can go ahead. So that's what exactly we're gonna do over here. So this is the default setup what we already have. Here is like chain code JavaScript, and then okay, one more thing. Uh, Here total we support three different languages for writing smart contract: Go, JavaScript, and Java. You can use any one of the language to write your smart contract. So sometime later we'll try to explore Go language as well. But for today's video, for this playlist specifically, I'm using JavaScript because most of the folks are familiar with the JavaScript. Time we'll create a playlist for Go as well. So now let's do one thing. Let's just simply delete this particular lib. We're gonna not use this, so I just want to give the flavor like how exactly you can use it. Okay, so we're gonna delete it. And if you have seen that, I'm in my virtual machine. This is my GCP instance machine. That's what we have already created in the earlier setup. Okay, where is that? Just let me go up. Yeah, we deleted now. Inside chain code there was lib folder, we deleted that, and I can see the index.js. So now I'll create another folder over here called contracts. So inside that contracts we're gonna create our multiple contracts. Yeah, so in contract chain code sections I have just created a contract. So now we have to create the different smart contract file for respective contract purpose. Now in our use case we are using total 3 smart contracts. So first one is here user contract, second one is fund contract, and third one is token contract, right? As I explained in previous videos. So what I will do is just simply copy this one and just create a 3 different files. So yeah, user contract.js, just give the proper naming convention. You have to give it user small just for standard purpose. right? User contract will got create. Yeah, user contract got created. So let me just split it a little bit to view my readme parallelly. Nice. User contract we can create. So we'll look for the logic uh, in a minute. But as of now, let's create one more file here called fund contract.js. And most important, we have to bind all those things properly when we are creating multi-level files. That I'm gonna show you here itself. Now my 3 files got created. But now, in default setup, we always used to deploy single file, right? But now I have here 3 different files. So how it gonna work, right? So you have to understand that properly, how exactly it gonna work. So if you remember, we have here index.js, which is very important to understand. So I'll just remove my terminal, not needed today. So here we are doing binding. Index means this is my first entry point of my whole program. My compiler will start reading my code from index.js, right? So index.js is the someone which will tell me to which file to read or what to use or how to use it, right? So now you can see this is the old structure what we used to do. Now simply I gonna remove this. This we don't need because we gonna override this structure with our code. So what exactly we need over here, we have to define each and every component. Let's say we have to import those component and export over here. But before that, before importing and exporting, we have to write a smart contract, right? So how exactly we can import? This is the way there. How can we import it? Simply like saying import user contract from import, and then whatever we have imported, we have to export it like this. Export user contract, because this is just like defining the functions, right? Just defining their file, and then we are exporting those file, correct? And at the end, what we need to do, for register purpose, for registering all chain code, we have to define that it is a contract. We have to create one more variable called contracts, and inside contracts, whatever the variables we exported, whatever the files we have exported, that we have to define. So remember that now these 3 things, whatever we have defined here, user contract, fund contract, and token contract, is going to treat my smart contract name inside my chain code. I have a high level chain code, and inside my chain code I have to use the references. Earlier, maybe in default setup, we always need to use it with my chain code name, but we never use with the actual file name whatever we defined. Like let's say in my default setup there was basic asset transfer smart contract, but I'm not using that with the asset transfer smart contract. I always trigger that from my node SDK, whatever the chain code name I'll give at a time of deployment. So don't worry if you're not getting stuff right now. That will look very detailed when we are invoking this chain code or using this chain code. Perfect. Now let's move to the register part, user contract. Okay. So now here we have to understand the basic structure, how we are going to create the smart contract. Very first, we have to understand what are the utilities we're gonna use. Okay. So what we need to do, we always use static when we are using JavaScript and the import part. Uh, and we are using the model type JavaScripting, right? There is a common JavaScript and ES26, right? So that's what we gotta use here. Fabric contract API. So Fabric contract API is a package that what we are using in our, you can see here in dependencies, we are using Fabric contract API and Fabric sim. Okay. So that we have to import here to define this particular file as a contract file. And then there are basic functionalities we have defined in our utilities to get all timestamp require, and that, yeah, when one more file we need to create for utilities. So let's create that as well. We are gonna define it in root here itself. We'll say utils. Oh, where it is typing, man. Utils.js. And in that utils, we're gonna define the general functions. Let's say uh assets exists or not, get timestamp, required MSPs, get all users by type. Now let me just grab that over here quickly. So these are These all are the functions what we need. I'll explain those things in detail one by one, but let me first start with from our user smart contract. Then we'll come back to the utilities whenever we require that specific function. We're gonna look into it. Okay. Now we have to define my smart contract. Okay. So how can we define it? So we have to start. So remember that this is a class wise function, right? So you have to start with the class and then the constructor to use make it as a super. So it's like that. How you will define it is a class, and then you'll say, yeah, this is my, I've defined user contract as a class and extend this smart contract, extend the contract function. Now this user contract is treating as a contract, smart contract. Then you have to always pass a constructor to make it. This is that what we are passing as constructor to make it as default. Yeah, this is my super class. And now we'll start our writing one by one functions. If you look into the readme file, there we have all the functions. We can see inside my user smart contract, you can see register NGO and register donor, register bank, and then get all. These are write operation and these are read operation, right? Now let's try one by one. Now let's try to register the NGO. I have already written, and this is a simplified version for you guys. So let me explain you what exactly we are doing over here. So we have register NGO function where I'm taking the input for NGO ID, name, registration number, address. These parameters can vary based on whatever the data you want to store inside your ledger. Okay, these are just a params that what I'm taking from the user through my Node SDK. They'll call this function and add these parameters. Then require MSP. Require MSP context. It's like org3 MSP where we are using this for checking purpose, right? That's what I always mention. We are using three type of organization 1, 2, 3. So org3 is my NGO MSP. So NGO admin is connected with my org3. From org3 only they got created. So first we'll check two level of authentication. First, the request, whatever I'm coming from my ledger, that request is coming from whom? Is it for org3, is it for org1, or is it for org2? When I'm saying org1, org2, org3, so what I'm trying to say, is it coming from government party, it is coming from NGO, or it is coming from platform? So org3 is my NGO, right? As for the definition what we have defined. So org3 is MSP, and then org NGO admin, right? NGO admin is what we have created. We have not created yet, but we're gonna create that for the organization MSP3. Now this required MSP function is defined in utils. You can check what exactly happening here. Now you can see require MSP is what exactly it's going to check. It will take an array of allowed MSP and it will check against the role. So this is the very important function context dot client identity get MSP ID. Okay, get MSP ID is a default function inside my client identity. Okay, client identity context, they will fetch the data from their certificate at a time of login and at a time of making any request to the chain code will pass their certificate, and from their certificate they will fetch their MSP ID and the attributes what role they have. And you're gonna see this thing in your when we are registering the certificate for user. At that time we'll define the specifically what is MSP ID for this user and what is the role for this user, along with their username and other attributes also we can define. As of now this is a custom defined. This attribute is something that we have a control. MSP is the default one for each and every one. MSP is required, but this role can be renamed as something designation or department, something whatever you want you can give it. This is completely business logic permission. This is custom. I defined it as attribute name as role. You can define it as password, role, user ID, UUID, department. So just for your uh, flexibility, with respect to flexibility or with respect to use case, and it is not required key you can define only one role in your certificate. You can define n number of roles or n number of attributes, whatever level of segregation or separation you required in your chain code. These all things comes in a certification generation. When we are generating the certificate at a time of registration, after completing this complete chain code writing, we'll jump to that one in Node SDK part, and then we'll write my the logic to create these certificates for the individual, right? Onboarding, admin, users, and all those things. At that time, we'll look into it where exactly we're writing role. Cool. And now this is just if we're checking if this, I'm explicitly checking the MSP ID that what already I'm taking, and I'm checking is this MSP ID included in the certificate who's trying to trigger. If it is included, we'll say yes. If it is not included, this is, you can say, exclamatory mark in front of this. So if it is saying it's not included, then we'll simply say access is denied for this user. Okay, now let's look for our second function. What exactly doing after that? Once we check the logic, we are saying we are defining here ngo key with the ngo keyword and hyphen ngo id. Why I'm doing this? Just for if you see the structure, when we define data in my ledger, it will take as a single entry, right? So it will take as a, how I will define it. It's like whenever you are defining, let's say this is a array, so it will take like this is a one entry, and then again here is a second entry, here is a third entry, and inside this one entry you can treat it as a complete array, or you want to treat it as an object. However you want to do it, you can do it, right? Object top object. So this is how your ledger will get defined when you are writing. So what I'm trying to say, each will look like same, even though if you, this is maybe this is your ngo entry, and this is maybe your government entry, and is it treating it as like array, and this is something which is again treating it as like a object, and it is something else entry, right? So it will take like one by one singular entry, and again with respect to their one reference key, everything will get added, right? So to fetch this key, should I remember, and I should have a proper segregation of these keys. Based on these keys, I can write a logic key wherever I am defining as a starting with ngo, just mark it as ngo's entry, then I can read that letter properly. So for that purpose, I'm just defining my key properly. Okay, just remember this thing. And after that, very first we are checking, is this ngo keys exist in my ledger? So exist, asset exist, this is the function that what we are using for the ledger. And here asset exist is again coming from the utils. So if you go up here, what exactly we are doing, we are getting get state, stub.get state is the function. Put async function, asset exist. So this here we are using context.stub.get asset. So this is very important. What it is going, it is, this is again the default function that what we are getting from the context stub, where you are reading to the ledger and passing that asset ID and against fetching the data. It could be if it is data is length is greater than 0, then we are saying yes, it's good, we have that asset, and then we are returning it back to the function. This my smart contract. If it is exist, then we'll throw error. This is already exist. Okay, if we return true, if we find some result, then it will going to exit. If not, then we'll proceed, and then we'll create our ngo variable object, where we are saying ngo id, name, registration number, address, contract description, and all those stuff. You know, one more thing I required here. So as we discussed in previous video, we're gonna store the their CIDs. We're gonna give allocate their batches, right? Their custom batch. So to store that custom batch, we're gonna give them CID. CID is like my IPFS CID hash, right? Where I'm storing their file, correct? So that what I will do over here, I'll just simply add that description CID. You can rename it whatever you want. You can say that's as profile CID, or simply CID, profile CID, or user CID, whatever, photo CID. But ultimately, we are storing the file inside that as a one image with respect to their profile, or we can store only hash of the address for that IPFS. Okay. Now, just create an MSP. I'm just taking explicitly who is calling it as client get MSP ID, and then get ID. That whatever get ID is the something lengthier one. They'll get the complete naming convention part. When I'll create that asset, you'll get to know that how the structure it is. I'll explain at that time in a little better time. And here, very important, like, you know, so where I caused the error when I'm just drafting this particular smart contracts, get timestamp. So this is again a util function, where what I'm doing, see here, this is very basic but very important one. If you cannot define directly date as a timestamp here, earlier I used the date, but then later I have to refactor it little bit to work in a proper way. So you have to make sure that to convert it into the string and then you are storing it. So very first I'll get the transaction timestamp, and I'm converting that transaction timestamp into my local ISO string format with respect to converting their milliseconds and then nanoseconds and properly, and just making it as date is equal to new date, and date is converting this, so it will going to return it properly. Okay, so make sure that conversion is very important, otherwise it's gonna give you error. Then I'm again defining type as ngo, where I can sort my asset based on type. Cool. And after that, most important, I'm simply putting this data into my ledger. So this is my stub dot put context dot stub put state. So there are only two functions in my chain code level. So one is get state and another is put state. So with respect to put state, there is a ngo key, that what we define in here as a key, and then mapped with that key, this is my buffer data. This buffer data is this thing, this object we defined. Now here we have to understand, whatever we store in ledger, it will go always as a buffer. We are not storing a plain data in my ledger. Okay, just remember that it will store as a buffer. So we are converting first this JSON into the stringify. We will stringify it by converting JSON into the string and that string into the buffer. Okay, and that buffer it is going to put into the state. Once it's success, then we are returning that particular object to the user. Hey guys, that is what we stored in a ledger. So this is about register ngo. Similarly, in the same manner, we're gonna create multiple register function for my bank and for my donors. Now here we have get function as well. We'll look get function later. Let me grab the register donor and then register bank. Okay. Now here same modification we need to do. The explanation is same, pretty much same logic I'm doing here. Get state, get the ID, check exist. But here I want to add, we need to give CID for donor as well, right? As we discussed, we're gonna give CID for everyone. So let's add the CID here as well. And then for, okay, did I copy donor again? Yeah, 2 times I copied. Cool. Let me grab my bank as well then. For bank also, we can assign a batch, give a batch. So there also we can store a CID. I thought of CID concept later, like giving that batch. I got idea we can give batch. So that's how I added it later. So that's why I'm just modifying it here. Just here, one more thing. One more key thing. Now you can check for bank. I'm checking organization MSP as 2, and I'm checking their user as government user, because government user is creating the bank. So their role could be a government user, right? Or we can give any role. If you want to role give as a bank, you can give this as a bank as okay. Just one more thing. Now we are registering the bank. Okay, so bank itself is not going to register themselves. So that's how government user is the authority or admin who is going to register the bank. That's why we have kept it as government user. Okay, or you can create a separate bank admin altogether as a role, or we can call as a RBI admin or some whatever it is, maybe RBI user, and those guys will going to create the bank. So that's always remember the proper access management level, how you are defining it. And similarly for donor, we don't have any access management now here, because I want, so see, bank user can be a donor, anyone can be a donor, so I don't want to make sure that or restrict to come through any specific authority. So if you have access to the portal, you can register yourself as a donor by any basic permissions. So that's how I'm not checking it anything. So just to give flavor, like if you won't check, what will happen. So this is just, you have to skip this validation required part and it's good to go. Cool. So this about register, and let's see for get as well. So get is pretty simple. That's we already saw in get exist asset. That's what we're using, like get step, context stub, get state. So similarly, simply what we'll do, the get state based on ID. We'll get the ID here, right? We'll define it with ngo, and then we'll check if this user is already there or not, right? That's what we will get ngo. Similarly for get donors and get bank. So this is for admin purpose or for their respective users. Once they are registered, they want to check against their ID. Is it get registered properly or not? Right? This is pretty important one. It's nothing much, simply checking, getting the asset, storing in bytes. If it is existing, if it is doesn't found, we'll say not found. If the length is 0, if found, just convert it into string and just send it over. Okay. Now, as per this README file, we have 3 more functions to get all banks, get all NGO, and get all donors, right? So this is how we can define it. Pretty simple one. So I have defined here get all banks. So what I'm doing is very first I'm checking the permission. Who can do that? Only government user. So this is for admin purpose. I've defined these functions. If you are an admin user, then you can say get all user by type, get all user by type. So again, I'm creating here one utility function where I'm typing it as bank. Now let's go to the utilities or definition. Now see here, very important stuff. What we are doing here. Cool. Get all users based on type. So what we are doing, we are defining here very first one result object as array. That the object, we will do the little filtering over here, and then we'll keep adding those user. And iterator is here to get state by range. So this is again a default function from Ledger. So get state by range is from starting range to end range. If you don't define the range, it will take as a whole ledger. Okay, so I want to give the whole ledger because I don't know the range where I have structured my document. Then this is just a variable to iterate it. Each item they'll iterate, and while this result dot done, what we are going to check result dot value convert it into string, and that string we are passing and we are checking the user type. What exactly we are doing, by the way, let me show you once again. Just see the object type. See, first we are getting this object, and each object type we are checking is this is a bank, this is a donor, and this is NGO, right? Each object have a keyword called type that we are trying to filtering out. We are trying to check their type, and this user type I'm taking from the user itself in my this filter function, get all function, right? In get all function, whatever the type you are giving, based on this type, I'm going to filter out my complete records, right? Putting it in one single array and returning it back. Get all result return, right? Simple. It might look little complex, but this is the result how we'll get inside. It will be in inside value dot value. Then we are checking that, and then simply that record that type we are checking if it is string or sorry, if it is matching their exact value. This is like triple equal is like checking their type and value. If it is matching exactly, then just return, push it into my result, and then at the end, once the iteration is done, close the iterator and then just return that object, right? So this is happening for all the different types for donors. So whatever type you are giving here, bank, NGO or donor, it gonna return the specific result. Okay, so this is all about our user smart contract. Hey, hi. So we have already saw the user contract where we have wrote our user contract and different function to register all the different NGOs, donors, banks, and we have wrote the function to get all these banks and all donors and NGOs, but based on different hierarchy level, right? So this is admin operation. So only my government user can call from org to, and let's say we have already defined that, right? Similarly, now we're gonna write, and let's remember to export this function as well. Maybe in last video I forgot to add this line like export default user contract. So please remember to add that, right? And most important thing, so please check the description box for the repository link. There is a repository link as well, okay, in each video. So please check the description for repository. GitHub repository is there. So you'll get the basic template. There is not a smart contract. That's why I'm explaining things in a detail. So you can write the smart contract or in the repository. Okay, it's a template. Now let's move towards our token contract where we are defining tokens. But before that, let's move to the funds one where we are creating fund as an NGO. So who will create the fund? So it's obvious, NGO. Now we have onboarded NGOs in my system, bank in my system, whole ecosystem, and donors. So now I want to first NGO will create a funds. First NGO will create a fund, and that funds will get visible to donor, and then donor will donate against that funds. Right? That this is how my flow looks like. So first we need to create the funds. So now let's try to create my fund smart contract. So we'll give fund smart contract over here. We'll give the name. So simply what we will do from previous video, we have here utils function as well. So if you go on top, not so. So what I'm trying to say, we have to import the my fabric contract API and then this util. So if you grab this thing and we can put it over here. Okay, similar structure we required, and then we have to define the smart contract over here. So we'll define here class is my token contract extends contract, and then we have to pass it as super constructor in super, and then we have to close the contract. So no, don't this is recommending me, so I'll just close this class. Okay, and then we have to do export here, export default token contract. Yes. So this is my basic structure of smart contract. Now I have defined the token contract. Cool. And I think I have already shown this index.js as well, where we are defining the token smart contract here. So we have already defined this. So we have to use the same naming convention for inside it. So whatever we are exporting, it will get catch in my index.js. Now let's try to go little deeper and define our functions one by one. So for function purpose, you can always refer this readme file. Okay. Inside readme file, we have defined which smart contract will have which functions. Now, if we talk about fund smart contract, so you can see here we have create fund, donate, add expense, get fund, close fund, get all funds by NGO, get all funds, and get all donation by donors. Okay. So we're going to add these functions one by one. Let's go to the smart contract. Maybe in the repository, this readme is updated or not. I'll check and I'll update if it's not there. Then now let's try to create our function one by one. So my first function is to create fund. Okay. So create function is again a write operation here, right? We are giving a write operation here. We can get here a create fund. So create fund could be similar function equivalent to my onboard donor or register bank, something like that. It is more equivalent, right? So very first thing we'll check the parameters, whatever we need: fund ID, organization, NGO ID, title, purpose for what you are creating. This is like some description, and fund target. What is the your expected target you want to reach, the fund amount target. So who can create the funds? Now we have NGO users who like NGO user is nothing but the NGO owner or NGO's fund manager sort of thing. So which is onboarded through my government NGO admin, and then it is over here. So those users can only create the a fund. So if bank is trying to create fund, it is declined. If directly admin is also trying to create the fund, admin in the sense my government admin or directly NGO admin, it is declined. Only and only the user who is the NGO authorized person, they only can create the fund. So now if that ID is already existing, we are just saying that this is existing, this already exists, please create a new one. And then this is the object, that's what we're gonna create. Now let's try to understand this object little bit in a closer look. This is very important. I'm trying to explain you, I'll try to explain what exactly happening here. Here we have fund ID, here we have NGO ID, title and purpose, fund target. This is pretty straightforward, that whatever the parameters we are getting, we are adding over here. Now here we have total tokens. So the purpose of adding total tokens is how many tokens got generated for this fund. Okay. When we say token, I'll explain you in token smart contract as well. But let's try to remember, here we are trying to map my actual money received in my fund with respect to token. That's why we have the token concept. Whenever donor is donating some amount in money, that amount we are
treating is equivalent to my token. It could be, let's say, if someone has donated 5,000 rupees, so we can treat that 5,000 rupees is equivalent to my 5,000 tokens. Okay, so 5,000 token, this token is issued by the bank, and then that if this 5,000 token will get allocated to this particular fund manager or this particular fund, right? So when fund manager will go to bank, they can show this record. I have already 5,000 token against this my fund. I need 5,000 rupees against that 5,000 token. That's how I defined it. You may ask this question, hey sir, why we are doing this much little complicated over here? So reason is pretty simple. Or here's like, I'm talking about private blockchain, and I want to put some real use case where we can talk about how my real bank can fit in the current situation, and they can give me the money. So that's why we have a real uh, banking or the money manager or sort of thing or regulatory thing that we call as bank, where it is taking place for all the money related stuff. So they are giving me tokens against that money, whatever they are putting in their bank. And most important, when donor is donating the 5,000 rupees, that rupees is getting added in the bank. It is not getting added directly in some individual account. So that's how in India we have RBI, right? Central governance body that will take care where the transaction is going, and does it any malicious transaction or not, right? So that's how that bank will issue us a token for time being. Whenever we want to withdraw that money, you can show that tokens and withdraw that money. That's how the token will come into the picture. So each fund will say how many token is nothing but the amount collected against the rupees. Perfect, against the dollar, rupees, whatever it is, but amount collected against the money, that will be taken as a total tokens. Okay, now donations. Now I want to track for each donation how many tokens I have collected. I want to give here a entry when donor is donating something. I want to know which donor has donated into that fund. For that, donor metadata will come into this donation part, and expenses like this is like inflow, coming money in my fund, and this is outflow, going money from my fund. Expenses is like let's say in previous videos also I have explored the my future use case could be I want to add multiple vendors and multiple peoples who want who will provide some groceries or some inventories or whatever it is to my fund of to the NGOs. So they want to buy something, they want to buy books, they want to buy water bottle, they want to buy some plants or whatever it is, right? So the money which is going from my fund, so they will not send money directly from my fund, they will send the tokens. So that token will get deducted from this total tokens, and then it get added one entry with which on which vendor I have sent how many tokens, and then vendor can claim that money in the bank directly. That is how I have defined it. Sounds good. So this is how we'll tracking the incoming money flow and outgoing token flow here. And of course, the timestamp created at the fund and the status, it is active or inactive. By default, it's treating it as active, but we can set it as inactive when the fund we have fund created, and we'll close that fund also, right? Once we reach our target, we want to close that fund, so that will change the status to inactive. By default, we are keeping it as active, but we can keep it as inactive as well, and we can add a one extra layer of functionality, one privileged, or we can say the one flexibility to my fund creator to keep that fund created by default. If you want to do some modification, modify it, and then later you can mark it as active. But for me, I'm creating directly it as active, but it's up to you guys. You can feel free to update the logic. I hope you got this logic. And then now uh, here what we can do, mm, let's go, this is something, let's when we have the object ready, simply you can put, this is adding that object in my ledger, put state. Perfect. Now next function is like when I have added the token, wait, we are in the funds, we have created the funds. Now we'll create a donation part where I'm explaining you we have to add the incoming flow. So let's say the donor part will put into here itself. So donation can be done by anyone, so we are not adding here this required MSP level authentication. Here anyone can donate it. Just we have to remember who is calling. There is some flow which I have defined already for steps to donate. So first user will click on donate button, then call issue token function by org to MSP, and then transfer token by org to, and then call donate organization. Okay, so this is how the flow will work. Donate function will not get triggered directly because we are talking about tokens, and token will come from, we have not created token yet, so that will come inside my wait. So there is some mismatch. Guys, this is not a token smart contract. Whatever I have written, the logic, it is related to the fund. Uh, so let me just rectify it. Let's do one thing. Let's copy, paste, Control A, Control C, go to the funds, and then Control A, Control V, and just change this token contract to the fund contract. So actually, this is the fund contract logic. My bad. I want to create the fund over here. Let's export the fund only. This is, nothing is there. Token contract, we'll see. We'll say token contract. Token contract operation is based on bank, and this fund contract operation is based on NGO. Cool. Now, yes, now it's look good. Now I don't have token ID, that I will get in my token contract. So here first, what we'll get, fund ID. Now we have created the fund, so they'll based on this ID. You might have seen why I'm taking fund ID in the function. So it's optional, guys. I want to take it directly from the front end side. I want to make sure that this can be attached on my central backend sort of thing for remembering the references. That again, authentication layer, or we can say cache layer, can be added later. So we cannot put everything in the backend. That's we have to everything in the blockchain. We always need a references. For that, I'll create it in my from backend layer, put it in my central DB, and then I'll add that value in my decentralized DB as a blockchain one. Okay. Now, so for donate, what we are creating, again creating the ID and then checking if that entry is already there. If not, then we are creating over here one entry. First, most important, based on the fund ID, we are fetching the fund. So we are fetching this record, what we created over here, right? We'll get this record, we'll get the donation array as well. Then what we'll do, we'll get the donation. We have created here one donation object, donor ID, token ID, and then CID, and the amount. Amount is nothing but the number of tokens. Okay. Now here is CID. So in one previous video, I have explained about creation generating that batch as well against the on onboarding flow for each bankers, for each NGO, and for each what do we have, donors, right? And then when they are donating, we'll issue one more batch against their each donation, how much they have donated, to keep as a reference or as a invoice or as a receipt sort of thing, anything, or as a appreciation sort of thing to validate that user. You have donated some amount, and that is a CID. This is the reference of my IPFS. That's why I have kit. You can rename it with respect to your batch URL or whatever you want to do. But I'm treating it as a CID. So that data will go and stored in my IPFS. So IPFS, in the sense, in my Node SDK level, I'll generate the batch once the transaction is completed, when the transaction is hit, and then I'll add that CID over here inside the uh, inside this particular token. So here first what we are doing, we are calculating the total fund, we are updating the fund amounts as well, the previous fund amount, and then we are adding the new amount. So to make sure that we are always keeping my total count up to date on each donation with respect to the fund what we have created. And then later we are pushing, because it's an array, right? So we are pushing this object in my donation array, right? So what we can see over here, we have to push it over here. So that's what I did. And then after that, I'm just updating that state, right? So now I have to update my record. So I will update my put state based on the same ID. So my record will get updated. Cool. So that's what we are doing. So it get updated in the sense it will create a new entry for that. So we can later check the transaction history for that fund as well. Like how many transaction will get added over there in the fund. Perfect. That's what we did. Now we can check for the add expenses. Similarly, we have saw the donation part. We can add the similar experience for my add expenses. So complete same. Just the call will vary from the, instead of donor calling that function, my NGO will call that function, because add expense is like something which I'm spending money from my wallet, right? It's something like that. So NGO users can only spend that money. So I have added here spender ID. So we can give like fund ID, on which fund you are spending, the description and the amount you want to spend, and the spender ID. Spender ID could be equivalent to the my vendor ID or something like that. Similarly, we'll fetch the fund based on fund ID. If it's there, we'll say fund is there. If not, fund not found. And then create the expense object, description, amount, keep your amount up to date, whatever you want to spend, and then spender ID timestamps. Will now, previously in donation we added, so similarly will minus that. Instead of adding, we'll minus that because we are spending the money, and then we'll push the my expense how can I say, array over there. Cool. Similarly, update that. Pretty simple logic. Now, uh, we can have here functions to get fund based on ID. So simple function. So we can call here get fund, just pass the fund ID, and this can be called by anyone because fund is something a public one. But remember here one thing. Uh, Maybe this could be use case I don't want to show as a NGO. Don't give consent to show all the expenses at uh, how many expenses they have tracking for the donor side, or maybe that privilege can be happened, or maybe there is another sensitive data with respect to transaction which NGO owner or fund creator don't want to expose. So we can add that trimming on the object level, what objects you want to expose and what attributes you don't want to expose within that complete this fund complete fund attributes that could be taken care at this get function level whenever you are showing that data in string directly. Now here I have assumed I want to show everything, I want to give full transparency, but based on use case, based in your use case, you can do that variation anytime. That's not a hustle, right? That's not a challenge either. Now, most important function will look. Now we have created fund. We talked about adding expenses, adding the donation there. Now let's see this case where I want to. I have already reached my what's it, the target, and I want to close my fund. So where my close fund function will come into the picture. So who can close the function? So I have given here privilege for org2 and org3. So org2 and org3 is like my my government organization and my NGO organization. Anyone can close the fund. If sometime this can happen for the governance purpose, NGO has created fund, but they are still in active state, even though they have reached their target, right? Or we can add here automatic logic. Once you reach the target, you can close it automatically, right? So when you are giving any donation, right? So in donation itself, we can add that logic actually to close that fund. But I have given this as a separate function, but you can add anytime. So that's how creating as a separate function to close that status explicitly. Just what you need to do, fetch the record and just update the value of that fund.status to close, and closed at timestamp will be get added, and then simply put that state. So again, new entry get recorded, new entry get generated in my smart contract. And I have given the privilege for both the users, my admin user, admin MSP, as well as my NGO MSP can close the funds. Okay, this can be happen directly at a time of donation. Each time when you are donating the money from the user side, once the donation reach that limit, they can automatically, each time they will checking the target, if it is matching to the target, yes. If it's not matching, then close it. Or if they want to close it explicitly, then they can call that close fund explicitly function over there, right? So they feel like this is not needed anymore, something like that. Cool. Now, we will more look into the get functions where we can get all the funds created by that specific NGO. So we can have here one function. So we can call this function call get all fund by NGO. Just simply have to pass NGO ID. And then again, this is a similar function we have already saw when we are trying to fetch all the banks or NGOs. So first we have to give here get state by range function will do. We'll call the iterator. Each time we'll calling that function based on record.ngo ID, right? So we'll see the NGO who is created that. What is the NGO ID? Sorry, what is the record ID? Based on record ID, we are fetching that. Oh, wait. This is the NGO ID. What we are doing, we are just taking value string. Okay. String value, if it's written, okay. Return just parse. If record NGO ID is equal to NGO ID, check simple identifier fund reader and return all. Okay. So when we are creating fund, yeah. When we are creating fund, we have here fund dot ngo id, right? So record dot ngo id is my the value inside my record. Okay, so against that I'm comparing it. So record dot fund id, because I'm giving this record as whatever I'm fetching from the ledger, right? From the each iteration we are talking it as, treating it as a record. So record dot ngo, we are matching that ngo id, and however whatever the entries I'll get, I'll just put it into the my array, and I'll just return that array over here. Okay, perfect. Just returning in the JSON stringified manner. Pretty cool. Similarly, now I can return, if I want to return all the funds. Now that was for this could be, we can add again one. I don't need to add any validation here, because this will be on my public website facing, where based on that NGO I want to show how many funds they have created, and just populate or publicize all the funds that will come into picture over there, right? So similarly here I'm just getting all the funds, get all funds. Now this is overall platform, just I'm checking against the type of my fund, right? I'm checking against the type fund. Whoever has a type fund record, they'll get returned all the funds based on, let's say if I have 5 ngos in my platform, and they have created uh, 2 each, so total 10 funds will get returned over here. Okay, so I'm not creating against ngo id, against the type of funds. If they have created fund, it will return. So this is helpful for overall platform to check how many total funds we have, and then based on specific ngo they can go inside and they can check it out, right? We can filter it out based on ngo id over here. So that's the logic for adding this particular function, right? And this same function can be used from admin side as well, to check how many total funds got created on my portal side, something like that. And if I want to check, so that one very interesting function also I have created to check all the donations did by the donor. Okay, so based on donor ID, as in now I'm a donor as well, right? So this, of course, I need one API for my donor portal to give the to track all the donations happen from the donor side. So that's how I created this donor function. So it might look lengthy, but it's simple. Similarly, we're gonna do the iteration, but here what we do, inside fund type we have a donation array, right? So inside that donation array we'll filter the record based on donation ID, right? If let me show you the donation object, you can see inside donation, each object, this is the array of object array, and then each object is there multiple, and inside each object we are storing the donor ID. You can see here donor ID. So I want to filter out my first all the funds. Inside funds, one donation, one fund. Inside one fund I have multiple objects, so funds, and then how many donation I have did in that particular fund, that I will filter out over here. First I have filter out the type fund, and then if it is type fund, inside that fund I'm checking based on donor ID how many objects are there inside that specific fund. So that's then I'll get the data, fund ID, ngo id, and title and donations. Okay, so I'll create this thing, record fund ID on which fund, by for which NGO, and what is the title for that fund, and the donations, whatever the donations I have did. So that I'll just simply grab it over here and put it in my array. Okay, so uh, that will give me the vast array, complete array for all the donations done from the donor side. Cool. So this is about our funds smart contract. I hope you enjoyed this. This is amazing one, right? Now quickly let's go and check our token smart contract as well. So now we have already defined here structure. So what we need to do, just remove this create and donor part. Now we'll look into our issuance part. I hope we are pretty clear with the fund smart contract, right? Pretty simple one. Now we're talking about issuing tokens, right? So this is a pretty small smart contract only. Here we'll look into the issuing tokens and remedying that particular token. Now first, let's check the issue token function where I want to issue the token. Yeah. And that will happen from the bank side. Okay. As I've already told, all the token side issuing and then giving fund against that token will be taken care by the bank. So that how we'll do. We'll create a org to MSP bank user, right? We'll take the metadata, bank ID or owner ID and account amount. Then we'll create here one object called token. First, we'll define a token key based on token, starting with token, bank ID, then owner ID, and then it will give the token ID proper. We'll define a token key. So token ID is nothing but my token key, bank ID, owner ID, then amount. We'll see the status. Yes, it's issued, issued at, and then creator MSP who created that particular token and type as a token type. Okay. Simply simple record type, simple, very simple. Most important is how many amount is there, what is the status of the token, and then simply just put that token in the state. Okay. Similarly, one more function I need to transfer the ownership of that token. Okay. Now you can see here is owner ID. Basically, if we are issuing that token, we'll keep that issue token is a separate function. So that function, at smart contract level, I have keep it as independent function. Let's say issue token, and then this is a transfer token as well. But on my application layer in my backend, when some donation is happening, so when donor will call, so this function will happen automatically inside my application one by one. Okay. So very first issue token, then transfer that token ID and to ID. So initially might be owner could be my bank. Okay. Because they generated that token, and then that token will get transferred to my donor, to my fund creator, right? The one who, so maybe initially the donor owner could be my uh, donor because he created the fund. Now that donor is some initiating the transaction, he's putting the money. So the one who puts money in bank, they will act as a owner, and then we are transferring that token ownership to the my fund creator, because we are transferring, we are giving, we are donating that. So the owner is my fund creator who is fund created. So that transfer function will come into the picture, and that transfer function is also called by my bank user. So based on proper certificate, we'll transfer it, because we know that we have a limited users in bank. So we will previously, when we are calling that function in platform, we know that which bank we need to use, and then they only issue the token and they will only going to transfer that token. Okay. So that's how we'll update these two entries. We'll update these two entries, token to ID, and then transferred status, transferred at. Okay, cool. So this is my transfer function. Now we'll look into the remit token. Just when we have to redeem that particular token. So redeem is like when we are converting your token into the money, we are just burning that token and just, so it's simple. Again, this can be called by NGO user. As of now, I have kept with respect to scope of this project as NGO user, but later you can increase this array. We can add org for vendors, and role as comma giving multiple roles you can add as vendor roles or vendor user or vendor, simply whatever it is, right? So that could be possible here. And then we can give here status as redeem, simply redeemed by who is the redeemed, or org ID, NGO ID, and then we can call it NGO user ID or something like that, and simply just update the status. So this could be a in person, or we can say the bank also call this bank also can call this function when they are going in bank, and when they are giving some money against some token. So they can also just call the redeem token, so that ledger entry will get updated over there, right? So we have to, again, there are some edge cases we need to consider for how it will work for bank, how it will work for vendors, and for NGOs when they are taking care at different places, how they are doing online transaction, offline transaction, and all those, so on and so forth. But this is good for to start. This is good to start. Get all tokens by bank ID. Now here one more function is there. If I want to know, because there could be multiple banks as well, so I want to select the tokens which is available with respect to that bank ID, right? So I can just go do the query function, and I'll get the result, a complete result of type, based on type as a token and bank ID. So I'll get the all the records which is there for the bank ID. I don't know. It's, yeah, I think just I need one more. I missed this parenthesis. Okay. yeah, so this is all about our get token by bank function. So now we are good with the smart contracts. We have done with our user smart contract, fund smart contract, and then token smart contract, right? All sorry, our all functions are completed now. Now we'll look into the running this smart contract and deploying the smart contract. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. So welcome back on this new video. Um, so in previous video, we have already saw the complete chain code logic where we are writing user smart contract, uh, token smart contract, and then fund smart contract, right? So here we have already it's there. Uh, you can say, and utilities is the one section where we are creating our helper functions as well. Now it's a good time to deploy our smart contract, but before deploying smart contract we have to start our network. So let's head over to our readme file. So inside this readme file, you can see all the steps is there. From installation, you have to first install, and this step is optional if you have the setup already ready, right? But I would always recommend to do this process to create a new setup. So this will do two things. Very first, it will download your dependencies if it's not there. If its dependency is already downloaded, then it will download your fabric samples repo. And of course, it is not required to download this multiple times or download fabric samples multiple times. You can just copy paste your folder structure from one project to another project, and you can reuse that, right? So this might be the bad time for giving these instructions. It's been always, I think this is chapter 12, right? So I know, but yeah, you can reuse that. Now let's try to up our network. We did these things multiple times, setting up our network and setting down. And earlier videos we have saw already where we are creating our network, adding organization 3 and all those things. So today I gonna do that same thing, right? So same things we're gonna do. We'll create our network, onboard org 3 as well. So first let me set up the network. So by default network will come up with 2 organization, right? In meantime, I'll tell you one more thing. So the process is, what process will follow? Very first, to start the network. Second, start onboard 2 organization, org 1 and org 2. Third step, to onboard organization 3, right? Onboarding organization 3. Then after that, fourth step would be to deploy my chain code. Now here is we need to think. Before going to deploy my chain code, we have to make sure that chain code should get deployed on all the 3 organization. Okay, so this I have already explained, and we have already seen that, I think, right? Deploying my smart contract on org 3 as well when we have onboarded organization 3. So for that, we have explicitly updated our scripts. We have deploy cc chain code is there, right? So we have added org 3 section. So if you are planning to use org 4 org 5, right, so you can update your chain code accordingly. So this is my old chain code, right? Deploy cc script. So this is my new script where I have explicitly added a section to deploy. You can see here I'm installing. So this is a chain code lifecycle. We need to make sure that install, commit, and query, right? So these all things. So I have added here script for org 3. If you are planning to have 4 organizations, so you have to give your one more script. If you're having plan to have 5 organization, then you have to give one more here. So this is not the single place. Here we have multiple places here. Check commit readiness is here when we are approving the smart contract, and make sure that when you are changing, you don't need to change single line, you have to change whole 3 all the sets, because here we have to give permission one by one. You can see I've had organization 3 in all the 3 lines, false, and then true, right? So that's how it will come multiple blocks with respect to I have 3 organization, that's why 3. If you have 4, it will go 4 blocks will be here, right? Then we have to query committed chain code, and that's it. Then you are invoking the chain code invoke in it, right? So for org 1, 2, and 3, we are doing that. Perfect. Now my chain code network is up, so we can always check the logs. So I hope you remember the command to check logs: sudo docker ps -a. -a will give us all the containers. Doesn't matter is it in active or inactive state. So we have to always check a status. Up means it's working from 2 minutes. Okay, perfect. So I can see order org 1,
sorry, CA order I can see, org1 CA I can see, CA org2 I can see, couchdb 01, correct, 1. Okay, so now I can see only org1 and org2. Now it's good time to add my org3. Go to the readme file again. There we have a command to add org3. So what we need to do, we need to go to the add org3 directory. Okay, then we'll go to org where it is add org3. So it is inside my we'll do just ls in test network. When we do ls in test network, I can see add org3 is one here folder. Just go to there, add org3, and get into org3. So now what we need to do here, after coming here, we have to simply run this script. So add org3 org3 dot sh up. So if you want to add more organization, what you need to do, simply go to test network, add org3, right? I would always suggest simply directly, if you want to add more organization, copy this add org3 folder, paste it over here, and just rename everything org3 to org4. Straightforward, right? Simple template. Just copy paste this complete folder and just rename this org3 to org4, and inside everywhere wherever you are see org3, inside just rename it as org4, right? So it will work completely fine for your multiple organizations as well. It's pretty simple one, right? So multiple things is happening under the hood, but as a to get started, or as an understanding purpose, if you don't want to go in much deep what is happening under the hood, so this is fine as of now. Just simply you have to run these steps. So with sudo permission, remember that, because they need a sudo permission to add things in their network, which is run from our sudo permissions, that is run from the container itself. So okay, now you can see container ca org3 is creating, started, perfect. Now I'm getting some containers. Okay, yeah, it is up. So what it will what will happen now, they will create a CA or CA certificate authority for org3. They'll set up the channel for org3, and then they'll add that organization in my network as well. So for some reason I got error. It is showing error getting endorsed client for client endorse failed to connect to localhost 11051, failed to create new connection error, transport error while dialing, connection refused. Okay, now let's see what happened. Let's try to debug this issue. Mm-mm-mm. Till what step it is successfully submitted channel update. Okay, fetching channel config. Now let's first check the logs. Now let's try to check the logs. Let me just increase my terminal. I'll open a new terminal to have my go to the fabric samples. Then to check uh to check log, it's not required to go anywhere. Just we can do sudo docker ps hyphen a. Let's see, is there any exit container or what? Okay, a minute ago you can see exited. 2 minutes, one container is exited. That is my this. So let's try to check logs for this container only. And then for that we'll do sudo docker logs and then container id. Shit, logs container id, then this. Okay, now let's try to check what happened. Error in initializing ledger provider, error handling couchdb request, unauthorized. Okay, so we got issue with the couchdb stuff. DB is empty, setting try to DB. Now what we can do over here, so the best practice is try to shut down your network and set things again, so maybe it will work. So sometimes uh, some configuration issue can occur in the setting up things. So now let's try to go down and set things up again. Okay, so we know the step to go down as well. So it's returning, it's there, yeah, here you can see. Just simply grab this command. It's simple, sudo network.sh down. So down command will remove your container as well as volumes, networks, whatever the Docker stuff they will create. Everything first container, they will stop the container and then they'll remove the container. Okay, couchdb4. Mm-hmm. Container they were created couchdb4 as well. but we need couchdb3 only. Cool, everything is got resolved. Now let's try to clear up our window and let's try to set up our network again. So scroll up little bit more, and then here we can see network up, set channel, create and join the channel. Cool. This will create a channel and join my two organization. It will create channel and organization as well. So couch 10 got created. Okay. My channel stuff is working fine. Okay. All good. Looks good. Now go to this. Now we are inside add org3. So now let's try to run this add org3 command to add my third organization. So again, just clear this log. So we are running here SSH script up ca-s which couchdb. Okay. Sounds good. Everything looks good to me. But let's wait for a minute. Containers here get started. Now closely similarly we'll try to observe the log in another terminal. Sudo docker ps-a couch. Okay. Again it got failed. Error getting endorser client for channel. Endorser client failed to connect to the localhost. This failed to create a new connection. Transport error while dialing. Connection refused. Okay, let me check the issue. So the issue was nothing. Like I'm trying to do same thing in from two different terminals, right? Then what I did everything in the same terminal because I'm doing things in my GCP instance. So sometime it has some permission issue, and again that inside that I'm creating a specific user. So I believe still I'm not able to figure out the root cause of my why it's stuck. But with respect to lock, what I understood, it was not able to connect with my chain code container, right? So this peer 03 container was not able to connect with chain code container as chain this sorry my bad not chain code this couchdb container. Couchdb is nothing but my ledger, so they were facing some password mismatch or permission issue to connect this container with this container, right? So what I did, simply I just close my terminal, close this VS code again, down my network of course, and after close everything and then spin up this again, and then simply I tried first running the same thing, test network, and then change directory within the same terminal and add the script, and then same our same command will have run here, add org3.sh up -ca-s couchdb. Cool. Now I can see my two new containers got up, this couchdb4 and then peer0 org3. And you may wondered why this couchdb4. So this could be anything. It's just the naming convention what is defined in their uh, compose file. You can check here, there is a not this is main or compose file for org1 org2. So here we have add org3, and you can check the compose file here, and inside compose file you can see couch org3 yaml. So here they have given their container name as couchdb4, so you can give couchdb3 or whatever it is, right? So this will vary. One more thing, one more thing, important one, when you are going to add one more org4. Okay, so while adding org4, you have to make sure that change this container names as well. Cool. Now it is couchdb4, so you have to make that as couchdb5 or something like that. And we have to change this port as well, right? So whenever we are using this port, we have to use some new port, because otherwise it will gonna overlap and you will get the issue, because you can see ca container 5454 is the same each time. Here we have even 11054, here we have used 9054. So this is like something each time we are changing the ca. This is all our ca, right? These all are ca containers. So we have total 4 ca, 1 is orderer and 3 are organizations, right? Similarly, you have to change the port for each organization as well. Cool. So this is good. Now let's head over to deploy chain code. Okay, now we have to deploy the chain code. So what we need to do, we have already updated our script in deploy cc. Now go to readme file again, and then let's check our deploy chain code command. So here I have slightly update one more slightly updated version of our chain code. So, deploy script is here. Simply I'm giving here chain code name. This is CCN is nothing but my chain code name, where I have given my chain code 01. So I can give here uh, anything we can give, like what we need to give, donation CC. So donation chain code word. So this is hyphen CCV is nothing but my version, and then hyphen CCS is nothing but my sequence number. So why I have added this two parameter over here is to when we are going to upgrade my chain code, I have to not, I don't want to change my name of the change code. I just want to change the version and sequence. Sequence is something important you have to update while upgrading the chain code. So let's say if you added something extra in chain code and you want to upgrade it, so you can add something in your chain code, update your smart contracts, any one of them. Like, so total we have 3-4 pages, right? You can update any one page, and then you have to deploy it again to make sure that everything will get reflected. So for that new deployment, you can simply use this command. So this will treated as a upgrade chain code command, right? So you have to keep the chain code name same. Remember that in upgrade command, keep the chain code name same and just upgrade the version and sequence number. Then it will work as it is. You don't need to do any changes in your uh, application layer to invoke that chain code. Now let's simply go back to your test network directory, and now let's try to deploy the chain code. So just remember to add sudo as well, otherwise it will give permission issue. So I will do the sudo. Let's do edit the script as with sudo. That's good. Now we need to observe things closely. It will take some time to create their zip file. This is installation process. They have created the zip. Now this whole package will get deployed on my chain code. Okay, yeah, it will install on each and every chain code. So you can see org1 already done. So org2 is done. Now they are installing it on org3. If yeah, org3 installation is also done. Okay, could query installed chain code perfectly. They were able to query it. So this is the transaction ID of my queried chain code. They'll check that. Now this approval process got started. Amazing. Okay, org1 got approved. Org2 also got approved. Org2 MSP. So this all is like handled by MSP, membership service provider. So this is more related to access manager, or making sure that who is doing what kind of transaction, and then allowance, endorsement policies, and all these things come into picture here. So this is come under the endorsement policy to endorse my chain code. So this is for approvals. Okay, perfect. Now you can see I got the approvals from all the three chain code, three organization. Now check the containers. Now I should get more three containers, each for one. Yeah, I got three containers 32 seconds ago. These are the three containers what we got created. This is for org2, for org2, this is for org1. Okay, okay. All are up. So this is chain code, and then chain code. Why it is showing 2 times org2? Ideally it should show org3. Let me try to clear this. Yeah, I can see org3 as well. Perfect. Now I can see org2, org1, and org3 chain code. Wondered. Uh, for a minute, I feel like something is missing here or something going wrong. But no, all good. So due to some terminal issue, it got mixed with 1, 2. But yes, we have three containers. Now we can check the log of these containers as well. We can grab the ID of any one of the container ID, and then simply we can do sudo docker logs, sudo docker logs, and then paste that container ID. So we'll get the log of that. Oh, my bad. It's like docker space log, not the continuous one. Now you can see, I can see the logs of my chain code. So now onwards, moving further, we're gonna use this particular setup more, because here we're gonna check always my smart contract, whatever it is happening. You can say state transfer to ready. My smart contract is now ready to use. So we'll check that soon in the next video. From next video onwards, we'll start working on invoking my chain code, registering admins, registering like more on the application layer. We'll start designing our Node SDK part and the API part. Thank you so much. See you in next video. Hey, hi guys. So welcome back to our chapter 13. So what we are doing here. So we have already write our complete chain code with the proper logic. Now it's time to set up our Node SDK. So Node SDK we have already seen in the earlier videos where we are trying to run our chain code to check the setup, right? So what we are gonna do, we're gonna reuse that all those things, and we'll try to do the proper setup again. Cool. So there I can see the register admin, register user is there. Register admin, as you know, to this particular script is we use to create certificates for admin. So for each organization, we need the admin, right? And with that admin, we'll register the user against that. So that is what it is here. So this is a query chain code function. I can see the script to query the chain code. But what I will do, I'll just simply remove all those things we don't need, and whatever the wallet ID is there also there. We'll try to create things from the fresh. So simply I'll remove these three stuff. Yeah. And we'll create a fresh stuff over here. Okay. So what we'll do very first, what are you asking for? Oh, okay, access denied. What happened? Okay, I lose my instance access. Let me try. Okay. I cannot delete it directly. So let me try it from the terminal here. What we need to remove? We need to remove register admin.js, or else we'll try to rename it. Just keep it as it is. Or let me try here. Sudo remove hyphen R wallet. So I'm using here GCP instance to do all the stuff. Now, yeah, my wallet got removed. So previously I was trying to remove things from my own permission. Then later I used the sudo permissions to delete. So it got deleted. So the same thing we can do for other files as well. Register admin and then register user. Okay, just try to remove it. Yeah, cool. It's got removed, and then just try to remove this. One more is there, chain code query. That also will removed. Cool. Now, yeah, everything is removed now. Now we have only Node SDK, Node modules, and package.json. So very first what we'll do, we'll create things one by one. We need to create app.js, the proper folder structure we'll create here. So very first we'll create app.js, Node SDK. We can create a file called .js. Okay. So this will be treating as my index file, right? App.js will be my I'm going to create the server. Okay. And we'll follow proper structure over here. We need to create a routes. So create one folder called routes. The same. Let's create routes. And then we need one more folder called controllers. Okay. So let's create over here called controllers. Controller is something where we gonna define our all the functional things, all the main logic of our APIs. That is inside my controllers. Okay. In routes, we'll define our routes, APIs, API route. And then let's define one more folder called services to use my functions like invoke chain code, or where we are using our you can say credentials, right? So for that we will using the services. So this is the four different three folder structure what we're gonna use over here. So it's not compulsory to use same naming convention. This is the standard one what I'm using. Feel free to use anything with respect to your, but this is the mostly standard projects what we follow, right? This is a standard structure. Now what we need to do, inside controller we have to create multiple files with respect to our logic. When we say with respect to logic, in the sense we have my smart contract, right? So if you go inside the smart contract, we have three different smart contracts over here. Where is that? Chaincode JavaScript. Insert that. We have contracts. So yeah, we have fund contract, token contract, and user contract. Okay, so for these three contract, we have different functions that we already saw. So these all functions we need to call from our API, right? So to use this thing, what we're gonna do, we're gonna call it from our Node SDK controller. So we have to set up things properly. So very first, what we'll set up the user functions. Okay. So before user functions, we have to set up our Fabric services. We can say we can call it as Fabric service, or we can call it as normal service function or files, where we're gonna write register helpers and invoke chain code helpers and all those things. So let's go to the Node SDK, go inside service. Let's create one file called fabricservice.js. Okay. Now inside this, what we're gonna create. So this is like same one where the package will be required similar what we have in a register function. These are the Fabric CA service. This is Fabric CA client what we are using to connect with our network. Then Fabric network, where we will create a gateway and wallets against that, right? So that's what is important for us. Now what we'll do, we'll create here multiple functions. Let's go one by one. Let's first see our register user function. So we need to register the user. So to register user, what we need to do? So I just pasted the code over here to register user. Simple one. So first we are asking for organization ID, admin ID, user ID, and user role. Okay, these are the things. Because why I'm asking organization ID, in previous setups in my previous playlist, we used to use same org1 or org2 sort of thing. But here we need explicitly different organization IDs. We have different three organization. So based on from which organization you want to register that particular user, so they will send their org ID, then admin ID. Inside that organization, we need a admin ID as well. So admin ID we need to create before calling this register user function. So we'll see how to create that as well. Okay. So admin ID, user ID, and user role. Perfect. So there is so this is simple. Very first thing, line number 14, which is defining the path. Now you can check the path again properly. So this is my current directory. This is my current directory. I get one directory back. One directory back, come into the Node SDK. Now I went again one directory back. Then I'll go outside the Node SDK. Okay. Then I'll go to the Fabric samples. So that's how it is. And it's important from where this function is getting called. So how that particular path will work. So that's how my wallet directory is also there. And then based on that, I'll check is that wallet is already there. If not, then we have to create that user ID against that wallet. So here what we are doing, we are passing as of now explicit attributes. We are calling that department. So we can call it as department one or anything. Just a different naming convention we can use. Again, we can treat this as a variable, like inside that organization you are coming from which department. As of now, we are not doing that level of high level of access management, but this is a very good place to give a naming convention to your to your credential or to your certificate based on user or type. So you can as of now we are giving role as a client, so you can also define your explicit role here itself, and then we are defining the attributes as well. So this is what we are checking in our smart contract. So what is there based on their attributes, we are checking the role, and then UUID is for making that user unique, and that this will be like their username sort of thing, right? So this is, and we are using here X509 identity certificates. This is a advanced encryption type of certification over there. Okay, so this is the main register function. Now we have here register function, but before that we need admin credentials as well, right? So we need admin certificate. So what we'll do, so again we have to create here register government admin certificate sort of thing, or we need a script to register government admin, or maybe first we can say admin or government admin. So high level, if you go to readme, in readme we have already defined which organization we have. Org1 is platform MSP, org2 is government, and org3 is NGO. So when we are saying org1 is platform, so when we are adding, in previous video we added the org3 in our complete network. So at that time, we used by default as org1's credential, org1 organization MSP, to onboard it, to create a new channel, and then connect with the channel, do the endorsement and all those things. There where org1 we have already using as a platform MSP. Now let's create script for register government admin. So this is for org2. We'll consider this register government admin is connected with the org2. That what we will going to consider over here. Okay. So here, so what we are gonna do here, similar what we have used there, use stick. That same thing we're gonna use here. Same packages we required, but after that what we do, we'll call this function. We won't be having a register function here. We'll use, instead of register, we'll use here main function to simply create same thing, the register, same approach we have did, but here explicitly I'm using the org2. Here you can see I'm using here org2, and if I'm going outside this node SDK, and then after that I'm passing the fabric samples. Perfect, right? Because this is a parallel one, right? It is not inside fabric sample, so this is parallel. If I step out from this node SDK, immediately I'll get a fabric sample. So that's the path here. And then we have to create a wallet. If wallet is not there, it's automatically going to create that wallet folder, not an issue. And then first we will generate here government admin certificate. Okay, the name of that certificate will be government admin. And then MSP, you can see here I'm using here MSP or to MSP. Yes. And one more thing here, this is we are using here enrollment ID as admin, and enrollment secrets is admin PW. So uh, this is something which is already defined in our CA, certificate authority, we are using here to enroll my admin. So if you want to check that, how to check that, how to check this admin and this password, I have already explained this thing, but I'll show you one more time. So if you go inside your test network, search for the compose files, and then you can search for the CA AML file, right? So compose CA. So here you can see your C org2 org1, and at the same time you'll see the password as well here, command admin and password. You see, to start, this is the user and this is the password, that what we use over here, right? So that same thing we have to use to start, right? So that is what it is here. Inside Docker also you can export that in Docker compose CA. Maybe I think that is in a compose file only. Yeah. Cool. So now let's go down, just close this fabric sample. Let's go to register government, and let's try to now register our admin. Okay. With the org2. Just we have to make sure that we have a correct path. Now let's try to run this particular stuff. Just let make sure that now you are inside Node SDK. Do node and then call register government admin. Just enter. Hopefully it should work. Fail to enroll. Oh, yeah. Because I don't have my, I have not started the network yet. So we have to start and then it will work. So similarly, what we need to do now here. So first we have to set up our network. So you know that how to start the network. If you not know, please start your network, onboard your organization, and then run this command, and it will work. Let me do that quickly. Let's go to this folder. What I will do, first I would like to create this one more certificate for NGO. So I'll simply copy paste this and I'll rename this as NGO admin. Government, instead of government I'll say register NGO admin. Okay. And then I gonna change wherever is org2, control F, org3, because we know org3 is my NGO. I replaced it everywhere. Now let's read the file again if is there anywhere. Org3 present, org2 present. Yes, one place I can see. Yes, here instead of org2 we need to give here org3 MSP. And wherever I'm treating it as government GOV admin, I'll just make it as NGO admin. I'll make it as NGO admin. Cool. So we need two different admins. So let's check. Perfect. So all the places it's gonna work. So replace all. Now, So when I will run my network, I'll test both the script at the same time. Cool. Amazing. Now let's go to Fabric samples and do ls. Go to test network. What we need to do, we have to open the README file. Just grab the command to start the network. So this is for couch tip. This is for I think this is the one. Up the network with channel. Simply with sudo, run it. They'll ask for password. Enter the password. That's it. Sometime it's worked. Sometime it might give error due to some net issue or terminal issue or maybe Docker issues. So you have to be aware properly when you are checking. Make sure that things are working fine. Yes, I can see things are working fine. Okay, okay, okay. Cool, cool, cool. Perfect. Yes, everything is working fine. Now, uh, we don't need to miss now one important step. We have to add org3 as well to test our org3 ngOadmin. So let's go to change directory to add org3 and then do clear and run this command over here. Sudo add org3 sh up ca -s couchtb. Now let's wait for this to get things up and then we'll test our script. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, it's up. Okay, reading blocks, endorsement is done. Looks good. My channel is joining the my channel. Okay, 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 okay. Why it's failed again after 5 attempts? Peer 0 3 has failed to join the channel. The same stuff we got the error. So this is used due to some terminal issues sometime. I saw this error previously as well. And how I figured it out, I'll tell you. Just go to network down. Just put your network down. So I'll do uh, sudo add org down. So here add org down also we can do. So it will run the same. It will trigger the same command to down the network underneath. So everything will get down. I'll remove it. I'll just simply log in it again, and then of course it's gonna work. Hey, hi guys. So um today we're gonna see the our existing issue. This is chapter 14. In previous chapter, we faced one issue like I was not able to add my org3 in the network, right? So what was the exact issue is the issue with some my instance. So for some reason, I have to drop that instance so I get back on my Ubuntu WSL. I tried multiple approaches. I tried to change the YAML files and all those stuff, multiple type recreating the network, but network is running, my test network is running, but at the time of adding my org3, I don't know, but somehow it's saying that couch db configuration is mismatch or password is incorrect and something like that, but I cross checked, it was correct. So I believe there is some issue with the Docker cache in my system, and that was so light VM, right? So I used the lightest VM. So there is some issue. I was not able to figure it out. I'm very frank. I was not able to figure out that what is the issue I was facing. So I just dropped that approach, but I have to complete this playlist. So I choose WSL. Though there is no change in the setup, complete same repo I'm using over here in my WSL, same step at the same level what we saw in existing one. So we have to run the network and we have to try our register one after deployment of my chain code, right? So we have the same chain code over here as well. Perfect. Okay. Yeah. We have the fund, contracts, and all those things. Perfect. Now, let's do one thing. Just try to run the network. Go to the README file. Over here, just set up the network. Same commands. We'll try over here. We'll have to up the network. So I'll use this command. We don't need sudo over here because we are running in WSL itself. So I don't need any sudo permission to access my Docker. Oh, my bad. Just first go to the fabric samples, test network, and then we have to run this command. Right? Yes, so it's got started. The network is not work. What happened? What happened now? Perfect. It's bringing up network. Okay. So sometimes it's take time. So what is the best approach actually? So this might get concern about you guys. So what is the best approach to run the network? This is like not a best practice to create a test network on all those things. You are right, guys. You are 100% right. This is not a best practice and this is not recommended for running your actual projects on test network. This is only for only learning purpose. So we have to create a separate containers altogether for each and every peer. Okay, so there is separate container for orderer, separate container for organization, separate container for each and every certificate authority, orderer. So this all together we have to do. So now first let's check Docker ps -a. Now I can see all the container is up, org2, org1, 0, 1, 2, 1, CM. Now what we need to do, uh, we need to add org3, right? So the things what exactly we are failing on our GCP instance, so that we will try now. Let me first clear it. Now change directory to add org3. Go to here and then do couch TP. Again, I don't need sudo permission when we are doing stuff on WSL. Okay. Now, yeah, it's creating the CA order org3. So you can check this in test network. Inside test network, there is one folder called add.org, right? This add.org, there are certain files. You can see the log got generated here. The logs will get stored here. Amazing. Some success message I'm getting here. Successful submitted channel update. The latest logs will get updated over here in this, endorse connection. This is the exact step. So we are here in this step, they are trying to join the channel. Okay, perfect. Channel was joined. So in my GCP part, that at the time of joining the channel, it was failing because it was not able to connect to CouchDB, right? So now you can see this is also done. So if we do docker log docker ps-a again, so let me just bring this completely up to have a better visibility. So now I can see peer 0 or 3 couchdb4. It's for third organization, but in YAML file I can show you exactly where this couchdb4 is coming and from. So there is one folder called compose. If you go into it, you can see there are three YAML files: compose YAML CA org3, right? CouchDB and org3.yaml. So that's how our CA org3, this org3 is this org3, and then CouchDB is this CouchDB. If you open this file, you can read it properly. So this is the same test network what we are using here, Fabric test. CouchDB, this is the container name, CouchDB. You can see service name is CouchDB, container name is CouchDB, and this is the image we are using. And this is the password environment variable we are using to access our CouchDB database. It's a database layer. Uh, cool. So this is what we are using here. So similarly, all the other containers, they are peer0 org3. So if you want to change the name of the container, you can use this place to change. But make sure that you have to change all the references. You cannot change at one place and then get end up into a lot of errors, right? Because this is so tight mapping, very one-on-one key. We have to make sure that each and everything is same. Otherwise, it will give a lot of error and it's very difficult to trace back some errors. Yeah, that's how the system is a little complex, but uh, this is how we have already added now. Perfect. We can see 3 containers got added few seconds ago and few are running from past 2 minutes. Perfectly fine. Let me just clear it again. Now what is the task? What I'm trying to do over here is to register the NGO, register org admin 01, org admin, and register NGO admin. Okay, so that was my primary task. For that only we need a setup. Now let's do one thing. Let's go back into our Node SDK. Okay, so where is my Node SDK altogether? Here is, now go to the Node SDK. Okay, Node SDK is in parallel with Fabric samples. It's not inside Fabric sample. Just remember that it's in parallel with the Fabric sample. Now just to generate government register certificate, just do this. Just we have to say node register gov admin.js. Okay, wallet got created successfully. Perfect. And inside that I can see gov admin.id is also got created. Perfect. So my script is running fine. Now this is based on org2. This we generated this from org2. Now the main part is this NGO. when we'll register NGO, that we are generating from my org3. I'll show you that script. Perfect. My org3 is also got generated. So NGO admin is also created. So if you go through the script one more time, I'll simply go. So this means my org3 is also set up properly. You can see here I'm using a org3 certificate authority, and in connection also we can see connection-org3.json. So this is the main file for connecting with your org3. Similarly, if you have different use case, feel free to increase multiple certificates, use add multiple organization and all those stuff, right? Perfectly fine. Now we are good with adding organization. What was our next step? After adding organization, we need to call our register APIs, right? Or we have to set up things to call register. But as of now, we don't have any services. We have only register function over here. To call again register function, we need to set up our things properly. Okay, right? We have services, but we have not used that register user anywhere. So we will do what we'll do now. We'll set up controllers. We will set up 3 controller because we have 3 smart contract: fund, token, and user. Users all register function, get all users what we have already registered, be it for government, NGO, bank, all these 3 controllers we are going to write, and then we'll set up a route. So let's go one by one for the controller. So first controller we're going to set up is users. Okay, let's say user controller over here. What we'll do over here, let's create a one file called user controller. Where is controller? Okay, now what we have going to write inside is user controller. First, what we need to do, we need to call our helper functions, right? So what helper functions we have, we have already registered and all those things. So before that let's start with Fabric sample itself, right? Because helper functions we are writing in Fabric samples. So let's complete our Fabric samples first. So we have already added our register functionality over there. So let's try to add the login functionality as well, and then get connect functionality. Are we using login functionality? No. Okay, that's completely fine. Now, very important is get contract, invoke transaction, and query transaction. Okay, so let's create function one by one. So let's go into service fabric. Let's go down a little bit. So this will create a default function over here, get contract. What we are doing here this is again a helper function. We are defining here org1 for which organization you want to trigger that particular smart contract. This can be used differently, and as of now, because all the organizations have same smart contract logic. It doesn't matter from where you are triggering. But in real use case, when you have all different organization all together, you can specifically, let's say you don't have even access to trigger org1 or org2. So as an end user, you can explicitly pass from as a bank, I'll only trigger, I have access to my organization or my node. So I am going to access whatever is there in my node. When I say whatever, it means Chaincode and your CouchDB data layer and all those things. Then it will sync to the network. That is how ideally it works. So as of now, just we have given as access it from org1, but you can define it from anywhere. So that's how it will connect their connection file, and that what it. So this is just setting up a gateway. We are setting up gateway between my node layer and between my network layer. There is 2 layer, right? Network layer which is already running. There is already a chain code which is deployed on my organization. That chain code we have not deployed yet. Remember that in this new setup. And we are trying to access that chain code via a connection file by connecting that organization, because you cannot connect directly. First you have to connect to that peer, and inside that peer chain code is set up over there. So that's what we are doing here. We are setting up a gateway with proper access. We are giving here access as well, like which credential you want to access to set up connection, right? So there exactly here, this is the way where I'm trying to get the identity from the wallet. If that wallet is there, I'm just passing that identity over here with the wallet path. Okay, so and just we are giving this enabled as true, localhost is true. So when you will deploy it on production, we have to make it as localhost as false. Okay, now this is my just gateway function. And remember one more thing, this is very important section where this can be different for different use case. My channel name is, because we are always we are not changing, we have not changed the channel name while setting up our network. So by default our channel name is my channel only. This you can call this as a network name as well. Our network name is my channel, and then My chain code name is here. I have given here CC01. Okay, CC01 is my chain code name, but inside that I have 3 smart contract. Smart contract is my user smart contract, my fund smart contract, and my token smart contract. Okay, so I have to explicitly pass, because all these 3 smart contract has 3 different PGs, and these 3 smart contract have their own default functions, means their own functions. So I have to explicitly call here now. In older setup, we usually have only single page chain code, but in our setup, we have 3 pages of chain code. So that's what I want to show you guys, how to trigger when you have multi-level stuff. So first, this is the name that what we'll use at a time of deployment. When you are deploying chain code, that is the name of this chain code, and this will be remain same for all the users if you are following the same folder structure. If you are using user smart contract, token smart contract, and then what was the other, fund smart contract, right? Then you have to use that smart fund, all the variable names, and this will come from your respective functions when you will define your API, and from that will come from the controller. Okay, so this is my get smart contract function. Now this is like just setting up a gateway. Now we have to write my invoke smart contract, invoke transaction. We need now invoke transaction function. So when we are saying invoke, means when we are doing any write operation on my ledger, on my smart contract. So simple, very simple. What we will do, we'll call here get smart contract function, set up a gateway, get the contract instance, get the gateway instance, right? So contract instance, based on contract instance, submit transaction. Submit transaction is a fixed name. This will denote a write operation on my smart contract or chain code. And then what I will do, I'll get the function name. What is the function you want to call? Smart contract name already have defined over here. So I'll get to know that how many functions are there in that contract, and based on that, I'll pass it. And here we are passing the user cert. That's what we already shown here. You can see contract name and user. So I'm passing here contract name and user to that function as a variables or params, we can say. And then from here, we'll get the instance created, and then we'll call submit transaction from on that instance, and we'll pass your function. This function name should be remain exactly same what we have written in the smart contract. This is my actual smart contract function name. For example, in my user controller, uh, if you go to the chain code, if in my user contract, here we have register NGO, right? Register NGO. So exactly register NGO will come into that place where I'm trying to write my this function name. Register chain code will come into the function name, and this arguments, you can see here arguments. This arguments is nothing but the user contract. When we saying this other than context, these all will act as arguments. This is my default context. This will act as my user defined arguments or parameters. That what I need to pass over here. So now this is a destructured array, right? So that what we will get it from the variable, from my controller. This function is a helper function. This is something repetitively we are going to use for each and every write operation. Whenever I want to do any write operation, that at that time write operation on a chain code, I'll that time call a submit transaction, and in response I'll get that JSON. Just I'm converting it into string and then sending it over back to my API. Okay, that's how our helper function will work. And similarly, we have read function as well. This is my write function invoking. Similarly, we have read function, simple one, where I'm just saying query transaction, where I'm just using. So yeah, we have added our query transaction over here. Now we need to export all these functions. Just we have to do whatever the function we have added, just export it over here, right? We have added register. Did we added login? No, we didn't added login part. Just we can remove that. Not needed. But yeah, I think login is good to have. I'll just add login as well. So this is something we have registered it. And after that, after registration, you have to check that is user already exist in your wallet or not. That time you're gonna use that login function. Okay, so let's quickly check the login functionality logic as well. This is more like a register, but few check is here. Simply what we are doing, we are setting up a wallet. We are checking is user exist or not in my wallet. If it's exist, we are saying yes, user is there. If it is not, we are saying simply user is not exist, right? That's how simply we handled over here. Okay, perfect, cool. Now, what we need to do, we need to start writing our controller. So this is something that we have did for helper function. Now we have to write our actual controller where I have access to my helper functions, and then one by one with respect to controller we'll write a function. Okay. So for my user controller, what I will do, user controller is equivalent to my user contract. Whatever the functions we have written in my user contract, all those functions we gonna pull over here, but in a proper API manner. That are the actual smart contract logic. Here we have to write a API. So here from this is, you can see this is my registered donor. Where I'm registering donor, just I'm treating it as a API, as a request response. So I'm taking things from the request body like user cert, donor ID, name, email, ls. All these things will come from the request body, from the user. And what we'll do, so register user, I know that I'm registering the donor, right? So a registered donor is defined for org2. Again, this should not come from the user. Like, or we can do uh, another thing. We can extract the identity. We can check the who is the user, and based on identity, we can extract the org2 as well. But for simplicity, I've already added here org2. We have to register based on org2. Then who will be the my admin credential, to who is that person who is triggering the register function, that is government admin. And then the user ID is for donor ID and then donor, right? So if you go to the register function again, I'll show you what it will do. It will take organization ID, admin ID, user ID, and user role, right? So if you check where exactly we are using the org ID, you can see for everywhere for managing the access, getting the connection file, we are using org ID. Then we are using here to define the certificate authority, right? To define the department affiliation we are giving with respect to that particular organization. And then here we have giving one more thing to define the admin identity. Yeah, this is org, but this is again admin ID is also very important for us. We can check that admin ID we are using over here. Yes, first we are getting admin ID. If admin is there, then we are okay. Then we are creating a provider here. Get user context based on admin ID. And then that admin ID will going to generate the user admin. You can see that user admin is generating the certificate, that's secret for that individual user. So that's how our user admin will come under the picture. So this admin will vary based on each and every function. So for no, wrong function, I think controller. So you can see for our registered donor, that's what we are passing as government admin for. And then after that, what we are doing, we are passing this. Yeah, and remember one more thing. In past few videos, we have added a logic to generate the generate one particular batch for our user, right? So that batch generator logic also we gonna add inside this particular functions. Okay, so at that same time when we are registering, the batch logic will also come into the picture. So but before that, you can see invoke. So what we'll do, that generate batch or generate image, generate batch or image logic will come here. Okay, logic will go here in the future. And then after that, once we'll get in return CID. In return, we will get CID. We'll store that batch on IPFS and we'll get CID. And that CID we gonna store in our invoke credential, invoke transaction my helper. But at the time of register, if you remember, in smart contract we added the CID also to register. Okay, so that will cover from that CID will get from here, and that how that what we'll store over there. That could be URL or just a hash. That will look into it. Okay, but first understand this technicality. This is like my application level logic. This is like my business logic. Whatever I want to do, this is again a business logic. I'm just generating the certificate. This process is like generating the ID. So whatever the name I'll pass here, donor ID, they'll generate the particular ID for this. Okay, and this particular step will do invoke. They'll invoke my chain code and generate an entry in my smart contract in chain code in ledger. Here I'm just defining my business logic, what I want to do before that or after that. I can do that business logic after over here as well. But I need CID, so I'll try to do it that things before only, and then I'll store it in my blockchain. I'll track it over blockchain. So this is similarly whenever you want to store any media file or generate any invoices or anything, something like that. That's how you will use this business logic to first store in my database or in my what say in our proper decentralized storage, and then get the CID or their references are stored in blockchain. So here this will be stored in my blockchain. Okay. So similarly we'll have a function called get donor, right? So get donor is simple. So where we have earlier we are using here invoke chain code. So sorry, invoke transaction. There we are simply saying query transaction. I just need a reference. I just need a proper key over there. So donor ID, I'll use that key, and user certificate. User certificate means user ID, that what user we have already generated, that user ID will use or as a request from the user side. And then here you can see I'll just using user ID as a user contract. You can see I have explicitly defined your contract name, user contract, and then this is a function name, what function I want to trigger, register donor. Here get donor, and in register donor I'm explicitly passing proper function, donor ID, name, email, ls. So these functions we need to change with respect to our smart contract. What we have written in smart contract, we have to update that. So this smart contract I think is not updated. I have to add CID as well. Okay, we'll add it, not an issue. So here I'll add CID, and then because I changed that setup from GCP to here, so that contract is updated one. This is not updated one. I've updated that directly on my instance. So this is how we will add CID, and whatever the parameter is over here, just grab this parameter. Oh, okay. NGO we need for donor. Where is registered donor? Yeah, this is registered donor. We are generating the CID for both, for NGO and for donor as well. That CID will go here. Okay, perfect. Now whatever I am passing over here, I need that to be go inside my controller. I'm calling controller, donor ID, name, email, ls. That's already there. Just what extra we need to add is CID, right? Just one thing is CID. Perfect. Yeah, just define one variable called here constants to not get any error. CID. Now, as of now, just generated one, but this will be coming from my proper IPFS. Okay, that's the logic. Perfect. Cool. Similarly, we have multiple setup functions for NGO, for and bank. Okay, so I'll grab all this function over here. Same logic, just we have to make sure that when you are calling respective one, what is the organization you are changing. Let's say for uh, which smart contract you are using and which function name you are using, how when you are giving admin permission. For you can see for the register NGO, we are passing a government NGO as an admin, and org3 over here, but we don't need to pass government NGO to create register. We need to pass our NGO admin over here. So that the modification we need to do, NGO admin I need here, because we have a separate NGO admin for it. Okay, so that NGO government admin I have put it in my testing phase, but this is something actual we're gonna do. For register bank, yeah, bank, if we check our readme file with respect to our logic, bank registration should happen from my government admin, right? You can see register, yeah, org2 government, register donor, register get, register bank, get bank, and all these functions should get called from my GOMSP, like government admin, and this all will call from MSP org2 MSP, yeah, bank, and this is for org3, register NGO, get NGO, and all these other functions. Okay, so if we go to the controller again, so this will get register will come on the government admin. That's fine, and this is also fine. Get, they'll give respective one. Here NGO has a third one. Perfect, sounds good. Just we have to add again here everywhere. After this, when you are registering, will come generate batch or image logic will come under the picture over here. Okay, so that we need to add, and we have to pass here CID as well. So in each function we have to pass that only in register bank and register this. So that is the agenda where we are trying to give them explicitly authorized certificate or some sort of thing, right, which give more authenticity to our end customers, like, hey, you are a valid one or verified one. Okay, so yeah, this is all about today's video. So this is more about uh, user controller. Just one thing is remaining over here in the user controller. We'll try to add a generate batch logic with proper IPFS account setup in next video, and try to use this one with the deployment. Okay, see you in next video. Bye bye.
Hey, hi. Welcome back to our new video. So, uh, in last video, we have seen that uh, how to create the service. We have created the Fabric service register function over here, and we have added all the functions with respect to user controller, right? Now, in that, I explained one thing, like we need to add our logic to generate the CID. When I say CID, in the sense we have to generate a batch, right? We have to generate a batch, and that batch we need to upload on IPFS and get back the CID. And that CID we need to track in our Chaincode, in our ledger, right? So that is the thing what we're gonna do in today's video. We're gonna generate a batch. So this is like a normal Web2 approach to generate the image, and then on top of that image, we're gonna write some content, and then that generated image we're gonna upload it in IPFS. So two things. First is generation of image, and second part is uploading the image on IPFS. This two part we will try to do. So what we'll do as a helper function, we'll create the files over here itself to create the new file. So very first we have a generate batch.js. So here I gonna add generate batch. Okay. So let me explain you the code one by one, right? So very first we are using here GIMP package. This is like on GIMP and QR code. So I'm trying to add the QR code also in my package. First this, and what we need, so see, the flow is simple. We need a default template. So what we have default, you can say we have default image. I'll show you. This is my default template image. Can you see it? Yes, you can. So this is the image template. So this is something what I'm trying to say. I'm treating it as a batch, and on this batch I gonna add more content for each and everyone. So if it's onboarding batch, so register user, when they are donating it for them it's different, and when we'll create a bank or some other. So all for each and everyone we're gonna change the data. Okay, that's the ultimate funda over here. Whatever the data will come, that will come from the logic, but under the hood template will remain same. So I've chosen this. You can choose any different type of image. And so simple logic is this particular function is to add data on this particular default image, right? That's the function I'm trying to write here. So uh, generate batch is a function, right? And there is one more called upload to pinata. We'll come to that. So first you can see that we need a specific imports over here. So let's do that as well. So if go in npm, first we have to go to node sdk, and then here we need to do npm I. We need gmp gimp first, then qr code, right? And then for IPFS, let's first check the logic. In meantime, just download this one. So see, function is simple. So this parameter, as of now, I'm trying to keep name, role, amount, QR data. So I have added one more concept called QR data, where when we integrate the ledger, right? And if you want to add some transaction IDs or some metadata inside your QR code or some website link, something like that, that you can give. So it will appear on our that batch, and if someone scan the QR code of that batch, they will redirect to some specific things. So that's for future scope I have added. Feel free to use with your requirement, right? So this is like what we are setting up a default path, default template. GIMP is the package to override on the any existing image. So that's how I'm setting up. Ki font should be like 32 bold. It's like a black one, something like that. And what do we have to write? This is a content which will go on the blog on that particular image. And this is what we are setting up there, x-axis and y-axis over here, from where it will start and reading, right? So for each line we have to read it, and then specific. So that's how I make it centric. So it will print it, something like that. And at the end it will generate a buffer. So yeah, so we are adding the composite QR code also over here at the bottom left, something like that. And then at the end it will give me the output in batch folder. Batch folder will come on the top. On the root directory it will create a batch folder, and it will create a data into it. Okay, so it will create a batch inside that folder. So now you can see I have upload to pinata function. Okay, so if we check upload to pinata function, let me show you that as well. Yeah, now upload to pinata, but to use what is pinata, by the way, very first? Pinata is a decentralized storage provider. Okay,
So when we say IPFS, IPFS is a technology and they have their own open source ledger, and you can do setup, public ledger and all those things. So Pinata use IPFS to form their decentralized storage. Okay. So this is IPFS provider, you can say. IPFS data provider. So what you need to do, you need to go to Google, type Pinata, set up the account. Very straightforward, right? Once you have set up account, you have to create a keys. I'll show you that, but first let me show you this thing. Yeah, upload batch to IPFS. Now here, upload batch to IPFS. It's like upload to Pinata, where you need Axios. These all the package form data fs.env. So .env might not be here in this project. So let's download that npm I .env. And yes, one more thing we need to check, what package for gym. Acha, okay, so this is we don't required. We need a specific version because we are using model type here, so it will work only on specific version. So let me grab that version. So remember over here npm, let me just do first clear a little bit up. Npm uninstall. Let's uninstall that zip. We need a specific version of it. We need this in at this version 0.22.1, then install. And let's go through the our Pinata code. It's very simple. First, we are setting up the envs. So yeah, we have to get the key from there. So this is the API we are calling to upload my file on the IPFS. So you can see Pinata Cloud pinning pin file to IPFS. So that's what I'm trying to pin my IPFS file over there with the authorization authentication code as JWT token, and then simply will get the data in the IPFS hash. So if you go to this particular link, you can you'll file will get rendered over here, right? So that's what exactly we are doing. We are exporting this function and we are using this in generate batch. So when the batch get generated, immediately we are calling this particular function. I'm passing the output path. So we need input for this upload batch function is the path, file path. Okay, so we have to give the file path as an input, and then they'll convert it, they'll use it as file, and then they'll upload it through API. So generate batch will happen. Now where to call this particular function? We have generate batch, and in return we got the result. From result we are fetching the data dot IPFS hash. Okay, and we are returning this function again. So we need to call this function in our controller. We have user controller, right? So where we have used this CID. So instead of this dummy function, we'll remove this, and what we'll do, await what we need, generate batch. Yes, we need generate batch, and we need to call specific thing in the parameter, like say name, role, amount, what is the donation amount is happening. As of now, we don't have amount, so we won't give amount. And then QR code data, so simply whatever the data we are getting as of now, that we are passing. But we can give some URLs or ledger URL to check the transaction and all those things, right? That can be happen here. But remember one thing, just to clarify, we have not did invoke yet, so we don't get transaction ID here. We are trying to call this before the batch. So again, what we can do, I want to track this CID in my ledger. That's why I'm calling it before. But if you don't want to track this CID, or you just want to give a downloadable batch to the your end user, and you don't want to track that batch on ledger, so you can simply call this function after invoke, right? First invoke, and that can get the transaction ID, and then pass the transaction ID inside this particular uh, QR code. But I want to store that CID. That's why I'm calling this function first. Cool. So this is something logical stuff what you can do from your side. So what we'll do now, first we'll comment the register part, and then we'll comment this invoke part as well, because I want to make sure that this function is working fine or not, right? Yeah, simple. Success to data CID. Okay, now we got that. Let's go to the generate batch, check again, are we passing the correct data over there? Don't worry, as of now we are passing amount, keyword code, so this field can be updated and changed. We have to change it with respect to our requirement, right? But first let's see whatever we are trying to do, is it working or not. So let's, yeah, one more thing. We need env as well to upload things on file. So let me create env in my root directory. Now let's have a look from where we can get the env. Okay. Okay. So let me share my this Pinata tab. You can see this Pinata. So this is the IPFS provider Pinata where you can see different workspaces I have. I have already, if you see here, file section will be there. Whatever the file you will upload, that all file you can track over here, right? And if you go to any specific user, you will see that. So this is the how you be gonna upload it, right? So this is how my QR code will appear. This is how my data will look like, and this is, you can see, this is serving it from IPFS. Okay, so might be you have not able to see that next tab, but yeah, so if you go click on it, it will open in a new tab. Now what I'm trying to say you, so to access or to make our code working, we need API keys. So we need to go to this API section. This is like very simple account creation. Normal, you can log in with Google or anything. Now if you can see API's keys is over here. Now you have to simply add new key, click on add new key, and give any key name. Let's say test blockchain project, something like that, and then try to, if you can give admin permission or not, but what is required, we need file write operation because we are writing a file, right? And then we need a gateway permissions. Just try to give to these permissions, and if you give these right file, we should please cross check that in pinning service is your pin file to IPFS. This should get enabled because we have to pin the file. This is the exact function I'm trying to call, right? Or for safer side, simply just give the admin, and it will take care, it will give all the permissions, right? So but for more security concerns, we can add a specific rule, but for testing purpose, to make sure that my things are work properly, so I always used to give mostly admin, but feel free to give a specific function. So this pinning service are, there are different methods to upload the data. So we can upload the metadata on the IPFS, we can upload the hash, pin by hash. So these all are the different functions actually. These all are functions. So let me show you. So okay, so when you create over there, simply create it and you will populate the data. Just copy paste that. It will a one-time activity. You are not able to get that API token again and then secrets and JWT token. So get it, just copy it and then paste it in env. Okay, so if you add here in the file, you can see you can upload a file altogether, folder, right? And also you can upload the metadata, you can upload the JSON, all different things you can upload over here. Okay, so there is again a true section over there. It's like a public file and then private files. So as of now we are using the public concept, where I want to see that I want to put my file for everyone's visibility. Okay, now let's go back to our code. We need to add things in env. So let me do that. I have my env ready. So as of now I'm using JWT token to JWT token because we are calling API. So there is two way again, SDK as well as you can use SDK or you can use API. So we are calling API. So API requires only JWT token. For using SDK, you require API key and then secrets and all those things. Okay. So now let's go to upload. I think things look fine. Now let's try to run it. So simply how to run it, just say node. We have to start our server, sorry. We have to start our server. So what is the command we have given? Npm run dev. So let's do npm run dev. We are doing npm run dev. Don't worry, I'm gonna give this code to you guys so you can refer it better. It's taking longer time to run. Why? This should run, man. User controller. Oh, one thing I need to check in user controller. Did I imported my Yes, generate batch is imported properly. What happened to this? Oh, my bad, my bad. Okay, guys, we have not wrote our app.js yet. So let's complete app.js as well. So simple, let's create a basic function over here, right? And just grab the our routes altogether over here. I forgot that we have not completed the complete stuff. So okay, so just what I did here, just express, this is just a normal inputs, and then we have these three routes defined altogether. This is like setting up course and express app, setting up express, and then we are calling those routes, and then yeah, this is my default route. So empty. Now we need to check our routes also. We need to call route, right? So let's go to the routes as well. At least create one folder. We are trying to choose as of now user routes. Okay, so let's go to the user route, and I have created my user route over here. Simple again. So user route required user controller, so we already have user controller, right? So in user routes, as of now I'm just focusing on donor part. So I've added here two method, post donor and get donor. So where in post I'm calling it as register donor, and in get I'm calling this as my get donor by id, and there are other functions as well. Similarly for NGOs, whatever the functions we have written in the user controller, whatever the functions we have written in user controller, with respect to that, I have specific routes over here, like register NGO, get NGO, register bank, get bank, right? All bank is like get all bank, all donor is get all donors, all NGO is get all NGOs, right? These all functions we have wrote, I think, already over here, right? Get banks, register, and all those things. All donors and other function is not there, so we'll add that. Okay, so now Mm, we can run it, and I think we need to check it in my. I need to open the Postman as well to show that. So let me open my Postman. So here we have this blockchain-based charity platform donor. This is a register one API, right? So what I will going to do. This is the donor 01, Akshay 01. The name is Sitaram, so that we can give something like Bob or John Bob. Email ID is anything. It's like alias name, something, anything you can give. So I think few data is not even matching with our uh, data. So let's check the R code as well. What exactly we are doing there? What is the input we required? We required registered donor name, email, and alias. Okay, yeah, all things we are passing now. Okay, now let's do one thing. Let's run our server. Remember that you should be in Node SDK part, npm run dev. Uh, 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 yes, it got crashed. Throw new type argument handle must be a function lib route.js. Okay, there is something wrong with our route.js. Okay, we don't have these things. Let's comment stuff which we don't have. Otherwise, it's gonna give us errors. Right? We have only user controller, user route. We don't have any user controller, so we don't have this function. So let's keep this as well. Okay, best. Now let's try to check it. Is it running fine? Yes, it's running now. Okay, I have used the node one, so it will continuously update. We restart my server whenever I'll change anything. So yes, it's working. Now let's go to the our API. So see, one more thing, just one more quick recap. I'm not calling any network app. My network is not up yet, and I am not calling the chain code. I'm just checking the generate batch logic and uploading it on IPFS part. Okay. So in return, I'll get CID, and then based on that, we'll gonna use it. So let's hit this API. Yes, I got the true, but I think there got error generating batch, no such file or directory found. Okay, was not able to found the directory. Cool, cool, cool. It was not able to detect the path. Let's go to the generate batch folder. Again, from here, what we are doing, we have templates outside, but where they need exactly, no such file or directory. They were not able to find this particular path. So let's try to put this where I have kept it earlier. Should be in Node SDK, right? Yeah, previously I have put it completely outside, I think. Now I have put it in parallel with the services. Okay, let's try to restart our server again because they won't detect the changing of path. Now let's try to call it again. Now it's taking time. Okay. First they will generate and then they'll upload that file. Amazing. Good. I got the data, but I didn't got the CID. I didn't got CID. Now we got one issue in CID. What it's saying? Upload file to IPFS Pinata undefined. Invalid credentials. It's showing me invalid credential. Token is malfunction token. Now we have to check that my env is here. So again, okay, my env is not inside my node package. It was inside my main package. Okay, my bad. So just I've hidden my envs. So simply it should be inside my node SDK, right? So it was not there earlier. So let me just restart my server again. And then let's check it now again. But the best part is, let me show you the batch is generated. You can check the batch. Aha, there is one more logic. I'll show you that. First, let me first call the API. So what exactly I'm doing? First, I'm generating the image, uploading it in on IPFS. Once my file got uploaded properly, I'm removing that image as well. Otherwise, it gonna end up lot of files in my folder, and I don't want to increase the folder size. And this is going to be deployed somewhere, right? So it will unnecessarily increase the load on my server. So that's what I have wrote here in generate batch. You can see first I'm generating, right? Uploading to the IPFS. See, uploading to the IPFS, and then here I have a logic to delete. See, I'm here deleting. I'm doing unlinking the file, so which will delete that specific file at that path. So that's what I have given the batch path. Oh yeah, output path. Whatever the output path is there, this is my output path. They're gonna delete it. Okay. So now we want to see our files, right? So we have our, see, this is the URL we got, or we can go to our browser. Just go over here, just enter. So it gonna take first time little bit time, and then it will immediately gonna render. See, so this batch is got generated for Bob donor donation. We have not put any amount 0, and then timestamp. So timestamp might be not correct, so we have to pass with the proper IST Indian timestamp, then it will work fine, right? So here you can see QR code is also generated, so they have tiny data into it. So see, most important, this is coming from Pinata gateway, right? So this is coming from the IPFS. So that is how you can generate your any credential. Now this is a one example to show, just a one prototype to show how can you generate an image and how can you upload on IPFS. So this same funda you can use for any n number of different credentials or different type of files or invoice, certificate, whatever you want to call it, right? So you can use it for multiple layer. So now I would give you homework, guys. So please try to check it, okay, and then update your other functions as well. Try to update user controller other function. We have get donor, NGO, right? Register NGO, get register bank. So for everywhere we can use this particular logic, same particular logic to add our and generate files, and try to call the invoke as well with the register. As of now, just I've shown you the register part, but this should happen everything in a single API, like register the certificate and then generate it and then upload it into the IPFS, upload IPFS, and then upload it in invoke transaction, means in our main ledger. Amazing, this is working fine. So now we have to modify a little bit it, like application layer. So we have to, if there is a register one, so we have to add a tag as welcome to the portal or registered new donor, something like that. And then when they are donating, at that time also we will use the same methodology, but then we will give the donation amount inside that, right? So take some time, check out the code, and then update it accordingly. See you in next video. Bye bye. Hey, hi, welcome back to the new video. So in last video we have saw user controller, right? So we have wrote our user controller and we have saw main the our generate batch logic, right? So and I have given you guys one homework to use this batch properly wherever you want to create, right? So I have added few updates in the code. So what I did very first, I have added this message tag and I have keep that amount as 0 when we are doing register, right? So as of now, we mark this as commented, right? So this is like our registering the user and then invoking transaction. So today in this video, we're gonna check this register and invoke transaction in a functional way, okay? And let me show you generate batch code, what I did. So I added one simple if else logic to make sure that if that amount is undefined or 0, then we're gonna add this content in my batch, or if there is some amount, then we'll add this content in the batch. So we are issuing batch at two places. First one is where at the time of registration for bank, for NGO, and for donor. All three places we are doing that. So let me show in controller. You can see in register NGO, I have added this. So with respect to role as NGO, verified NGO, and then some metadata in the QR code, right? And for bank also I have added this for bank, register bank. Let me zoom in my screen a little bit. Wow, better visual ability. And then let me just remove this. Okay, let me just, yeah. So we have added in bank as well. Cool. So these 3 places I have added, and I have added that one more place. Just let me explain you that as well. And in user controller, I have added few more functions like export, get all banks. This what we have already wrote in our user contract function, right? So we have there in chain code level, we have user contract where we have already written get all banks and all those things. If we go to our readme file, you can find that there. Now let's play it again. See, yeah, these functions get all NGO, get on all donations by donor by org2. So these all functions we have already wrote over here. Cool. Get all banks, get all NGOs, get all donors, right? Get all donors, done. Yes, these all function is there. Amazing. Now, what we need to do, so as we have done with our controller, and then respect to routes also I have added for that 3. Okay. Now what we need to do, we need to complete our remaining controllers. So remaining controller are my fund controller. So fund controller, if we check fund controller functions, if there is smart contract, right? In that smart contract, there are different fund contract, right? In fund contract, you can see I'm using here create fund, donate, add expense, and then get fund, get all funds by NGO, and all those things other function is there, right? So here, if we go to the fund section, oh my bad, not here. Let me go to here in fund controller. So I have those method ready here. Now I have here create fund, where you can create fund is like creating fund. When we say creating fund is like it could be for any education purpose, for any uh, cleanliness purpose, for any awareness, for any agenda. So they will create a fund with the specific target. So that's how it is. First you have to pass the user certificate with which user you are using it. This will help for our invoke function. And then with fund id, NGO ID, who is creating that, the NGO ID, title, purpose, and then fund target, how much target you want to set for that fund, right? So that how our invoke function will happen. This is, and it will be visible to everyone who is going to fetch the fund. Cool. This is the one. Then donate. Donate is their function. Donate to a fund. So when we are donating, uh, at that time we are issuing a batch, so donor is going to call this donate function. So for that, each donation with respect to donor ID, the role donor, and then amount, whatever the amount they are donating, we are saying thank you for your donation. Like this is the digital batch they'll get, and then their CID we are tracking in our chain code level in the ledger. Okay, so this is how we are tracking their CID as a proof, like they have donated and they received the digital copy of it, of their donation. So this the whole the donor can use this digital footprint anywhere where they want to use it. Now add expense. Add expense is like something for vendors. If you are that NGO itself is spending the money, and so that the add expense will get called. No, so this is the one place where I have added the generate batch logic as well. So this is the one, and not other places. At this place only I have added. So add expenses there, get fund is there, get all fund, get all donations by donor is there, right? So where we have already, so get all donations by donor, in the sense what exactly we are trying to do here, we are calling here query function. So this function uh, to get all the donations for that specific donor ID. That's what we are trying to do here, based on that specific user certificate permission. So this logic we have already saw in the chain code, right? So please refer the chain code properly one by one whenever you are writing any controller. These are just a controller, just we are calling it based on their type. If it is read function only, then we'll do query transaction. If the function is add, like a write function, then we'll do the invoke transaction. Okay, so these get is all read functions. Get all funds by NGO. So this is like I'm trying to fetch what all funds is created by that specific NGO. That's how my get all fund, this is my chain code function name, get all funds by NGO function will come into the picture with respect to the NGO ID. And get all fund is like a overall one, and this can be called by I think admin, right? Or maybe inside NGO itself. So this we have to check how the permission is written. We please check the chain code for that. Which permission, which particular function can called by which individual. Close fund can be called by NGO org, close fund, so they can close it. Okay. So yeah, this is about fund controller, and then we have one more controller called token controller. So these, if you go little down over here in the README file, you can see in token controller we have issue token, and then transfer token and redeem token. So these three functions we have. Issue token, where we are issuing the token for that specific what we have now here: bank ID, fund manager ID, and amount. Okay. So this is fund manager ID is nothing but the one who is managing funds, right? The It could be a NGO owner. Mostly it could be a not NGO owners, my bad. NGO users who is creating that fund. So fund creator, we can say, the or fund owner. Those will be the fund manager ID, right? Feel free to change your naming convention with respect to you, but this is what I come up with the best one. Okay, so these all are pretty state normal, just functions, right? What explicitly you have to remember: call a specific function if it's write transaction, we have to use invoke transaction. That's helper method we have already written in the service fabric service, right? For invoke transaction, how it should work properly. And then you have to remember, this is you now, yeah, this is the important thing. um, this is my token contract. This is my contract name, smart contract name, and this is a function inside that smart contract, and these all are the arguments, right? So if I show you right here inside service, there is a one function called get contract, right? In get contract, we are taking contract name and then user. So, but before that, you are calling directly invoke function from there, right? So if you check in invoke function, we are asking for user certificate, contract name, function, and then arguments, right? So that how first it will ask for get contract. So get contract will take the contract name, and user certificate. So contract name and user certificate is, so get contract is this function over here, where we have a hard coded. So it's like setting up a gateway and fetching it. So this is my chain code name when I deployed it. Did I deploy my chain code or not? Let me check that as well. How to do that? Docker ps -a. No, I have not deployed chain code. So let's first deploy chain code as well, so we can parallelly test it all together. Where is my commands to deploy chain code? I have added the org3. Yes, I have added the org3. You can check that org3 is here. I have added org3. Now let's deploy it. See, I'm giving this chain code name as triple CCC01. So that's how I'll copy it. So this command is little updated. We are adding their chain code version and then chain code sequence number as well. So if you want to upgrade it, so simply we have to follow the same command with the upgraded number sequencing. So this way we don't need to change our chain code name. If we don't need to change our chain code name, we don't need to do any changes in our code to make it apply. So it's automatically going to apply the latest one with respect to the sequence. Okay, now let me just do it. I'm trying to started deployment of chain code. In meantime, we'll check the code. Okay, now invoke transaction is here. You can see yeah, inside invoke transaction, get contract, where we are getting the contract instance, and then we are calling a submit transaction. Submit transaction is asking for, this is a real contract, we can say the contract function, where it is calling the functions with the arguments in a destruction mode, right? So that's what I'm trying to mention you here in the token contractor controller, right? So similarly, we have invoke transfer token. Now what transfer token is going to do? Invoke token is issue token is like it is issuing a token for that specific fund manager ID, and then after, once you do the donation, then transfer function will going to occur. When we'll going to transfer function will come up over here. So transfer function, what transfer function will do? Transfer token, it will change the ownership of uh, your token from user one to the another. So token ID we are going to get shift from to the to ID. So basically in our use case, it will shift the token from donor to the fund manager. That's how it will transfer the ownership from donor to the fund manager. Redeem token is like we are calling a burn function over there when we are going to redeem that token. So this all logic, whatever I'm saying, it's written in our this specific function, transfer token function and redeem token function, which is we have already saw in our chain code writing and smart contract writing videos earlier. So it is taking time to generate a zip. It is okay. So these all are our controller. Now let's take a quick glimpse on of view on our token routes as well. So these are token routes. So inside token route only three: issue, transfer, and redeem with their specific function name. And then fund routes is there, where we are getting this first as create fund. Yeah, of course, with respect to NG only can call this. So the validation is of course is there in our chain code. Create fund, get all funds, then get fund by ID, get fund by ID, donate. So this is like getting fund with respect to their donation. Okay. Okay. So this is like donating it with respect to the fund ID. Expense, adding expense with respect to fund ID, and then closing that specific fund. And then here it's like get all funds by NGO. So based on NGO ID, if we type funds, we'll get all the funds generated by that NGO. So these routes will come into the picture where you'll create one UI and where you want to show what are funds available. Then based by clicking it, you will donate it or doing all this logic. So these all routes will come and play major role in the front end integration, right? Then we have donor ID, and donations. So this is like get all donations by donor. So in real use case, what we gonna do actually, we will always have a separate dashboards or app altogether for different persona. For it could be an app where donor can check all the donations, all the NGOs, and they can see how much fund is required, and based on its will and capacity, they'll donate it. So that's, and they can track what all donations they have. They can track their batch inside app or in dashboard somewhere, whatever portal it is, right? So that's what functionality we have tried to give over here. Now let's wait for chain code to get deployed, and then we'll try to call some API. Yeah, and one more thing, one more important thing is there. In last video we have already saw to register our you can see government admin and NGO admin, right? So now we'll try to register our government as admin users, right? So now we need our admin user as well to interact with my chain code, where it gonna call to register donor, register bank, register NGO, because we won't use government admin directly to register all those things. So we have to generate one admin users connected with the government, and then that user will use user certificate will use to do all our major operations. Okay, perfect. My chain code is also got deployed properly in all the three organizations. You can see org1 true, org2 MSP2, and org3 MSP is also true. So we got the proper approval. Perfect. Now what we need to do, let's do one thing. Let's try to register admin user as well. So first we have to go to Node SDK part, do ls, do node register admin user. Sorry, my bad. For that, yeah, because we first we need to create these users again, because I just restarted the network. These are old credentials, right? So first we will do one thing. First we'll register admin, register government, by the way, and I need to check the script as well. What is the admin we are using there? Gov user Rama, we are calling it explicitly to create this user, and we are using geo admin. Okay, ठीक है. Fine. Now let's try to register admin user. The username will be like we'll create gov user Rama. Government user Rama will get created. Okay, yes, you can see now it's got created, and successfully we can try to create for register NGO as well. We can do NGO admin. Oh, it's got no double E. Perfect. This register NGO admin is also working fine. So these three scripts are working fine. So you may wonder what is there in this register user function. Simple. Whatever is there in the domain, sorry, the admin, the same thing. But extra thing is here what I have all removed and added few things here. We have to give explicitly what is their role, right? The value and all those things. What is their user ID? So that is something we have added explicitly over here, which is missing in our credentials or admin certificates. We don't have these things. We can give the affiliations, enrollment ID, and client the with whom you have connected, and all those things. This is a static as of now, but you can hard code it, and you can you can dynamically modify it properly to handle it in runtime. And previously I used to, for testing purpose, this particular certificate used to call or invoke function, so that's why I have tried to check that as well. Okay, so I think we are good for the video. So now onwards we're gonna start talking about, let's do one thing, let's do one thing, just one last thing I'll check. Whatever the comment we did previously while registering the donor, we have commented it out. So let's check that is our registered donor is working fine or not. Okay, by checking that generating batch part as well, and then storing the CID. So let's go. Okay, for that I need to run the server. Okay, so node, what is the command to start the server? Let's check it out in package.js. Acha, dev is there, node run dev. Cool. I got error. npm run dev cannot find model. Okay. Oh. My bad. It's not node. It's npm. npm run dev. Okay, cool. It's running. Now, what we can do, we can go to our postman, and I have created few endpoints. Let's say government, NGO, bank, donor with respect to their persona. I've segregated that endpoints. So if we do register donor, so I want to create this. So this is the user we have already created. So I'll try to use this certificate. Check the localhost 5000. Okay, donor. This is the Bob ID. Donor ID. I have to create this. Name is Bob. So let's give Bob AJ. Okay, Bob AJ is the name, and then this is the email ID. Now let's try to create it. Let's hope for the best. Now I got the error. Fabrics here, request register failed with error. Authentication failure. Now let's check the console. An identity for the Bob one does not exist. So creating it in the wallet. Okay. Does it got created in the wallet? No. So we failed at registering itself. gov admin. Do we have gov admin in the wallet? gov admin is there. So if we go controller, first we are trying to register it. Okay, so register didn't happen. Now let's try to debug it. Register user. If I go to register user, it's showing me, it should show me this log, user ID, request body. Request body I can see as org2 gov admin bob123 and then donor. Okay, fine. Okay, cool. Path, wallet. What is the error we got? Fabric request. An identity for the user Bob123 does not exist. So created in one in wallet. So does this they created wallet somewhere else as well? This should work. Wallet, okay, already exists in the wallet, and wallet for the user has already been enrolled, and identity for the user. Okay. Admin identity is something that what exactly we are taking here based on admin ID. So based on this admin ID, gov admin, yeah, it's correct. Maybe some path issue is there. We have to check the path. Okay. Where is route? Yeah. Let's try to debug this issue in the next video onwards. Thank you. Hey, hi. So welcome back to our chapter 17. So in last chapter, what we saw that we were not able to call our register API, right? So before moving further, let me just show you my current state. So I was able to figure out that error. I gonna explain you what was the exact issue in that. So let me show you that I have already deployed my chain code, and let's do docker ps-a. All the container is up and running, including 3 chain codes. These are 3 because it's on 3 organization, and their all respective peers are also up, org2, org1, org3, and couchdb also are up with their ca order, ca org with the orderer. You can check that similar stuff in our docker containers as well, right? So I'm using my ubuntu. WSL one for setting up complete network and running it. Okay. Now let's go to the our main issue. The issue was right. So it was some issue in the script. So if you see register admin user, this is the one. What we are doing first, we are registering. First we are registering government admin, right? Org to admin, right? And then from org to admin, we are registering the user for that government authority. So that user, what we are calling it as government user Tom, we are calling, and then affiliation is there one, right? You can see affiliation I have given as org1 department 1, right? So this affiliation was not matching with the my service when I was creating it. So you can see that it is showing department 1. So if you go to the fabric, and here it was only department earlier, and that org is also fine. So this is org. As of now we are passing the dynamic org from our postman, like from API we're going to check your belongs to which organization, and through that we're gonna pass. If the user is belong from org2, here org2 will come. If user is coming from org3, then org3 will come over here. Then this earlier in previous chapter there was department affiliation was only department, not department 1, so I have added as department 1. So this is something to make sure that you are, it's like again one level of validation to make sure that whoever is generating the credential for the user, they should have same department. If the department is not same, they cannot create a credential for that individual. So this is very useful functionality. So that's what I missed in the last one, but yeah, we got it covered over here. Now let's try to see the credentials. So I have, as of now, because I set it up network again, so I register my government admin NGO and then register admin user again. Let me do now clear. Now let's try to go to the API. Before going APIs, just we have to run our server. So how to run our server? Just look into the package.json. There is a dev. So we are using npm. So just simply we need to run npm run dev. Cool. So that's how we'll run our server. Now our node SDK is up. Once I'll get server running command. Yeah, it's up in running in 5000 port. Now let's go to the postman where I have my first API registered donor with I'm using the user cert as user government user Tom. So what I'm trying to say that I'll use this credential in from a wallet. So this credential must be there in wallet to call invoke the chain code. Now let's see, do I have that credential in my wallet? Yes, I can see government user Tom ID is there, so I can use this. So now let's go to this. I'll going to create a donor as Akshay MK. Akshay MK 123 is a donor ID, and then I'll give name as Akshay MK, and then I'll give email ID as akshay@rest.com. Alias is something Akshay. Okay. Now let's try to send it. Check the URL. Base URL is localhost 5000. Okay. API users donor sent. Now let's see. Now what it will do, it will going to first register the new user, then it gonna generate a credential, IPFS part, and then it going to upload that badge on IPFS and then invoke the transaction. Perfect. So that's why the delay was there. So now you can see I got a detail log. So everything is looking good. I got the CID as well. Correct. I hope you remember the flow. We are doing through 3 different steps in the same call. First, we are creating the credential. So let's go to the user here. If you check the wallet, now I can see Akshay MK123 as a new user got registered, right? New user got registered. Then we are creating a batch. So that's how our batch folder will come into the picture. But we are not storing any batch over here. We are removing that once it's uploaded on IPFS. So now if you want to check that batch, just we have to copy this and put it in our Chrome or any browser to check it. Now it's gonna load. See, now I got my batch over here where Akshay MK is my username, and then role donor message is yes verified donor with the timestamp. That is what time is not correct. My local time is like 6:22, but this is the time we have to check. It might be the global one. We have to set with the local, right? And we got the QR code as well here. So this batch we get as now as a onboarded. This we're treating as a onboard batch. So this is like verified donor. simply like a registered one. Okay, now let's try out with other APIs as well. Now we have the user, so let's try to register NGO as well. Donor, we got it, so let's try to register NGO. So to register NGO, we're gonna register NGO from NGO admin, right? So let's check the flow again, how the registration of let's close this one, go to the Node SDK, register user controller. When we say register donor, now we can close it. This is working fine. Get donor. Yeah, let's try get donor as well. So user cert and donor ID we need. Okay. So do we have donor ID? Yes, this is Akshay MK123 is donor ID. Let's grab it. And let's see, get all donor is there. User cert I'm giving Rama or Tom is the one, so it's working fine. This is the government user, so they'll fetch all the registered donors. Let's see. Yeah, I got it. I'm getting the user data. Cool, I got the donor ID. So there is one more function to fetch the donor from. So just we'll duplicate this API. Okay, with the donor ID is also there one. So we'll rename it get donor by ID, and let's check the routing for this. What we are doing, we are passing two here, donor ID with the get only. So just check the routes as well. Do we have a proper route for that to fetch a donor? Go to the routes, user. Yeah, we have get donor. Simple. Okay, so simple instead of we have get donor, not all, all is in the above. So here instead of this, we're gonna pass donor ID. Oh shit. To give MK123 is the donor ID. Now let's try to check that this API is working fine or not. Identity for govern. Oh, okay. So yeah, of course. Here we need to pass the person who is going to invoke it. So now I can invoke this from my ID as well. So what is my ID name? Yeah. So actually I can use this user certificate itself to get his own data, right? So let's call it, yeah, amazing, right? So this is also working fine. So what we did, these are two different functions. This get all donor will be used by the admin to get all the donors on my ecosystem. Let's try to do, let's register one more donor called Akshay is there. Akshay we registered. Let's call Bob, right? Donor ID is Bob123. And then let's give here Bob. And then email also will do, call as Bob only, Bob test. Send it. Again, it's gonna like little time because it's gonna generate a credential, uploading on IPFS, and then giving back you the response. So yeah, amazing. Just we have to keep this data handy properly, or again, at least we should remember the ID. If you remember donor ID, then all fine. Let's go to, and you can check the credential as well. So now main API we need to check is get all donors. Now if I take with the Tom, so Tom can check what all donors we have in the ecosystem. See, now I'm getting an array where I got Akshay as well as Bob. Okay, so if I send any specific donor ID, let's say if I pass here Bob123, and I use here Bob's credential only to fetch Bob data, that is possible. Amazing. So this is working completely fine. Now let's move to the another one. So where we are talking about register NGO. Now let's look up a logic for register NGO. For NGO, go to definition, and in register NGO you can see we are asking user cert, NGO ID, name, registration number, address, contract, description. Name, registration number, contract, address, description. Yeah, everything is here added. And here we are using NGO admin. You can see here it's in function only when we are calling our register user. At that time we are using NGO admin to call it. So when we are passing user cert, so which function we should pass? We are passing government only because this is registration, right? Registration still happen from the government side. Or we can use here NGO user also, admin also to register. So that clarification we can get it from the, okay, no, this user cert will be used to invoke credential. Yeah. So this could be same as let's check the readme file as well. So when we are calling register donor, we can say, So for NGO, we say register NGO user with admin user role. Yeah. So NGO user can call that with the admin user role, right? So what we did exactly for admin, that we have to do for NGO. Now here we have created register NGO admin, right? This is the only registering the NGO admin. This is the overall NGO admin, right? So we need to create a one user which will act as a NGO admins with the user permission. This particular credential is with respect to my what we can say, organization level. These admins are with respect to organization level. Admins will not directly going to invoke or interact with the chain code. The other users who created from the admin from that specific organization, they're gonna connect with their chain code, right? So for that we can check our chain code, what exactly logic we have written over here. User contract in register NGO, we can see we are trying to check the NGO admin. Required is NGO admin. Okay, so MSP org3 and then NGO admin as a role. So if you check similarly what we did for, yeah, let's go down, register admin user, where we are giving this role and value as user, government user, right? This government user we have given the value. Similarly, let's try to go, what is their role? So we have not defined role in the admins, right? We are not defining any roles and all those things. So what we need to do, we need to register, just copy, not this one, this one. We need one more user with the NGO admin permissions. Okay, this is the admin certificate altogether, right? This is not a user. This is not a directly user who is going to interact with my chain code, because there is no attributes and no roles we have added over here, right? So what we need to do, we have to copy this register admin user, paste it over here, one more, and then we have to rename this as register NGO admin user. Okay, register NGO register. So here I'll give register NGO admin user. So when I say register admin user, so that will be, we can act as register government admin user. Okay, just let me rename it GOV admin user. Now this is admin NGO admin user. Now what we need to do, we need to go to this certificate, and wherever we are calling org2, we have to replace that with org3, because my NGO is org3. That's what I will do, replace. So all replaced, and wherever we have to change the name as well. So we are calling here government user Tom, right? So we'll give some another name here, something good. Control F. Instead of government user Tom, we'll give here NGO user, NGO user Don. Okay, yeah, NGO user Don. Just replace all. Cool. It's Don, not donor. NGO user Don. Yeah. Now here here we are asking C admin. Who is choosing admin for instead of government admin? Now again, we need to replace this as well. Wherever we are saying government admin, at that time we have to give NGO admin. Exactly. Instead of government admin, we'll give NGO admin, because we are creating this user based on NGO admin. NGO. Remember that whatever credential you are giving here, this we have to pass here. NGO admin. Replace everywhere and then check for the roles and the organization. So here it is showing department. We have to give department 3. Okay. NGO user Don, government and role. Now here we need to give NGO admin. Role is my NGO admin, because that's what I have defined in my smart contract. I need a role as NGO admin. So I can show you that again. Let me just go whole again. Up user contract. For registering user, you can say required MSP is this, and role, I'm asking role as NGO admin. So we need role as NGO admin. We need a credential with someone who has a role as NGO admin. Those only can able to register the new NGO user. Okay, so that's anything else we required? No, I think role is the one, and MSP is already we are providing R3, and check for the MSP as well. So here this is the MSP that what we are giving. So we have to explicitly pass as org3 as MSP. Now they'll gonna check ngo user don or ngo user don, or what we can say that this we can call it as ngo admin user. That is the best thing we can call here. Instead of calling this, just replace this with ngo admin user. ngo admin user. Perfect. Now this particular ngo admin user is used to register new ngos in the chain on our platform. Cool. Now we need to run this particular script. So let me just open a new terminal because my node server is already running there. I don't want to disturb that. Simply we can run node. And one more thing, whatever things we are doing here, this can be automated through API as well, right? But for simplicity, this is like one time task only. Creating ngo ngo admin user is only one time task for one setup. For if you are starting one time network, this is only you have to run only one time. Register, sorry. Okay, let's first change our directly to Fabric samples, test network, node SDK. Oh, my bad. We don't need to go to Fabric samples. Just go to the node SDK. Clear. And then just need to register ngo admin user. Right, that is my ngo admin user that what gonna register. Simply run. Yep, done. Now you can see, now I got ngo admin user. So using this ngo admin user, I can call the register this. Register ngo. Register ngo is going to call from the ngo admin user. This is for invoking my chain code. Okay. This will be used for invoking. So social health work ngo ID, that's what I'm given. Social health work 123, something like that. Let's give this. And social health work ngo. This is the detail. Just let's try to call it. Send it. And again, similarly for onboarding ngo, at that time also we are creating the batch and then uploading that batch on IPFS and then invoking our chain code. So all this 3 steps is happening in this same API as well. Let's wait for the and hope for the best. But I got object here for CID. Let's see now what happened here. Let's go to the server. Oh, file uploaded successfully. I'm getting CID over here. I can see the CID URL, but there might be some coding error. Let's go and look into our controller. Controller. I have not passed that object properly. Generate batch. Register ngo is this function only. Correct. In return, I am getting okay. So I'm passing directly as CID, but I don't need to pass CID directly. From CID, we need to fetch the details of my generate batch. Inside that generate batch, directly we are calling it is, that is wrong. Let's refer our donor, what we are doing in register donor function, where we are talking at CID and then cid.ipfs link. Okay, IPFS link is something that we're gonna store. Register CID. Yeah, perfect. That's what we're gonna pass over here. Now it will work fine. But here my this entry is already registered. So even you can try with get all NGOs. So let's try to do call get all NGO function as well. So where we are calling get all NGO with again user adds. If we try with with government user also we can try. Let's see what we'll get. Yeah, identity for government user Rama is not there. We have a term for this. Government can fetch all the users. So yes, I got it. But here my data is not properly setted. It's shown. It's added as an object. To update this, to resolve this particular part, let's call it again because we resolved it. Now let's give some other name. We can give NGO MH27. NGO MH27 is the name with the ID, and let's give the name as NGO MH27, and then here we give test at the rate. This is their registration number, right? Contact we can keep same, address we can keep, the other things we can keep same. Okay, let's call it now, send it. Now hopefully this should work fine. Just that was the error in the CID part. Yeah. We can check parallelly logs as well in the Node SDK. Yes, things are happening perfectly. Now I got the CID, right? So if you copy this link and go to your Chrome or any browser, just paste it. Will get the batch for that. So this will be seen now. Batch got updated here. You can see NGO MH27, the latest one, NGO verified. Even we got the batch stored for my earlier user as well, where just you have to go up little bit. And before my error, I got this right. So if you get this CID, copy, and then let's simply change this CID over here, paste it over here. So we'll get that social worker, yeah, social health work NGO. That's what we did, right? So this is verified NGO. So both the badge got created, and you can even call again that get all NGO. So we'll get this function API work properly. So see here I'm getting both the NGOs. All right, go up. I can see first one is Pune one, where the NGO ID is NGO MH27, and the again second one is NGO ID Social Health Work 120 123, right? So these all are admin functions. Now let's try to tap into our core functions. Let's quickly check with our bank as well. Register bank. You can try out all the get API. I'll try to do test for the write API. So where we are trying to do batch part as well, where onboard bank. So let's do quick thing here. CID dot link IPFS link is there, right? Yeah, IPFS link. That's what we missed in our onboard bank. Cool. Now let's try to onboard bank with. Now, who has the right authority to onboard bank or register bank? The government, right? That's we already know. So let's go to register bank. Let me just see if parallelly. Sometimes this system is working very slow because a lot of stuff is running at the same time. Now for bank, what we need government user that we call as Tom, right? So yeah, SBI Pune 002 Mumbai. So that's what I have given SBI. Now let's try to register this particular bank. Just try to run. Again, this gonna generate a batch and upload on IPFS and insert all this data on my chain code. So it's gonna take a little time. Perfect. Everything is working fine. I got the transaction complete, and even CID also we got. We can copy this CID, and then again if we paste it in some new tab, so we can see that so this is again a public and shareable one. This URL you can use anywhere, wherever you want. Sometimes it takes time to load, but yeah, this will work for sure. Once it started pinning for first time when you're using new documented, uploaded and pin, it will take little time. From second on onwards, it won't take much time. But this is taking a little more than required time. Let me try over here. This is given timeout, but it worked here. You can see here SBI bank, role bank, verified bank. Perfect. So all the roles are working completely fine. So batches is generating as expected. Now let's try to do our core operations. So what are the core operations? We are done with our user controller. You can check the similar get all banks and all those things. That will work fine. If not works, check the other references API and just rectify it. If it's not work fine, hopefully it will work. Now let's try to perform. Let's as an NGO, we have to create a fund, right? So what are the routes we have there? Let's check a route. Go to our routes, funds route, where we have post create fund. Okay, now let's go to the API, just create go to the API and just duplicate this particular endpoint. Okay, I have already created one here for NGO. All the NGO functions we're gonna do over here. So there are some repetitive functions. I gonna remove that, or let it be, just will add one by one. Now we need create fund. What is the endpoint for that? We have to check it from the index one, app.js. If you go app.js, okay, funds and tokens are not imported. Let's import that as well. Let's see if that is going something wrong. Let's check server is running fine or not. Let me grab some water. Yeah, it's working fine. Now, yeah, this is a funds route. So use instead of user, we're gonna give funds
API slash user was the one what we did for register. Now here we're gonna use funds. Now instead of donor, if we have to go to the routes, funds route, here we can see /1. Slash in the sense nothing, just only funds. This is it. That's it. This we're gonna call it as create fund. Go to the body, and now we have to see what is the parameters we need to pass in body. Now go to create fund function. What exactly our expectation here? We are asking for user cert. User cert, the one who is going to call my create fund. Who can call my create fund? It's going to call by NGO user. So how many NGO users we have? Go to wallet. We can check that the wallet is who is my NGO user? Akshay is donor, Bob is donor. Yeah, social health work, right? This social health work guys are my NGO users. So just copy their name. So they want to create the fund. So I'll give their cert ID over here. Okay. And what else we need? We need fund ID. We don't need donor ID here. We need fund ID. We'll create here fund 01. So we'll give short form here social health work fund 01. Then what else we need? Let's grab all these things, whatever we need over here, and let's put it over here, right? First we need NGO ID. So this is the exact my NGO ID, right? The one what we used to pass as username, that is mostly NGO ID. If you don't know NGO ID, simply we can go up and then we can check all my NGOs from here. Here I'll get exact NGO ID over here, this one, right? I can grab that and come back again in create fund. So that is the exact thing, my. Then I need the title, right? Title for that fund, what I need to show. So we can say my initial NGO setup fund, like we can say something like that. Then we can call it here purpose to set up NGO office, for example, right? And then fund target. We can say target is like amount. We can give something like that 1 lakh. Okay, fine. Now let's try to trigger this. So this is something the first time we're gonna call this API. So let's see if something goes wrong or right. So here nothing, no badge and all those things is happening. Just simply purely creating a fund. So what we got now? We got an error. No valid response from any peer. Error. Undefined reading stub. Undefined. Okay, so something got wrong. So let's go to our chain code, and from chain code, let's try to check what was the error we got here. We didn't got any error here. Let's try to chain code again. Can you see error? No, it not reached to the chain code yet, I think. So before only it got failed. So go back and go back to our controller. Its controller is saying. Controller is saying no valid response from any peer error user. Okay. So does we created, no, we don't need to create new user now. We just need to use the user. Okay. First check the permissions. Who can create the fund? Let's check a smart contract logic. So create fund here, invoke transaction. Inside invoke transaction, what we are calling fund contract, fund ID, NGO, title, purpose, target fund, right? That's what already we are giving. And then after that, cannot read property of undefined reading stub. If we go inside invoke transaction, go to the function. Inside invoke transaction, it is saying user cert contract name and then user cert function contract. That what already we are calling it. Submit transaction, go to the definition. That's acha. Let's go to the chain code logic. Fund contract is here. We have to create fund. Let's open up. Create fund. Okay, so when we are creating fund, so that's what we are asking them. Fund ID, NGO ID, title, purpose, and then fund target. Okay, that's already we are passing. And then we are checking first required. What is required MSP is org3 MSP, and the user role is NGO user, right? That is very important. What we are asking for NGO user. But if we check the role of our user, what is the role of our user?
Let's go and check. That's what we are calling here. Their type. What kind of role we are registering from that? This is auto register. So go to the service. When we are registering, so we have here register user, right? So we have register user here function. How you are registering? We are giving user role here at the end. So org id, admin, user id, and user role. So let's trace back in the user controller. When we go to the user controller, we registered the user, right? Get register ngo. Inside register ngo, there is some function we call it as register user. Yeah, we are calling it as ngo user only. We are giving the permission as ngo user. That's fine. Then cannot read property of undefined stub. I think there is something is missing inside chain code only, because this error is coming from the chain code. That is I'm for sure. So if fund is there, utility is there, fund contract only. So context we are getting, then stub. Stub means this. Contact.stub put state. At a time of put state, they got felt undefined. So context.put state. Fund ID, NGO, title, purpose. Here we should do some logging as well to make sure that to debug what exactly going wrong. For quick purpose, we can check how exactly we are doing in user contract. Register ngo, that's what we are doing, right? Stub, put state, ngo key, buffer, ngo, right? Anything missing over here with respect to that? Oh, get timestamp, check that as well. Get timestamp, and are we using here get timestamp? Yeah, required MSP, go to the definition. Now let's do one quick sort of debugging over here. Go to the fund contract and we'll try to add here logs. We'll try to get, they are saying it is property cannot define reading stub. So I believe contact is not defined somewhere properly. Context or okay, if assets. Acha, yeah. Before that, I think this fund key, okay, asset exist is also one function. Let's check this as well. This is something we are checking for first time. Asset exist. Context.stub.getState ID. In fund contract, go back again. There should they calling two parameters, context and fund ID. Okay. Go to exist. If it is not there, less than data and okay. Now we do some sort of debugging over here. Now let's do console. Console.log, that what we gonna do is a check ID. We'll try to check ID and then okay. And then here come back to the fund contract. Here we again try to do some logging to check that where exactly we reach. To console.log, checking exists for fund ID, okay, and then we're gonna check that whole fund record as all together, okay, perfect. So this way we'll get to know that is thing working fine or not. I don't need fund ID, I need a complete fund only, not with ID. Yeah, maybe JSON stringified fund will. Now let's try to redeploy our chain code. We have did some changes, so that is also an important major functionality we need to add in our smart contract where we are redeploying our chain code, right? So I have already explained you how can we redeploy it without changing or breaking our chain code name. So this is also very important function. So let's go to the readme. If you can see here, now what we're gonna do, we're gonna keep our chain code name as same, but we'll give the new version and sequence. We'll give sequence as 2 and version as 2. Okay. Now let's copy it. Go back to our test network path, test network directory where we are doing test network stuff. Let's do here. Now, yeah, just I run it. So again, what it gonna do, it gonna create a new package and it gonna deploy it with the same name, but with the different sequence. So ideally, it gonna create a new containers altogether. So let's see. Wait for a few minutes. It will take some time. But in meantime, let's try to review our
code as well. So if we can figure out the error, there must be something, or are we missing anything with respect to the parameters? Let's check that as well. Cert, user cert we are passing. Is it given user cert only? Create fund. Yeah. User cert, fund ID, NGO ID, title, purpose, target. Purpose, target, and okay. So, contract, yeah. Fee check, fund contract, create fund, existing, throw new error, fund ID already exist. Get timestamp. Let's wait for this to complete. With respect to me, it's looking good only. Fund ID, enjoy title, purpose, target. Target, are we defined it in as string or number, something like that? I think, okay, let me do this way. Let me try to call this as number only. Okay. See, again, this is taking some time. To apply in meantime, let me just see if I can call this. It is installed on org1, org2 is installing. Yeah, no valid response from any peer, cannot read property of undefined. Reading stub -n org3. Cannot read of property undefined. Okay, let's wait for our chain code to get applied. Meantime, we'll check the logs, like is it new containers got created or not. New container is not created yet. So last chain code is installed on peer 2, got it. Installing chain code on peer 3 is going on. Perfect. This is also almost done. Yeah, okay, just one last approval is remaining. Packaging the chain code. Yeah, maybe now we can see the chain code container. Yeah, packaging is happening. Commit. Yeah, chain code definition committed to the channel. Okay. Query committed, done. Perfect. Now, is the created new container or it just got updated? Now let's try to see. You can see the now. It got updated, container got updated, but they did not created the new one. See, just it is showing latest started is last started 31 second. Amazing one, right? So our upgrade is working fine. If you check any one of the log, it is showing the latest log now. Old log is not there. Okay, now let's try to do this call again, call the API. We got the error, but now we should see the logs as well. So now you can see here we got logs. Yeah, we got the fund ID SHW fund 01 checking existing fund. Okay, yeah, asset exist logic is also working fine. False. So still this our chain code got invoked. Then we got a type error, cannot read property of undefined. Reading stub. Okay, what does it means? It so we can fair to say that they are not able to read that stub. Okay, so if we say now the it's clear we got a error in chain code. We got a error in chain code, that is for sure. So this stub is they are not reading properly. So creating fund. So did we, let's check at, do we have this log? Creating fund? No. Before that only we got log. We didn't had that creating fund. So before this only, when it is going to checking existing fund ID, we got asset existing for fund ID false, we got, then we got error. Contract SPI chain code from contract.js my channel. Yeah, we got error in handler.js, API lib handler.js. Now let's quickly check the libraries, what libraries we are using here. Contract, okay, user contract, what we are using, contract, all these things. Fabric contract API, what we are using here, Fabric contract API. And because here also we are using registry NGO where we are calling this stub, exist same functions we are saying stub stub dot put state, right? And if we go to the fun stub dot put state, similar thing we are doing, but still this is not working. It have thrown me error here itself. If we go inside asset exist, it has given me this thing. But when we return it, after returning 5 into this, at this point it is failing. Okay, let me check. What's the issue? Hey, hi. So there was a very silly mistake in R1 smart contract. So I'll explain you what was the exact error when we are calling our
create fund API. So let's go to the fund contract, right? So what was the issue when we're trying to create the fund? So you can see there are some helper function in my fund, right? So that's why I was getting this log, but when I'm going through this, I'm not getting this log in my chain code, right? So when I'm trying to do, so the problem is in this get function, get timestamp. So get timestamp is not the default function. This I have wrote in my definition. So here definition I'm passing here context, and that context was missing earlier. I was not passing here. It was like this. So that's the reason it was asking there is no stub found, because stub will get from the context. So that's the major issue. So there were a lot of places where stub is missing. This context was missing. It was added properly in the user contract, right? User contract was added properly, but it was missing in my fund contract and token contract. So I have just searched get timestamp through my overall contract, and I have added everywhere because it's need a reference, and based on that they're gonna generate a timestamp. Okay, so that is the thing over here. Then user contract already sorted. Fund contract also everywhere I have added that, and I have deployed my chain code as well with the new changes. So you can see that I have deployed it with the version 3. You can see this version 3 I have added at sequence 3 and version 3, and it's up and running. We can check it in Docker. So it's got updated 22 minutes ago. Yeah, 22 minutes ago I have updated it with the sequence 3. You can see that sequence is 3, version 3. Now simple. Just let's go to our APIs. Now I tried to call my create fund and it got created properly. Amazing. I can see that, but let me create one more for you guys. So I'm now going to create a fund 2 with the initial setup. Instead of initial setup, I'll do now health work, social health work, we'll say. Okay. This social health work for poor. Let's grab that here. Let's keep that fund target as like this. Okay. Let's see. User ID is the same user ID. Fund ID I have updated already. Now let's go try it. Send it. That should work. It will take us some moment to create a fund. Yeah, it's working fine. Now it got added with fund ID too. Anyway, I'm passing it as string or integer. It is taking at integer only. So that's completely fine. Total tokens at the time of fund target, we have mentioned it, but let's see now how it will work with respect to the logic. Now, first step we achieved, we created the fund. Now what we need to do, let's go to the smart contract. Once we created fund, someone should need to donate on that fund, right? So when inside fund contract, I have a donate function here, donate to fund org. So who can donate? So for donate, you can see user cert, fund ID, donor ID, token ID, and amount. So when we are calling donate, so donate will not going to call first. First it will, in the donation, it will create a token. So first it will issue the token. So it's like bank ID, fund ID manager, and then amount. Fund ID manager is nothing but our user ID manager, end user of that fund creator, the fund who created the who have created that fund is nothing but the fund manager ID. And then based on that, in return we'll get token ID and all those things, right? That what we gonna pass in the first we have to issue token, transfer the token, and then we'll say yeah, where is that fund? Then we'll say yes, donation is completed. There where we're gonna generate the batch as well. So that is how, again, here's cid dot IPFS hash link is required. And now if you check readme file, there we have wrote the logic properly, what should be my steps for donation. If now this is like little, you have to go little down, smart contract, fund, token, create fund, now donate. Donate is like first issue call by anyone. Donor can call it. First it will happen. It will donate function. It's like, let's assume it will happen from the front end. Front end will give the a function over there to initiate the donate or donate it, right? With these details, we'll grab it the details. We'll go inside that. First it will issue the token. Then that token ID will get transferred to the fund ID. And that particular fund ID will get tracked over here and token ID will get tracked over here, and that will call as the donate is complete, right? So now let's do that the same way. First what we need to do, we need to issue token.
So if you go to the token controller and let's say you'll ask issue token. So you need bank ID, fund ID manager and amount. Okay. Now let's go back to the here and this gonna happen from where? So we have to check a contract. For that we're gonna check a token contract. Issue token is there. Inside my issue token you can see bank ID, owner ID and amount. So owner ID is nothing but the basically my first is donor ID. That's what we're gonna call it as owner ID. But inside issue token, it is taking it as fund manager ID directly. But that should come after transfer. So this is something we need to change. Issue token will happen from the fund manager ID. Sorry, this should be the donor ID. This must need to be a donor ID because initially the one who is issuing it is donor, right? And then we are transferring that to the invoke transfer token to token ID 2ID. So 2ID is my fund. Yeah, 2ID is the again here I'll give the fund manager ID. Perfect. So first let's create a token. Then in return it will give me token ID. Correct. That's what we'll pass in the donation one. Perfect. So let me just now here see what we need. Who can call this? A bank user. Bank user can only call this with the org2. Okay. Now for better confirmation, go to your user controller and check your register bank part. When we register bank, so did we added role as bank user only? Here is my register bank. Yeah, register bank here. Yeah, while register bank we added as a user as bank user. Okay, perfect. Now we need to call issue token. So let's write a API for that. So what I will do now, I'll remove the unnecessary APIs which is not required. So to reduce our confusions, we have trusted create fund. Let's go to the bank. Let's do one thing. We need to write operation only. This will copy this and paste it over here. Yeah. Now I'll just rename it. So you can guys create the APIs from your side as well, whatever other logic you have required. So here I'm doing issue token. Issue token will create here and let's check a route. What is our route? So let's go to the controller route section. If you go to the token.route, so you can see it's a simple issue. So but before that we have to go to app.js to check what we are using before that. Yeah, tokens and then issue. So it's like instead of funds it will become tokens then issue. Okay, now let's check out the body. So if we go inside body of token routes, go to tokens route, then issue token, go to definition. They are asking user cert. These three they required: bank ID, amount, and donor ID. Grab this. Just put it over here. Just after user cert, what else they need? They need these things. Bank ID and again user cert. Which user? They need the credential of bank user, the one who has acting as a bank user. Okay. Donor ID is something that Akshay will use here, which is already we have created. An amount is like how much amount this donor want to donate. Let's say Akshay want to donate 20,000 and then will give the donor ID and bank ID. And this also we need to remove. So bank ID and user cert will be mostly same. So yeah, if you are not able to get any details, you can get it directly from get all. Bank is also there, R1 API. Let's try to use this to fetch banks. So we did this for Tom. Let's check this API as well. Send it. Yeah, we are getting the bank. So this is my bank ID. Let's grab it. Issue token. We got the bank ID and this is their user ID as well. And then we have donor ID. So get all donors also from here we can get. So I want to use this donor. Let's get donor ID for this and then pass it in issue token. Cool. Now let's try to call this API. No valid response from any peer error. Peer undefined, peer endorsement do not match. Now, what is this issue? Now look into it. Let's try to look into this issue as well. Where is my server running? No valid response from any peer error. Endorsement do not match. Why? Submit transaction exports dot issue token. Read writes results set do not match index 1. Discovery handler read said do not match index 1. There is some next level of issue. Guys, so yeah, this is the how we have to debug on each function when we are calling it. We have to be very cautious and very, with full of activeness. Otherwise, you will lose your patience and you'll say, what is this, man? We are not going to code like this, right? So you have to be a little patient while debugging stuff. So let's try to debug what. Yeah, dog is also giving us some help. Okay. Let's try to debug it. So we have bank ID, owner ID, and amount, right? So issue token are these three they are asking. Owner ID. So what I'm passing here, I'm passing donor ID. This is my contract. So from issuer, what we are passing here, donor ID, bank ID, donor ID, amount. Okay. So instead of donor ID, what if we call it as, I don't, this is not gonna make much difference because it's ultimately just a variable, right? We have to just have to pass it in a proper sequence. That's the ultimate thing we need to do. Then after that, it will come here. It will check the organization. Now here we are talking about org2 MSP. So yeah, it should be org2 only. Then are we missing any with like this? Issued token ID. Now let's try it out once more time. Let me check the user ID as well. Is it there? Yeah, of course it is there. SBI Pune Mumbai. Now let's try to send it again. Bank ID, owner ID, amount. No valid response from any peer. Let's try to check our chain code log. Can we get anything over here? Check the 2-second one. There is no log. Fund created is the only last log we can see. Okay. So again, I got the issue. It was very stupid issue. I was aware about this issue, but by mistakenly, what happened here? Inside our token smart contract in issue token function, I'm using here date.now, right? Just I was trying to give the unique name or unique ID to my token key. Okay. But the challenge is when we have to look for chain code simulation, right? How our chain code simulations happens exactly. So chain code simulations, when I say simulation, it will try to simulate the transaction on each peer, and based on the response, if all the chain code, if all the containers of chain code is going to give same response peer, this chain code will going to execute on peer. If peer gives same response, then only they'll accept it and then we'll get the return. But now what is happening when they are running, when this particular token will execute on their peer, so there will be some slight delays in the microseconds of each and every transaction, right? Because they will generate with respect to their simulation, because everything is not happening in a parallel, so there should be some slot very short time delays, or we can say something like that, right? So this type of things won't work here, like the functions like random or date.now or something which use randomically without undefined values or dynamic values, or getting dynamic response from APIs from somewhere else. Those type of simulation won't work in chain code. So remember that is something you need to do at the business level, business logic, like in your Node SDK. But at your chain code level, you have to give something which is remain same for all the peers remaining. Got it. So remember that thing. So it should remember same. So what is the solution for this? Simple solution. We have to remove this. Either don't use anything, keep it as simple value, or give some another variations or verifier. So we can give another verifier is like something like this. What we gonna do? We will call here, we'll create one const transaction ID, ctx stub.get transaction ID, and that transaction ID we're gonna pass it over here. That's it. Yeah. We have to pass this transaction ID and we have to redeploy our chain code. So that's how it will going to work. So this is a one thing, and I tried to check through this same thing wherever else I'm working or using it. So I'm not using it anywhere else. So previously I used to take it for here, but I forgot that I have added it in my to make it unique key as well. So that is what we already resolved it in our helper function. Okay. Now let's very quickly, we need to go and deploy it. But now remember, instead of 3, I'll make it as 4, sequence 4, and then here it is 4. Okay, let me first clear this terminal. I hope you got not see my down last number of line. So here we have to change this 3. Wherever I'm passing 3, now I'm making it as 4. So I'm deploying this my smart contract for 4th time, and this is my upgrade command, right? I'm not redeploying it. So you can see that I have not created multiple containers. It is my main network is starting from 3 hours, but my container from 48 minutes. Now again, it gonna change it. Okay, once are these changes will get applied over there, it gonna change stuff. In meantime, let's test out our other functions. Okay,
What are the other functions we have? Let's assume we have issued the token. So we have to create then after that uh, transfer, right? Or we can call, yeah, transfer only we need. So just duplicate this. Let's see the logic of transfer token, how the transfer token logic is working. So we have here transfer token where we are asking again the same rules. Are we changing anything here? Unique ID stuff. We are creating any ID? No. Transfer is just simply updating your existing state, right? So what we are doing here will going to get the amount and just will update their status as transferred and with the timestamp as transferred with the ownership to two ID. So two ID is nothing but here I have to give the fund manager ID or the user who has created the fund that will acting as a fund manager for me. Okay. So simply let's try to go to our controller. Let's see what are the variables we are using in invoke transaction. Let's query it. No, this is not the one. Controller is token. Controller is here. Issue. Now transfer token. Inside transfer token, we are passing token ID and 2ID. Go back to my here. Just change the name here. What happened, man? Transfer token, and here we need 2ID. We need 2ID is like the fund manager ID, and then here, sorry, token ID and then 2ID. Token ID we'll get it from when we're going to issue the token. At that time we're gonna use it. Okay. Now, so when we have transfer token, then we have to call a donate. Then we have to call donate function. So let's go to the donate as well. Fund controller where we are calling my donate. So in meantime, yet still it's deploying. So in meantime, we'll structured our APIs, we'll write our APIs. In donate functions, what we need fund ID, donate ID. I think that's what we already did. Let's go to that. Donate should be in my, who is going to do donate? Donate is doing for donor, right? So it should be there in my donor section. So let's copy this ID. We can copy any API. Just put it over here in the donor section. I don't know, the system is behaving so weird. Why it is not getting copied properly? Anyway, it is here only. Now it got here. So this is donate API, where inside donate we might need to call this as fund. And here donate. Again, we're gonna check that. Let's go to the fund controller. Here I can see donate, but we have to check routes as well. So inside route, where is a donate? Fund ID. Acha, based on it, donate to a fund is like we need a fund ID, and then based on fund ID, we're gonna call our donate. Okay. So here we have a get by fund ID as well. So based on fund ID, first we'll get the fund. Donor can get the funds as well, by the way. Right. So let's write a API over here to get the fund. This is working super slow. If we go to app.js funds, API/funds, then fund ID, and then donate. Fund ID, donate. Right? So here fund ID will come into the picture. So you can fetch your funds from NG also you can write that function, or in donor also you can write that function. So we're gonna write it over here. So let's grab this API. Let's put it over here. Funds. So what is a API to get all the funds? Simply funds by fund ID, or get all fund is simply funds. Yeah, based on this is like get all fund is the basic API which gonna call. So this is get all funds. Let's call this API. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see the body as well. We need to pass the body. So let's see now let's give the donor ID over here. So what is the donor ID? You can check, get any donors data or get all donors. So let's try to give get all donors API into that. So now let's try to use our donor ID over here. Get all. This donor ID we have to use in our get all funds body. We have to give raw JSON user cert as this. Okay. Now let's try to get the funds. Let's see if this is working fine or not. And let's check parallelly is our chain code. Yeah, chain code is deployment is done. That's good. Now we got the total fund created as well. Yes, we created two funds, right? Fund 1, fund 2. So now this is the flow how it will works. First user will see all the funds available in his dashboards. So based on that, so what it is gonna do, it will select the fund. They'll check the details. Yes, so Akshay is willing to support for his social health work for poors, and then they'll grab the fund ID. So this fund ID will, they're going to click on this particular item. So and then click on the donate. So right, so it's in backend only. They'll gonna get it get it in backend properly. So what was we are doing based on fund ID, issue tokens. For issuing token, we need bank ID, owner ID, and amount. Okay. Now let's try to issue token over here because our chain code is also get updated. Yep. Issue token is happen. Now you can see I got one object created of type token. So this is a token ID, the big one. This is my token ID. So I need this token ID and I need to transfer this token. I'll go to transfer function. I'll grab this token ID. This is happening from bank to ID is. So I'll go to the get all funds again. So who is the fund ID manager? Can I see that creator ID? It is not showing here, but I should show. Yeah, it is. I think, yeah, social health work group 123. It's NGO ID only, right? The one who created the. Let's go to the credential again. Check the wallet. If we check wallet, we have the NGOs related stuff is NGO MH27, and then this social health group. These two are my NGO. Yeah, correct. So these are my NGO users, right? So these are their ID only. So let me grab their ID. So transfer. I want to make them as a owner of this token, and then I'll send it to this cannot read property of undefined, again reading to string. The something got wrong here. Now let's check what is wrong. Now we have to go to the transfer token. Let's go to the transfer token controller. We have to go to the controller. We got some error in the controller. Let's check the server logs as well, what it is showing. Okay, the server log is showing only user this. So okay, token controller. Let's go to the token controller. It is showing transfer token we did, right? So we got error in two strings. So we are doing token ID and 2ID. Token ID and 2IDs. Then if we go to the transfer token, is this my smart contract? So here where I'm using two string. I think this is the issue. I'm getting here token bytes that are error cannot read property of undefined. So undefined in the sense token, but I'm trying to get by state token ID. Okay, so we have to pass token ID and to do ID. 2ID. So as a first parameter, what I passed here is token ID and 2ID transfer token. Okay. Now let's again it's need a SBI Pune. That is correct. This is my user. This is my bank. This is my token ID. This is my NGO user. Cannot read property of undefined reading to string. So it means we didn't got any data for this or what? It should work. Two string here only we are using. So there might be some issue with respect to this part somewhere. Let's take a closer look into it. User invoke, side invoke, we are passing token contract, transfer token ID to IT, and then let's check the ID again. If we go to the get all funds, no, issue token, that issue token ID, we got this only type token. Now let's try to, in token controller there are only three functions. Hey, hi guys. So the transfer function, there was a very stupid error in the transfer function. Was like when I was calling it was issue token, because we duplicated from issuance one, right? That's why it is going in issuer contract, and that's what the error we got. But I just changed it to transfer and it's worked completely fine, right? So I was able to transfer the token. Okay, from now once we did the transfer, so see my donation is happening in three steps. First is issuance, second is transfer, and third is donate. So now I have my token ID and everything ready. So now I'm going to do donate. So if I go to the donate API, I can see user, bank ID, and donor ID, right? So now let's try to donate it. Let's cross check the data again in the controller, what they are asking for. If I go to the fund controller, create fund, donate, fund ID, donor ID, token ID, and then amount, right? So now let's go to the fund ID. That's what I'm saying. It's wrong. Donate mein gaya, like your fund ID will be here, donor ID will be here, donor ID, and then token ID will be here. We need token ID here, token ID, and then we need amount, right? Amount, yes. So amount we already added. How much donor ID set? fund ID we need to get. We already have an API called get all funds, and then or for issue token also for what fund ID we got issued it. That will be for where we are tracking fund. So we did it for our second one, right? So this is my fund ID. So let me grab this. That's what I want to donate, and then let's go to donate. Now I'm doing this as a donor. So I'll give my user cert, which is Akshay. For here, what will you give in Akshay MK123? It's the user is going to invoke the chain code. Now token ID, most important. Now in transfer token also we have the token ID. So same token ID we're gonna grab from here and put it over here, right? So let's just put it over here. Postman is working so weird. Okay. Now let's try to call our donate. See, this such small mistakes. They have double slash. This type of mistakes takes a lot of time to debug. See that? Okay. Now running on Local 1500. Yeah. So see the issue with the postman again. My endpoint itself is not updated. Is it? This is happening, man. Let me call it again. Donate. Okay. Now let me check my route. For donation, what was the route? Yeah. To donate, we need to pass fund ID inside the middle as a route, right? That was the issue. Yeah. You can see I have to pass donate. If you pass slash, it will take as a post normal route only, right? So we have to pass fund ID. So what is this fund ID? Here is my fund ID. So that's what I gonna pass it over here. Now let's see. When we are donating, so again, for donation, we are generating a badge, and that badge we are assigning for our donor with respect to the amount, whatever they are donating. So that's it gonna take little time. Hopefully things should go in a good direction. Let's check the logs. Yeah, I think logs is good. We got the batch uploaded and here it's showing good. Still the invoke is done or not. Sure. Yep. Good. Thank God we got the good logs. Everything is working fine. Amazing. We got the record got added in the donation. See, so this is the earlier record itself. We have not created new record in this process. This is my fund ID, right? Inside that fund, now one array in donation, we got this record updated, which is donor ID by Akshay. We can see the token ID. This is the token they donated, and then this is the batch. Now let's copy it and let's see the data inside that batch. Now this batch will get issued to will be get with the we can just simply just place over here the same thing, same tab. So yeah, IPFS will take time. Perfect. Now you can see I have donated $20,000. It is too much, but yeah, that's Akshay MK donor donate. Thank you for your donation and amazing, right? So this is all good stuff. Like end-to-end journey we covered. We created the fund, we onboarded the users, we issued the token, and they transferred and donated as well and get added over here. And there is a one more scope. Now let's go to the our routes. Now you can see if you see the routes, their expense is also there. You can close the funds. You can check the funds with that specific funds ID, and then you can check the donations as well with respect to that donor, how many donations we have did and all those things. So there are a lot more things, guys. So explore this code and try to add more APIs with respect to use case and try to reuse the smart contract for adding multiple functions with respect to use case and making this as a I would love to see this playlist product is coming in a real world use case. That would be so great if you guys can took someone this I'll happy to help, happy to give you complete source code. Just show your interest or show your contribution eager, right? So we can collaborate and build this as a production ready. Again, very important thing. This node layer, there are three layers in this R playlist. First is network layer, second is chain code layer, and third is my node SDK layer. That is application layer. Again, everything is in backend only. We have not touched front end yet, and we are not going to do that in this specific playlist, right? So if you want to integrate front end, just get these routes API. Now we have this Postman collection. You can just export these and use these APIs in your front end to call all those stuff, right? Just you have to remember the hierarchy, how things going on and all those stuff. All those things you have to manage. So I would officially end this playlist over here with respect to the backend work. But if I think or if I got more requests to stretch this playlist, then I'll think to create more videos on top of this, right? But now what is a key takeaway from this playlist you have to take?
writing smart contract with the multiple file, running stuff on the GCP instance and getting issues and how to solve it, how to upgrade the chain code. See, that is the most loved part of my is like previously I used to struggle a lot about this setup, but then we figured out how to upgrade the chain code. You don't need to deploy multiple chain codes at the same time. Just run the same command and there are your older container will get reflected with the new logic, latest logic. That's what we did and it was so helpful for us, right? And then again, Node SDK, how to write the Node SDK layers and connecting with your chain codes. And we have touched the IPFS, how to generate this create batch part. That's what we did here. And putting your data on IPFS. This is you can also put this link in your browser and get this data, right? This is a completely hosted. This is something, this piece is already production grade. You can just tweak it little bit and use it as it is. So yeah. So what is production grade here and what not? Network layer is not a production grade, that is only for testing. Chain code is semi-production layer, some security layers we need to add, but that is something, yeah, close to production. And Node.js layer is almost production layer, just we have to add more again, security layer and then user session management and the database to store things in your off-chain data. This all whatever it is like on-chain data only, but to manage your off-chain data that you need to set it up. But yeah, chain code is semi-production and our Node SDK is also semi-production. Work is not production and not recommended at all to use in a production one. For test network, basically, there is a different setup when you have to use in a production one. If you want to know about that, feel free to connect with me. I'll happy to help, happy to collaborate. See you in next playlist. Bye bye, guys.